always say that, being a good Episcopalian, I like to keep things short. So, on my voicemail, and it's been on my voicemail since I moved to Savannah, I end my voicemail by saying, you can never dream too big. And what I'd like for us to do for the next 2 days is not only dream big, but actually trust the dream. And the dream are our students. If we start with the premise that our students are capable of doing extraordinary things, and what our job is to provide them with all the equipment for them to do their best. And the other part of dreaming big is one thing my mother always told us: don't ever settle. Don't ever settle. And when we're making these plans, let's not settle. So one thing I always talk about is how important it is for the community to be part of what we do. For East Plus, the chamber helped us with East Plus and helped us aggressively. So this morning I have the chairman of the chamber who's going to talk to us about something that also affects us, and that is our city and county SPLOST, because there's something in it that's incredible for us. Burt Brantley.
Thank you, Roger. So it's good to see you guys today. Good luck over the next 2 days. Our members are counting on you. The work you guys do here is important, certainly for today and tomorrow, but also for the next 20 or 30 years. So we're rooting for you. We're standing with you as well. We do everything we can at the chamber to support everything that you guys are doing. So please don't ever hesitate to call and ask. I would just take a couple minutes this morning to tell you a little bit about the SPLOST campaign that's coming up November 4th. It's on the ballot, and $700 million over the next 6 years. And much like East Lost, we contributed to our voices to the makeup of the project list. I would tell you that just like you guys did, that those voices were received, listened to, and considered when the project list was put together. We greatly appreciate the public involvement you guys had during your process, and I would say the same about our cities and our county as well. And so the list we've ended up with focuses mostly on transportation and drainage. 60% are going into those two buckets, the rest into public safety, some recreation that I think will overlap with some of the things that you guys are doing as well. And so, and also, just like we did during the East Lost campaign, we have some data that shows that more than 40% of the folks who pay into this sales tax bucket are visitors. And to get very specific about that, 42.7% of sales taxes are paid by people that live more than 50 miles from City Hall. And so the actual number is probably a little bit more than that, because you think about Bryan and Effingham and some of the places that are inside 50 miles. But that's the data we have, and we're going to stick with that. I think that's easy to understand for folks. So we're really asking our voters to allow our visitors that come in to town to help us fund some of these really critical infrastructure projects. And there are projects, of course, all over the county, many that are nearby to our schools, making sure that they have proper infrastructure to get there, either transportation, drainage, and then again, I just mentioned that public safety and recreation, which you guys do as well, and I think integrating those and making sure they're well planned together is really important. And so we've kicked off last week on our campaign. We've got, as you can imagine, a lot of business folks that are supporting. Jim Collins with Thompson Hutton is our campaign chair, and we've got an active group of community leaders that are coming together every other week and working on how to spread the word, make sure voters are informed about the vote, and make sure they know that the vote is coming. And so I would welcome any input into that. You guys are obviously out around the community. You guys have been on the ballot yourselves. Any input input or feedback that you have, we'll take it. Any connections to any group that we can speak to, or if you hear any questions around town about the vote, we're glad to take those on and make sure people are very comfortable with what's happening and what the vote is. And I should quickly mention as well, there's actually 2 votes on the ballot. I think as you guys well know, there will be the homestead exemption ballot question, and then the SPLOST ballot question. We are not involved in that campaign. Our board hasn't taken a formal position on that, but I think that you will likely see some messaging around vote yes for both. It makes it really easy for folks, and so again, we'll see how the campaign goes and what feedback we're getting from the constituents and from the voters on that. But our campaign is very squarely focused on the SPLOST campaign. There's a separate campaign on the other ballot question. So, yes, Roger.
Please talk about the money for early learning centers.
Yeah, so this is one of those issues that, when I mentioned earlier that we gave our feedback on, this is one that was really important to our members, and so we engaged in the process and ultimately were successful in a $9 million appropriation in the SPLOST budget to go towards another early learning center. And of course, the one in East Savannah is coming out of the ground, and so the thought this would be on the west side. I don't think there's necessarily. I think we'd be open to input, feedback from you guys as well on where it's most needed. But I would, a lot of folks know the need. I'm not taking credit for it, but I would just say that was a need that we all jointly highlighted, and the county and our cities, when they came together for the final list, included that piece in there. And so, as we know, capital is a lot of times the hard part about those projects, that we oftentimes can fund operations on those, but again, the capital funded. So I think that's a big step forward, and we're really excited about that early learning center being part of the SPLOST list. And yes, sir.
I'm sorry, all these prompts just want everyone to understand the significance. On infrastructure, part of that is to help, I'll let you say it. We need infrastructure for the West Chatham project because traffic in that area can be a challenge. So talk about that.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that the Pooler folks are good negotiators. They did really well in the SPLOST list, and so not only in the city of Pooler, but also Quaker Road, Little Neck Road, all around Pooler. Really, there's really a lot of focus out there, and of course that's where we're seeing a lot of growth. And so I think that's a recognition by our county that there's a lot of need out there. And then of course I think I'll just say again, I think the city of Pooler is feeling the growth pressures, and so they make a very effective argument when they go and say we need some help on infrastructure. Most of Pooler's the Pooler area, the West Chatham area, is transportation and infrastructure. They have some recreation in there as well, and then a little bit of drainage. I'd say theirs is more heavily tilted toward transportation, more in the city, more drainage, and sidewalks, things like that as well. So again, it's a political process, and we all have to remember that putting a list together like this. But I think what we've ended up with is one that really heavily focuses on infrastructure, which again was our number one goal, heading into it as well. So we're really pleased with, and there's minimal controversy as well. I think it should all be applauded when people are able to come together and put a list together without a big public fight about it too. And so we very appreciative of our elected leaders to be able to come together and put a list together. Look, we're in a land of plenty right now. I mean, sales tax collections are booming, and so there was a lot of money available to divvy up, but we really feel really good about the list and how they came together. I should say that VoteYesSPLOST.com is the website where all the projects are listed. There's a map there. I think we just last night put up a little video that you're going to see on social media as well. So you'll be seeing that a lot. You'll see that on the signs. VoteYesSPLOST.com. That's where voters can go to really dig in on all the projects and figure out what parts of the county they're in, and see where their penny is going to go if it's approved in November.
Yes.
I just want to say, ooh, okay. I just want to say thank you for coming and talking to us this morning about this. I think it's something that all of our government bodies ought to be doing. City council, county commission, school board is really talking about how tax dollars can be leveraged to meet the goals of all of our groups. And so I really appreciate you representing the chamber to kind of illustrate that, amplify that, and remind us that that's happening. All communities don't do that, which makes it so that things that are really, really needed are way more expensive because it's being borne just on the shoulders of one entity when it's really in the best interest of multiple entities, business community, and elected officials. So thank you for coming out here and talking to us.
I'll tell you what, I'm not going to give you an amen there, but I would just say, from a chamber's perspective, there's nothing we would appreciate and support more than our elected leaders working together and coming up with common solutions and to common problems. I know there can be silos because you're focused on this and they're focused on this, but at the end of the day, we're all taxpayers, we're all part of the system. And so I really appreciate you saying that and would just highly recommend and encourage that. Superintendent and I attended a meeting with the city manager and county manager recently, and that's the kind of collaboration I think that is, again, very, very supportive from our membership and very appreciated by all of our folks. And so thank you for saying that. We're all on board with that for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to hang out for a little while
Please do.
before I have to go to something else. Again, I just want to thank you guys for the work you're doing. Again, we're here to help. I would just say, too, I think you're going to see a little bit more of a push from the business community to support the work that you're doing. We were able to go on a little field trip to Nashville a couple weeks ago, and one of the topics that people indicated was really important to them is supporting our school system and in particular literacy as well. So I think you're going to start to see a little bit more of that. I would love the chance as we kind of firm that up, and I'd love the chance to come back and talk to you about that when we kind of get that. I don't want to overpromise and underdeliver. I want to underpromise and overdeliver. So, but I think that the real push from our business community to support and help and be involved is there. There's a lot of interest and just a lot of attention on what you guys are doing. So, thank you for that. And again, if there's any questions or any groups we can speak to, anything at all on the SPLOST between now and November 4th, please don't hesitate. We would love to come out, and we've got an army of folks that can do exactly what I did this morning. So thank you so much, and good luck.
Do you have a phone number you can leave with us?
What's that?
A phone number you can
Yes,
leave with us?
absolutely. I'll get that to Dr. Watts. We'll get that out to you.
Okay.
We'll get the website, the phone number. Yeah, we'll get all that to you. Yes.
I'm sorry. Dr. Howard Hall.
Yes, and just we want to make sure we consider Port Wentworth too as growth out there in West Chatham, with as we think about the traffic commons and the growth out there. Soon to have an amphitheater, so a lot is going on. So I know we reference Pooler a lot, so let's make sure we consider
Yeah.
Port Wentworth.
Such a great point. My friends in Port Wentworth would be really upset that I didn't mention them. So, I want to say, though, I mean, I said it before, but I'll just reemphasize, all the cities that came together, they all kind of got their allocations to work with, and then they all came together and prioritized countywide projects and really did that in a really cooperative way. And so, yeah, I think our friends at Port Wentworth did an excellent job as well. Really pleased with what they did, too. A lot of infrastructure out there as well. All right, great. Thank y'all. Thank you.
Thank you, Bert.
Awesome. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. I'm excited about a full agenda. A retreat is not a break from the work. It is the work. It's an opportunity for us to zoom up and sharpen our collective focus. So thank you for being here today. I know many of you are stepping away from the day-to-day demands and the whirlwind of your daily responsibilities. The facility is wonderful, so thank you to Chief Enoch for extending that opportunity. And also thank you to the team who logistically have made breakfast and seating and all those things conducive for us to get our work done today. Hopefully, and I am confident that today, as we dive into many important topics. Today's focus is on governance and operations. Tomorrow is more of a teaching and learning focus. We will put our students first. Every agenda item should be led with the question, how will this improve student learning, belonging, and long-term success? So I ask you to keep that at the forefront today. Additionally, I'm hoping today that we can reaffirm the district's North Star and talk about some other measurable priorities for the year. We will align our governance on some core actions, and we will clarify roles, decisions, and communications so that we are prepared to have a successful school year. For me, today, success looks like candor with care. I can always count on Team 10 to communicate in that way, so I ask that you extend that sentiment today. Curiosity over certainty is another norm that I'd ask for us to keep top of mind, and I hope that we leave our time here today and tomorrow with clarity. So as we close out, just a moment of gratitude to the Team 10. I appreciate all that you do. Governance is often quiet, but today we definitely want to hear your voices so that our students have what they need to be successful. So thank you very much for being here, and I think we're ready to dive in.
Okay, thank you, Madam Superintendent, and remarks from our guest speaker this morning. Getting going here today. A couple of housekeeping notes. The microphones are there to capture your comments. We are recording. We're not live streaming, but we are recording. And as the speakers are there, we can hear you loud and clear in the room too. So, but I do want to remind you, mics are hot. That's a cue. So just a little bit of also housekeeping, very important. The bathrooms are that way. If anybody needs to use a restroom, out the door, right there. A couple of things on the governance side of life today. Of course, we have the agenda for day one here. Later on, we'll be hearing from operations. We also have some guest speakers after lunch, and then we'll be ending the day talking about electronic devices, cell phones, and upcoming policy impacts for the board. Day two agenda, you're all aware of this. It's on your screen. We'll get into that tomorrow. Starting off today, though, wanted to just kind of kick and punt into the board's wheelhouse. A few things on just standard housekeeping as it relates to board self-assessments and, of course, other components of your governance. Before I do that, though, as we look around the room, we have a lot of our staff members here today that are with us and will be called upon as needed. Maybe a few new faces that the board may not be fully familiar with. So for those that appear new, I'm going to ask they stand very quickly. Dr. Heather Corbett is with us today, and she is the Director of Research and Evaluation. Thank you, Heather, for being here with us today. And of course, you all know our new Chief Technology Officer, Julian Robinson, as well. And Ms. Hall, I think we know all the other faces in the room. So great group here today. Again, we wanted to remind the board of the self-assessment process. And you might sit there and say, well, why are we talking about this? This is something the board does. The board has had experience with this over the years. Standard housekeeping, good rules of good governance. So when you sit there and you think about, well, why would a board want to self-evaluate? A process for your self-evaluation. How well is that memorialized? Where do we have that written down? How can your board services team support the board to get through this process? Community engagement. The board over the years has found a pretty effective way to involve the community in a self-assessment process. Not too broad scoping, but very targeted, if you will, so that you can get some good quality feedback on that. And then the tools. Now, all these questions are on the screen to get you thinking a little bit. But guess what? You're so advanced, you have a policy on this. Good job, board. So you have BCBL, which is your Review of Board Procedures. That is a title through the Assembly Policy Management Tool statewide. So if we want to change that title, we'll have to petition the state folks to get that changed. But self-assessment is really governed under BCBL, and all of your answers are right here on the screen. couple of real important things, of course. Executive officers of the board certainly play a role in this and ensuring that that ball is getting pushed down the field, completed on an annual basis by your policy. We need to make sure, obviously, that we're hitting that mark. If the board felt that there was a need for an additional self-assessment in some way, that's certainly, you're able to do that as your policy dictates here. I remember years ago, there used to be a blue paper shared after every board meeting, and there was some immediate reflection on self-assessment and how the board was operating as a governance team right after board meetings. And of course, that is a component that the board could do, but that's an example of additional assessments if needed. The self-assessment instrument, the board has by policy stated that they will use a recommended instrument by GSBA or equivalent. So those that we have done over the years have been that framework with the GSBA template. And of course, as I mentioned in here about who is doing it, your policy dictates that as well. And of course, our internal audit is mentioned here as assisting in that process. So you got a lot of frameworks built into the policy right now to ensure that this very important component of your self-assessment, which the continuous improvement and continuous self-assessment is a reflection of setting the bar for high standards and a standard of excellence. And the board has this written in policy. Now, here's some other reasons why that is important. Before we go to the next slide, kick it to the board for comments and feedback.
Thank you. I just have a question about this because this was owned by Audit, and Audit deployed that instrument every year, and then at some point it stopped. And I was told that the board said they didn't want to do a self-assessment anymore, and I know that's not true. So why did we stop doing the GSBA self-assessment?
I don't have full knowledge of a definitive statement to stop doing that. There may be a tie into processes tied to this GSBA component here for strategic. You see all these components that tie into criteria segments for GSBA. Now this is tied into the recognition program.
Right, we did it so we did the instrument, and the instrument was used to inform our application for recognitions.
Right,
Which is
right.
why we did it every year, because
Exactly.
Right.
we
Yeah.
like being recognized
Right,
every
right,
year, and
right.
we would usually get the recognition.
Yeah.
So that stopped, and it didn't come from us, so I'm just asking if we can find out who
Yeah.
decided we didn't need to apply for that anymore.
Okay.
And that might not be something that we know today, but
Got it. Well, I think that's excellent because that provides us a little level setting here so that, because clearly the reality is it's stamped and baked into policy. And this is something that we can memorialize as a process, and the timing of it is important. And this is that connective tissue piece. Ms. Hall, I'm going to allow you to, but real quickly, the connective tissue ties to this exemplary process, which I'll talk about in a second. Ms. Hall.
Okay. I just want to suggest that we really look at all of these policies regarding our behavior and our ethics very carefully. I know that there was a board member in Chesterfield, Virginia last week who was asked to step down because of her use of speech that the board felt offensive. That, to me, is something we need to be very careful about. And I'd like to just ask everybody to really let's understand our policies totally and what effect they might have on any one of us individually, especially those of us who are outspoken going forward, in terms of making sure that we are being true to what we feel our board ethics are.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. And actually, that's a perfect segue. One of the criteria for the exemplary recognition, there are a few tiers of the recognition, but as you see in that, those board norms and protocols, that's a norm that could be baked in and adopted with the language that the board believes in how it operates. So the evidence of strategic planning, this board is very strong in that area. The Georgia Vision is a statement segment in the state of Georgia that GSBA recognized as quality governance standards, and there would need to be a component of where the board has either talked about that or accept certain components of the Georgia Vision. And we'll pull that and circulate that for the board I've got to do a little more research where that resides. The self-assessment, we're talking about that. One of the topics today on the agenda, superintendent evaluation. Evidence of a superintendent evaluation and how the board uses it as a criteria for this recognition. Training requirements, board is very much aware of your training requirement needs. However, depending on the level of recognition that you get, exemplary boards will go above those training requirements. Now, over the years, we've talked about, Ms. Hall, getting you some additional training locally so you didn't have to go too far. We've been able to successfully do some of that through whole board governance training, but trying to be creative and looking for other ways where training does fit. Now, I will say in this area, the state drives the credit for getting training. And you're all aware that the training providers, which are approved by the Georgia Department of Education, are those providers that you would need to use so that you can officially get credit for that training if we had extra training locally. Now, whole board governance training we've been talking about, Mr. Moss, Ms. Edwards, and myself have been talking as we look down the road for future agenda items. In December, we'll bring to the board your cadence of meetings to adopt for the 2026 year. We want to include in there, which would be new, the date for a whole board governance training. So you would adopt that in December. And that would be new, and that would be something that we have talked about in the past in ensuring that everyone has it on your calendars. The topic of whole board governance training would be up to the board to decide, but getting that date baked in early would be a beneficial way to ensure. And then the other part would be the work on our side, making sure that we have a provider who's doing the training that you get that credit for so that you get those hours of credit through whole board governance training. So the training requirements, and as you can see, other components that we have to show evidence of to get this recognition. I'll toss it to the board now for discussion and feedback.
Your hand was up first.
Okay, so Kurt, will you give us the specific number of hours we need to qualify for exemplary?
Yes, and as I understand, it's 3 additional hours over the required level
So
of
is that 15
hours.
hours
Well, let's see, as
Or 12.
veteran board members, 9 hours.
So
So
it'd be
3 hours on top of
12,
that will get
okay.
you to the exemplary. Leah, I think I'm correct on that, yeah.
Okay.
Of course, new members are a little different. Ms. Campbell just went through that and had to do extra training hours for a new board member. But after that first year, now we're in that window where all of the board standard flat requirement for your training hours is 9 hours. To get that exemplary additional 3 hours of evidence of training somewhere.
When we used to accomplish our group training in one of the days of our board retreat. And so the date was baked in the January calendar because we selected our, and this was some time ago, but I'm suggesting it as a mechanism to help with what we're trying to do. Part of the board retreat used to have the block of training, usually the first day.
Okay.
And then it would be a 2-day retreat, so we'd have the block of training, and then we'd have maybe 3 hours or so, or 2 hours or so of focused discussion on topic, priority, whatever. And then the next day was all work along the different topics that we needed to address. And so I'm asking not necessarily for an answer now, but it would be great if we could consider combining these things again rather than having all of these individual ad hoc meetings during the year. That occurred when the retreat was annually in October. It also occurred during an overnight retreat when we used to do those. And the optics around travel and luxury retreats changed. So we started going to Oatland. And so we moved now to like 8 to 3 or 9 to 3 days rather than a longer 1.5 day actual absent retreat. But that's the history of it, and my suggestion that we return to coupling our mandatory training with our retreat days, and it'll be easier to schedule, I think.
And, along those lines, there's nothing that says that the training could not be related to something that we're covering in the retreat. For instance, if we have someone that can give us training on, like, for say, training on
Building school culture.
on charters or building school culture or any of that. So so there's continuity through the retreat as opposed to a separate, we're just doing this for the hours, but something that's really relevant.
Absolutely. I mean, when we were going through the troubles with advanced ed, our training was it communication and social media and communication?
Yeah, it was one of them.
Because that's what was on fire and that's what got us in trouble. And so that was one of our large trainings. But there have been, there may be others like charter schools or cell phone policy or something like that.
And board superintendent relations.
Yeah,
That
that's
was
true.
a
Yeah, we
biggie.
had to do that one too. So we did it at the retreat and we also did it in the informal because we had so many trainings to do to demonstrate that we were not the board that folks perceive. So
Love it.
that's helpful.
Do we know when the last year we received the exemplary award?
I believe it was distinguished several years ago that the board had achieved that. But definitely hearing the energy in the room, what we will do is we'll go down through this checklist and create a cadence and a timeline for various activities. And again, for example, on the self-assessment piece, we'll work through the executive officers as policy dictates there. And get that laid out. In fact, with us bringing a recommendation in December with your 2026 schedule of meetings, that could be a meeting where we also bring the timeline into you for this recognition component. Now, here's the nice thing about it. GSBA's timeline for it has a pretty wide window. So they don't start it and open up the application process till March, and that runs through June. So see, we got to make sure we have all of these things evidenced by no later than June to get it to GSBA for that consideration. You'll see on the slide, lagging indicator here, 2024 was the last indicator for those awards that was posted to the website. A host of districts and boards were able to get that achieved. So we want to make sure we get the board's name on that for 2025, and we will make note of that. So again, we appreciate your opportunity today to just kind of raise this up and just get some feedback from the board noted on those components and the scheduling and areas to leverage board retreats as well for future training credits. Moving along, subject to no other comments on that section, to your, Mr. Moss.
Gosh, guys, I'm talking more today than I ever do.
Change religions?
I changed religion.
Yeah, he's a Baptist now.
I did visit Paul's
Y'all go
church.
down.
Stop.
But,
I'm gonna need y'all to resign.
one of the things that some of us have noticed when we've gone to the GSBA conference is that they highlight certain districts. And we want to get to a point where our district is highlighted for some of the innovative things that we do. So I would really welcome Kurt and Tamika to get in touch with GSBA and find out how that can happen. Especially since the conference is held here in Savannah, and we go to this event and they're highlighting people that are not even our district.
Everywhere else.
We were highlighted for our Chevron reports,
Good
and we were highlighted for our something with our technology that Mr. Feliciano led up. I can't remember, but we really got good feedback on our presentation about why we were using our data in that way and how its potential as a tool. We presented it at GSBA and we presented it at National School Boards Association.
We got an award for the Acorn Academy.
Yeah. And the other thing is, we've had meetings in Savannah where children from other counties come and sing at the convention, and we've never had our children there. The thing is, though, that's always like the beginning of June, and by then school is out. But if we can kind of coordinate that so we can highlight our kids, we have how many choruses in our school? that could come and present
Yeah.
to the audience. So
Yeah.
there are all kinds of ways to make ourselves more prominent there.
Yeah, we had in recent years a young student from Woodville that spoke there, and folks.
Got one from Jenkins
Yeah,
as
we've
well.
had them
Yeah.
rotate, Jenkins as well. And we know Tony Rossi there who manages that. That's a aspect of the board that we do pay attention to. We built that relationship, but to the point of the other recognitions, we'll certainly look at where that lies. And I think it's a simple, what we agree on the topic, and let's go and get that application submitted for that recognition. So noted on that as well. The
I'd just
board,
like
yes.
I just like to add, when the students that spoke normally speak on that Saturday, the last day of the conference, when many people don't really attend because most people leave that Saturday morning. But I do think we need to have a lot of focus on our CTAE programs
Yeah.
because other districts highlight what they're doing. And as referenced, I don't know where Airplane Hangar is in any of those other counties. So I think we really need to draw attention towards our CTAE program here.
Very good.
Okay, so one of the topics we have today is the discussion for legislative priorities. I just wanted to kind of put this framework on the screen to guide some of the discussion so we can take copious notes. What we'd like to do is to bring a action item for the board October 1st. That's next week, so we're going to have to get busy.
No pressure.
And hope that today is highly productive. Of course, everything is subject to flexibility. One of the reasons I say that we would like to bring it to the board October 1st is we were able to get in front of the Chatham delegation this year earlier. And of course, you all have on your calendars the board's legislative breakfast with the Chatham County delegation, October 30th, the day before Halloween. So bring your tricks and your treats, and we'll sit in front of the delegation and talk about priorities. Now, one of the things that helps us there is that early adoption of the priorities, the discussion with the delegation is, we'd love to put these things in front of our business community as well, who has a very strong voice. It's great to see chamber representatives here today because we want to get what is memorialized by the board in front of the chamber early so that they can take a consideration and be continued supporters of the great work we're doing here in the world of education and embody that in their own legislative priorities. Now, the Chamber's been a great partner over the years, and they've really dialed in on that early childhood education. We greatly appreciate that. That's still a component for the board to consider in your legislative priorities. And there are other components that you see here on this framework. And of course, the board has designated a legislative liaison. Ms. Grabowski and I have chatted a little bit about this and getting this ready for your discussion points today. But I'll cover very quickly just from a 20,000-foot level and then turn it over to the board for discussion here. Some common themes you see locally that we have covered over the years, but even as you see it across the state, finance is always one, a financial impact. That fully funding of QBE is still a specter that remains every year when it comes to our legislative priorities. Staffing is a component that is critical. We all know that in the day of our hiring components where we've got to fill those critical needs. Teacher pipeline is incredibly important. Compensation and support services. The board over the years has been very thoughtful in those additional areas of support services that support the whole child. For example, school social workers. The board has had a legislative priority that urges the state to provide funded positions of additional school social workers because we are woefully below what the national norm requires or suggests as a ratio for school social workers to students. That's a component the board has been very good at. And of course, your academic is a key priority. There you have it, that early childhood education component, supports for students, literacy-based components. When you get into that and you start baking it down to what is the actual priority that you want to put forward, the increased funding to support teacher training, for example, in science of reading. The board, you have approved many large ticket items in a scale of cost for training locally. Training for letters trading, for example, rolling that out. There is a cost to that. So when the state comes down with what are very well thought out over the years, sometimes what we don't see with the state is a financial impact statement. When you have a law that goes into place and requires high-quality instructional materials based in the science of reading, what's the price tag on that locally? Often we don't see that. So local boards and districts will bear the weight of that for those what we call unfunded mandates. So there's areas there where the board could consider as a legislative priority on how that is managed. One of the things that we talked about last year, and even recently with the board, of course, in the area of staffing, are those components where you can leverage and be creative in your staffing components, such as hiring retired teachers in some capacity. Right now, there's a year-long waiting period, a grace period, if you will, for districts to be able to do that. That's another legislative priority that the board could consider. The board also adopted some language to influence GSBA and their priorities this year, if you'll recall, that talked about giving more local control to districts to define where those staffing needs are in the hiring of retired teachers, rather than letting that rest in the first district RESA or in the RESAs across the state. Right now, that's how that is built. That's another component the board could consider. Of course, your early childhood education, what do we talk about? Compulsory attendance age. You all know last year attendance, the law was changed in the area of attendance, but one area they did not touch was the age component. Still is 6 to 16. Veteran board members will recall from years ago, Senator Jackson, as the Chatham County delegate, would always raise up compulsory attendance age, but he would focus on the back end to try and impact and ensure kids stay in school. But what was rarely talked about was the front end. And how do you ensure that that age component effectively would, with a modification, have a mandatory kindergarten requirement? I believe it was SB 65 last year that got some traction in this, but it did not get adopted or go to the governor's desk. So we'll see if that should come up again in this legislative session. But that compulsory attendance age is also a critical area. So with that said as your framework, I'll turn it over to the board. Ms. Grabowski can lead us in discussion, and we'll capture some notes on things that you feel are very important as priorities.
And I will provide a quick update on the RESA. So right now, as Kurt mentioned, the RESA set the priorities for teachers returning to work. There was a House Bill 372 that was sent to actuarial study. It will come back this session. So that is already kind of in the hopper, and hopefully will continue to move forward. So that's just a quick update.
Ms. Hall.
Okay. Two things. I've always thought about ways that we could possibly expand East Boston into the academic arena. And Georgia is such a diverse state. We have counties that are still voting no on East Boston referendums, but then I gradually see others that are beginning to see the good news that it would bring. We would have to depend on the entire House, State House and Senate, to be able to get something passed where we could expand our East Boston funding into academics. Am I correct?
So
Denise?
there's in GSBA's current legislative priorities, they do have something in there for loss. They have an alternative revenue sources that would support an amendment to the Georgia Constitution that would authorize the General Assembly to allow lost or East Boston to be used for things other than capital projects. So that is one of their priorities.
Is there a general revulsion against that by counties across the state that don't enjoy the East Boston or have not voted or don't intend to have an East Boston referendum? Is there a chance that this could succeed if the chamber actually really got involved and helped us with our local legislators? Is there a chance that that could happen, or would we need the entire state to be behind that?
I mean, the whole state would have to be behind it because it would require a
To vote,
constitutional
yeah.
amendment, and then it would have to go through the legislature. My understanding is that there's always been hesitancy because, to tie it to something besides a capital project because of the 5-year window. But I have seen other SPOS or other sales tax that are used for things other than capital, so I don't know.
Okay, and now that the chamber is telling us that they're gonna get involved with early learning, I mean, this seems to me a perfect time to try to combine our forces. It might be nice to have the chamber representative at our legislative breakfast, because, that's a win-win situation for us if we can really get that going. So that's my thing, that we do that, and also, we have put so many legislative priorities up that have never, I think these same ones, have been there since 2012, 2013, so
Well,
it's
we
not
did
like we have to
A
come
couple
up with
years
some new
ago, we
ones.
really focused our energies, because we used to just say the whole, 10 pages of what GSBA
Yeah.
is, we support that. And so a couple
Yeah.
years ago, we really honed in and focused it on 3 kind of key,
And they were
areas.
early childhood.
yeah, and they were, so the buckets that we had were student success, invest in early childhood education, resource support, which included innovative funding, so that's where we got the SPLOST. And then, let's see, actually it was 2 buckets. So it was QBE, eSPLOST, the social workers that Kurt mentioned, and then under invest in early childhood education, we had supported pre-K programs, which included equal pay for pre-K teachers,
Yeah.
as well as reducing the age, or expanding the age requirements from earlier
Well,
than 6.
there we have it. Do we
Yeah.
need to spend much more time?
So-
I mean, I will applaud the board for the compulsory attendance age that has been consistent over the years. And last year was the first year in the Gold Dome that we saw that much traction and discussion about changing the age.
And we were the ones who brought that to GSBA to include in their legislative priorities, and it was fully accepted along with the change from the RISA, so.
Dr. Ringman?
I'm good with this slide. Let's just leave it as it is. We'll talk it to death. These 3 points are great. And we have, for years, had beautiful statements that go with these 3 bullet points. On the eSPLOST, I have been urged multiple times by our local delegation and other delegation on both sides of the aisle that you do not want the legislation back in eSPLOST because there are just as many people that would get back in there and reining it even tighter. So it would actually hamstring us on facility side of the house. So I've heard that from both sides saying, you don't want us messing with eSPLOST because if it gets opened up, they're gonna look at everything and they'll change things that are benefiting you right now and you won't end up better off. So I would leave that alone. It's great. It's working for us. We've got enough money in our coffers to do academic things. We just need to follow our financial assessment and improvement support that we're gonna hear about later and actually figure out return on investment for our budgeting of academic programs.
What a sad statement for Georgia. that
I
that's
would,
the
I
type
would
of people
disagree
we have.
because we have eSPLOST and a lot of places don't even have that, so.
Right, I was very happy a couple years ago when we did decide that we were gonna just concentrate on a few things. I would also point out, that yes, we did get some traction on the age, and I have talked with Senator Mallow, and Senator Mallow and Billy Hickman will be bringing up the age thing again this session. And they think it has a better chance of passing this session. And that comes from a concerted effort on one thing. I don't like giving legislators like a grocery list because they can only they like wins. So let's find something that they can win on. And the age thing they can win on. One of the things you're going to hear about tomorrow is what happened in Mississippi. And I just watched an hour-and-a-half podcast on what happened in Mississippi that I'll share with all of you. The biggest takeaway I had was this came when the state of Mississippi, the state, not only said, here's the legislation, but the state backed it with money. So the state was paying for the literary coaches. The state paid for letters for everyone. All of the things that we have been funding, because the state said we want to win. I sent that podcast to Billy Hickman. Actually, I'm going to get a list of all the legislators need to see that. Because if there's any one thing that Georgia does not want to see, it's Mississippi beating them. But, but they have, because it was the state that said, we will improve literacy. The fully funding QBE, what we need to be telling, what I believe we need the state to understand is the formula has not changed since when?
So Senator Hickman chaired a Senate committee two
yeah.
or 3 years ago, and I don't know if we ever found,
No, yeah,
It just sat there.
it
it
did.
just sat there, like there was, I don't
They've
think
done
there
it
was ever,
multiple times,
they've done
but
it
it's like
multiple
1980 or
times.
84. It's somewhere when I was in elementary
Nothing
school.
changes.
Okay, don't rub that in.
Yeah.
I know, right?
So it'd be great to find out what if there were recommendations that came
Right.
out of that.
Yeah, because here's the thing, we're in a new day. Things have changed since 1984, and we're still using a formula from 1984. Again, I think part of what, and I depend on the GSBA to do this too, is really educating our legislators on how to win. And, a win in one part of the legislature can be a win for everybody. So, because if we fully fund, if we change the QBE, it would also address educator pipeline, compensation, support services, all of that would be there. On the educator pipeline, the legislator, years ago, there was that whole crisis with doctors for rural communities. They passed legislation, and so there are programs now for doctors if they will commit to serving in rural communities. They have all of their educational loans forgiven. What if we did that for educators in needed communities? So, again, Mr. Positive, when we're thinking about our legislative priorities, let's talk about it. And this is a win. This is a win for you. This is going to make you, and this is going to make you look good. So, yeah, Dr. Hoskins Brown.
So I was going to ask another question, but I really do like the idea about the forgiveness of debt. South Carolina used to do it in the 90s. I have no idea how they funded it or like how it was structured, but it sounds great if we can find a construct that would allow us to do it. I just had a question about, and I support all this as it's presented. I just had a question about GSBA and whether or not they use the metadata around their legislative priorities for anything that they try to do. Like, for example, do they use a metric like 80% of the school districts in the state support our platform? Like, by not using their platform, are we taking away from some of their leverage?
I mean, the way that the process works for GSBA is, at the summer conference, there's the delegate assembly, and everybody, says we support this or we don't. And prior to that and that's when we got our amendments included, districts have the right to petition to have something added. So it's basically whoever participates in that delegate assembly that shows if they are supporting.
Right,
Certainly
but that's the front loading in. Like, if you're on a board, everybody on the board is asked to contribute.
Right.
And then the executive director for that organization says, we have 100% board giving. So what I'm asking is, how do we know how GSBA uses the data on who buys in on the legislative priorities. Because what you just described is how the priorities get finalized.
Right.
But when they go marching forward and advocate with it,
I'm happy to ask.
yeah, I'm just curious. It doesn't make me want to like turn this upside down or anything, but it just made me think by focusing down on a set of ones, we did endorse the full
Right.
legislative priorities, right?
Right, yes.
Okay, so we didn't take away from that, but I'm just wondering if that's how they use that information.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay.
I've never seen them, campaign strongly to give a data point like that. We'll look a little further in it. I will say though that the work the board did back in March to amend some of the language, which subsequently GSBA, I believe, accepted, that's a signal that that's a statewide, state level priority. And they really are just another lever for alignment to further amplify that message. And that was again under the early childhood education and the retirement components of expanding that pipeline for retired educators' use. So we'll check on that, and I think it really ends up being that stronger dialogue between the local board and GSBA in moving and amplifying that message.
I think we can find out at the legislative breakfast, because
Yeah.
the people who would know that would be the people that they lobby to. We're not gonna know that GSBA down, we're gonna know that elected official up. So we can ask the elected officials, do you care how many, do you care about this list of legislative priorities from GSBA? How convincing is it to you that the majority of districts are using it? Bless you. That's something we can ask at the breakfast.
Yeah, just a quick search, what they did in June of last year, they put a header up that talks about representing the collective resolve of members. They don't put a specific data point in there, so we can talk more. I do want to, just as clarification for the record too, on that QBE component, we'll correct the words. It's really modernized QBE.
Yes.
Because they did
They
Yes.
did fully fund it. The last few years, there's been no austerity reductions, so thankfully. But that's been a push by the state level on fully funding QBE, but it's fully funded at 1985 levels, then that's the problem. So it's modernizing that QBE.
Mr. Smith first.
So our conversations normally had with surrounding districts to amplify our voices before going to GSBA?
No,
Is that a practice?
No, not, we don't typically work with the, in my experience, I don't know that we've had that kind of
Relationship.
conversations with adjoining districts. It's more at the statewide level where we present.
Is that prohibited?
Oh, absolutely not, no.
Good idea. Dr. Ringman.
I'll just continue. They can fully fund QBE and not have austerity, but they still take their 5%, 5 mil cut right off the bat. I don't know how many school districts that affects, because I'm sure some don't have to pay that, but a lot of what we're talking about would be a moot point if they didn't take 5 mils. Because that 5 mils is almost 100 million, right? I'm doing don't quote me over there, news. But that 5 mils comes out to like $90 to $100 million every year, which would change a lot of things. We wouldn't even be fighting for them to reevaluate it. Just give us what your evaluation says we're supposed to get, and don't tell us we have to give you back a third of it to actually get our 2/3.
Yeah.
That's an excellent point. I was laughing a little bit, Mr. Brown. I'd written that down. We were talking about modernizing that, because the 5 mil share is something that is derived from that QBE formula. So if the board saw will for us to provide a recommendation on how to modernize and change that local 5 mil share, doesn't mean eliminate it, but perhaps it could be reduced some.
Well, the GSBA is study committee on the local 5 mil, so.
I would love to know if other, like, state or county that get state funding, if they have to pay a certain amount. I would love to know. Dang. It's the weirdest budgeting thing ever.
Yeah.
To get your money, you must give us back.
All right.
Oh, you have
I'm
the
sorry,
hand
Dr. Howard Hall.
I'm quite sure many of you are familiar with this book. If you're
My
not,
neighbor gave me the
every legislator needs to read it. If you're riding a horse and it dies, get off. That QBE formula since 1984, when I was 24, and now I'm soon to be 65.
dead horse.
Get off the horse. The horse has died. Everything that we're discussing, legislative priorities, I agree, because they all boil down to third grade reading scores at the end of the day. Can our children read on grade level? My pet peeve and something I've always talked about was attendance age. We want our students to read on grade level in third grade, but they don't have to attend school until first grade. So that gives them literally 3 years to be reading on grade level at the end of third grade. So everyone, legislators and teachers, please, if you're riding a horse and it dies, get off.
We're gonna get copies of those for the breakfast.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
good.
It's
I
an
love
easy
that.
read and it's,
I love
it's
that.
awesome, yes.
Let's do it.
And Tanya has to sit down and read it to him.
I think I'm gonna order a copy.
On a
right
carpet?
Yeah, yeah.
You don't have to do that on the
Let's
carpet.
get our
Peanut butter
reading
cookies.
circle.
Crisscross applesauce.
Crisscross applesauce, hands in laps. Eyes on me on the count of 3.
But, you know,
Meeting over.
Ms. Hall.
we have, to me, we have a progressive local legislation gradually, you know, moving things forward. I think it's the addition of the women on there. Ha, ha, ha. But, we're really starting to see some, I think, a movement. So, yeah, we need to, if that horse is real well, we need to ride it as quickly as we can, while we have those people in place.
One more.
Just
Mr. Kowalski.
one more quick thing. I believe it was last year, we had also discussed a potential funding request for assistance with our Little Acorn Academy, since that is not something that is funded at all by the state. So I don't know if that needs to be an official legislative priority, but if that's something that we want to try and do again, I think we need to formulate that ask a little bit more holistically, if that's something that we intend to do again this year. Because we were,
Because right now, we just depend on private.
right, right, and I
Well,
guess I would ask Dr. Watts.
And funding does run out for that this year. It actually ran out last year, and we had enough residual dollars to maintain it this year, but we do not have a solution, Little Acorns, beyond this year. Is that right, dear? So
So
that
is that
means at the
something that
end
we
of
need
this
to-
year, we would have to
Oh, no.
pivot away from that
So you
program.
can't-
And it's at 100K a
so they
class,
give us an award for it.
250 a class.
Yes, something around it. Yeah, I can get you the data on how much it is.
Okay, so this is why I'm so glad we have Bert in the room today. Because Bert, you guys are our private sector. And when we talk about partnering with the education system, I bet that how many Acorn Academies do we need?
As many as we can get.
Okay?
To sustain what we have
To
is
sus-
250
Yes.
a
It's
year,
two-
correct?
Okay,
Yeah, just
Per
to clarify too.
Yeah.
Well,
Per
to clarify, I'm sorry, 250 a year to run Acorns in the district, but we have 2 classes, so divide that in half. So it's about 125,000 a year to run an Acorn class. We have 30 students per classes that come into that. And again, that's a funding component that has been through private donations. We got it through that grant with Georgia Power. That grant's running out, but obviously, as you all well know, that the definition of using funds for education, educational purpose, is for not for that those young, early, pre-K, I'll say, right? We know pre-K comes from a different bucket, but you're funding K-12. So the students in Acorns, we can't use local funds for that.
And I have a one-pager that spells out pricing and all that, so I'll send that. I think you had it last year as we elevated this to the legislation, but I'll share it with everyone so that you'll be equipped with the information should you get questions.
Because it is not at all unusual for, as organizations are meeting with the legislative delegation, to have a financial ask, which last year, I think is, at least in my time on the board, is the first time we've had a financial ask. So if that's something we want to do, have a financial as well as a policy ask.
So Denise, right now, we have what, Gould and Formie? those are our two places.
So just to sustain, it'd be great to grow it, but we definitely need to at least sustain what we have.
Okay, so, we're gonna let our horses run and move on to the next schedule today for your agenda. I will now turn it over to Superintendent, Board President, members of the board to discuss the superintendent evaluation process.
Anything you want to say about this one?
Go for it.
Awesome. So excited to have a few minutes of a conversation to get us aligned around the superintendent evaluation process. And I realize that my evaluation as a superintendent is just one evaluation of many employees of the district. But I just want to take a second to stamp the importance of this conversation. When I think about an evaluation for myself, I see it as a mirror and a compass. It's not just an opportunity for look at my own growth, development, improvement, and how to leverage strengths that I bring to the table, but I also see it as a compass in that it guides my view and my navigation of the district as a whole towards our desired outcomes. And so we know that this tool is important as it relates to accountability, but accountability is not just with the superintendent. I can't be accountable for everything in the district without shared accountability. So knowing that my evaluation does cascade down to other employee evaluations, all the way down to the classroom. So it's an important conversation. While it may seem that it's just on one individual, it does expand and cross over many other aspects of our conversation. Back in late July, a small group of board members and I sat down and we began to do a bit of a gap analysis of the current evaluation process. We talked about what we currently do and what we would desire to do in the future to close some gaps, to make the process more efficient and meaningful, not only for me, but a process that you feel like you can engage in with confidence. We talked about the process itself, we talked about tools, and we talked about a timeline. You all, back in August, were given some documents that we were able to share with you as a part of our kind of investigation into this topic. This document represents kind of our collective thinking as an executive board with some recommendations. And we also shared with you 2 potential tools and processes used by other places across the nation that we may borrow from or use as a reference as we think about refining this process at the district level. So to kind of kick off our conversation a little bit, I want to spend just a moment kind of highlighting some key points in this document. Again, you were given this in August for your deliberation and thought. We want to have an improved process, a new evaluation timeline. We're asking you to consider that. The timeline in and of itself becomes problematic because you are evaluating me at a time that data is not readily accessible. So often I am submitting a self-evaluation in the month of May, late April, and we don't have very much data at that point for me to share with you to make your decisions on. So this process would include a revisit of the timeline so that I can make sure that I'm delivering the artifacts and the data that you need to complete the evaluation instrument. We also, as we think about the tool that I've used since I've been the superintendent, it's a little dated in some of the language. There's hints of COVID still embedded in that document and the way that it's worded. Some of the criteria that move from left to right doesn't necessarily show like a process of improvement across the board. And so in this last evaluation process, there were just some places that I wanted to revisit with this team as it relates to the criteria and the performance indicators. And then lastly, the process currently is very hand-driven, or manual, I should say, in that each of you complete an individual evaluation. It goes to one individual in our district who compiles all of that information, summarizes it, and sends it back out to the group. It's a very manual process. That individual is an internal audit person whom I share an evaluation of. So I have a person that I semi-evaluate who has privy and information and knowledge about my evaluation. And not that it is something that has to be hidden or secret. That's normally not how it's done. And so the opportunity for us to move to a more automated process is also before you for discussion today. We have, as a district, over the last 2 years, spent a significant amount of time improving our process at a district level with evaluations. And starting last year, we moved all of our district level evaluations to an online system, which allows everybody to enter information online. There's no person in the middle codifying and synthesizing that information. It kind of all goes together, and then it spits out the evaluation, and it's done in a very confidential manner. So the ask is some consideration around that actual platform and how we submit that data. The timeline is the last piece, and I think I already mentioned that, but this document references a timeline that really emphasizes November, December, and February as key months, and that is a significant shift from our May, June, July framework. So this looks at the superintendent's self-evaluation beginning in November. Again, at that point, we would have a lot of the data and artifacts from the previous year submitted, and it would allow you to have a more complete picture of the work and the progress that we've made as a district. So your review process would begin in November. In December, we would begin to look at you entering in all of your comments and scores onto an electronic platform. It would be sent to the board president. As that information is reconciled to the board president and the superintendent for review. And then in an executive board meeting in December, there would be board member and superintendent discussion about the results. And then in February, as opposed now to our current July/August timeframe, that would be an opportunity for us to look at the superintendent contract as it relates to a renewal or a termination or whatever the will of the board is at that point in time. It would be an important time also for the superintendent to communicate intent as it relates to continuing with the district. That would allow all of us enough runway if other decisions need to be made for you to think about who the next superintendent would be or if the current superintendent is going to stay. So that is an important piece that I wanted to highlight. And then there were just a couple of tools that were included in your packet today. Not by any stretch to say we need to be married to any of these tools, but as I reviewed both of them, there were elements of both of them that I really liked. First and foremost, they're both embedded in national standards for the superintendency, so it grounds us in not of a local mind frame, but more of a national of what effective superintendents do across the country. And those have been researched and evidence-based standards. McCrail, which is the tool North Carolina, South Carolina, and several other states use, there's a training component embedded in this. So if there was a desire of the board to learn more about the evaluation process, McCrail provides that training and that opportunity. And then there were obviously some aspects of the Massachusetts secondary and elementary education tool that I also like. So I've highlighted these on the slides. I certainly won't go through all of them. You will see some similarities and some differences in each of these processes. But the discussion today is really centered around buckets. I was gonna bring some buckets today. We had a lot of internal laughter and conversation about this approach, but don't have buckets today. But really, I want to align you for discussion around these 4 categories. So as you think about what I've stated today, the tools that have been put in front of you, the process handouts that you've had an opportunity to share, I will be taking copious notes and listening to your feedback. What is essential for us to have? So what is the consensus of this board that must be present in the process and in the tool? What is strongly preferred? So maybe it's not essential and a non-negotiable, but you feel strongly that it's a best practice and we need to have it as a part of the process and the tool. What is your aspirational wish list? So what would bring value to the process? What would bring enrichment to the process? And then lastly, is there anything that we should not have? And then I will use this feedback to do another iteration of planning, reaching out to others across the country, other entities that do work around superintendent evaluation process, and to see if we can build a tool that we all can use, so that if you adopt a new timeline, we would have that new tool in place at that November launching point. So I've said a lot. I really want to open up the floor for your comments and feedback, particularly around these 4 buckets. Thank you.
Dr. Hoskins, Brown?
Thank you for the work done on this by you and the small group. And the small group, that was the executive committee?
Yes, ma'am.
So thank you for the work done on this. I have a question that I think is important to shaping how we view the timeline, and that is, I wrote it down so I can be clear. What is our belief about the immediacy of superintendent effectiveness? So more specifically, do we believe that an action, platform acquisition, or initiative begun August through January of a year truly affects data outcomes in the same academic year? And the reason I ask that is because the shift in the calendar, which I don't have a problem with at all, but the shift in the calendar says you believe same year academic data has been impacted by same year academic decisions. And the previous model uses a fiscal year deadline. Our fiscal year is July 30th, and it has used trailing data. That is your decisions manifested this year, and it's the previous year's data that's supposed to be populating the evaluation instrument, not the same year data. So if we're shifting to a same year data versus a previous year data, then we're making a statement about when we think actions take effect and really affect the outcomes of young people. In stuff like student discipline, what we've heard is that when we changed how we handled student discipline some years ago, we had this decrease in suspensions and all those things. Well, what we also found was that people were just not reporting. That's how you make those numbers go down. It wasn't proactive things happening that diminished discipline. It was the culture around principals feeling how they needed to report it. And it still persists in some places. So those data would show improvement where there's not improvement. It just looks like suppression. It really is suppression or oppression. So that's really my question is, what do we want to measure in the superintendent? Do we think that something that's happening in less than 12 months is affecting these cumulative learning outcomes in young people? And I have some doubts about that, but because we will never have a one-year superintendent, I will still be assessing on the basis of what I have observed and what I think has, occurred, over time that gets us to those data. But I'm interested in hearing what my colleagues have to say about what they think they're measuring when we're looking at KPIs in particular.
I hear you, and I would say
David?
there's two ways to look at that. the implementation, so and I don't know how this looks on an automated, but you would have to have, especially kind of linked to our return on investment kind of stuff now that goes back to the whole budget side of the house, is like, we have this whatever that we're going to pilot or use to try to move this needle. I would be wanting to review, and sometimes it's just now more of like a, how does this look like it's going on, because we don't maybe have all the data points, but one of the data points would be like that the super has led the district to find the problem, locate it as a problem, find what could be a solution, and the implementation on that solution might be year one, but it needs to be in like the bucket of this is where we found something, we're implementing something, and then year two, because we don't have 1 year superintendents, is when now we're gonna check the receipts because it's been implemented for a while. But that's gonna take some effort to keep up with. This is a program that we notice something, we actually think we should look at it, we should maybe move funding to it to move a needle. We can't expect that in 6 months or 12 months that it's just gonna make a massive windfall, but we should see some measure of improvement in year two. If not, year three, we as a board need to be looking at, that didn't work, let's get rid of the funding, and cut our losses and go back to the drawing board.
See, that's a descriptive outcome. Somebody's going to describe, this is how I perceive that the superintendent made some improvement. But when we look at our KPIs, it's, did you reach this level or not? Were all the buses on time or were they not?
Right.
You know, and so that's a yes/no quantitative
Yes.
thing. And whoever has to build the survey instrument, who is not me, has to build that role. That what are you measuring? Are you measuring, did you meet it or not? Which may not reflect, you may have met it because of something your predecessor, did. You may have met it because you had some, hotshot come in an area that made a big difference, and okay, well, you did great for recruitment or something, but it may not be attributable to what we're measuring. So, I would be fine with that, but somebody had, whatever our intent is on what we want to measure, it is only fair to the superintendent that the survey be built that way. It needs to be built to measure our intent. And so we need to make sure we communicate that intent.
Sean?
So the discussion balanced lots of competing issues, one of which is if it's not working out and we need a new superintendent, looking for a new superintendent in June or July would severely disadvantage us because the market for superintendents opens up in January, February, March. So that was one issue, and it was also fair to our current superintendent. If it wasn't working out, they'd have an opportunity to find other employment. Now, the flip side of that is you're captive. So that was a small issue. That wasn't the driver. The other discussion was we get data points back 12 months out of the year. So you're always going to have some current data, some trailing data. The thought was GMAS is a big part of how we get evaluated. Those get taken in May and we get results in July, August. And moving the process up for goal setting there provided more immediate, an opportunity for more immediate response and pivot on strategies, et cetera. But to your point, the thought was we're not coming into this assuming we'd have a 1 year superintendent. So we'd have some current year data, some trailing data that was cumulative over the course of multiple years.
Okay. Ms. Campbell, then Ms. Growski.
I agree with everything that's been said so far. I personally liked a hybrid model from the two that we saw, where you get some actual data that, takes sort of the emotion and feeling out of the evaluation, and then you also get some anecdote and self-reflection on what you see and what you can explain, and et cetera, like we had. Sean, Mr. Cashmore said pretty much what I wanted to say, which was, when I think of KPIs and what we're gonna be measuring, if they're on point with what our KPIs for the district are, we're putting those as well on the super, then we get, for instance, beginning of year, middle of year, end of year reading scores, right? So we could also use those as a standard by which, if that's something we're saying, okay, are we here yet? Did we meet the level that we need to evaluate? That would be something that we have access to. It may actually incentivize us to be mindful of them more regularly, which I would not hate. But what was my other thought? The other thing that I did want to cover was that if we end up doing something that we evaluate middle of the year, I would also recommend that we meet at a midpoint for us as well, so that we can sit down and maybe kind of talk about what we see without you feeling like you're blindsided. And since last year was the first year that I had ever done one, I was sort of learning and feeling it out. Now we're changing it, which is great because we'll all be on the same page. But I do like the idea, if it seems reasonable to those who have done it for a while, to meet midpoint with you. And maybe it not be as formal, but it be sort of what we'll be using. And we just say, here's where we see everything going. Let's talk about it. And that way you're not blindsided and we know what the expectation is. That makes sense.
Ms. Grabowski.
So I like the new schedule for a number of reasons. And under November, it does say that we're basing the evaluation on the previous year's accomplishments, which, to Mr. Patchmar's point, I think GMAS was the big missing piece before. But I think this also gives us a chance to look a little bit at current year. So, for example, if we have data from the previous year in GMAS scores where there's some red flag, that gives the superintendent time, a few months at the beginning of that year, to adjust for it. And then we have the opportunity to see what the superintendent has done. And if nothing's happening, it's like, that's a flag to us, like, okay, this is not, and then we have the opportunity to address that in the evaluation earlier than, if it didn't have that little bit of overlap. So I think the biggest thing is understanding, obviously, what criteria we are using from a data standpoint, and when those data points come out each year. So I think that's one thing for me. It's always really hard to track, and I'm sure it's in some spreadsheet somewhere. But if we had like a one-pager of this is when we get this, that would be super helpful just for me as a board member.
Dr. Brinkman.
And maybe I'm way off base. What data points, Dr. Watts, would you be comfortable, confident, I don't know what other C word, you used a bunch of C words in your opening, so I was sticking with the theme, that you could actually say, if I don't hit that, then I should, 'cause it can get very prescriptive to where we could all be sitting around a table going, this superintendent is seeing every red flag and is implementing things, is trying to make change, is making staffing decisions when they need to be made. But if we're saying these 3 data points are important, no doubt, but are linked directly to a certain score on an evaluation, we could be sitting in front and be like, well, everything they're doing is great, but they didn't meet any of these 3, and our evaluation says that means we have to get rid of them. And I know that's not how it works, but we would definitely have to have the conversation of these 3 numbers you didn't hit, and we have those in your evaluation, even though everything you're doing is trying to move the district to hit those 3 numbers. And we believe fully that you're actually doing everything to hit those numbers in your power. So that's where I get stuck on this, like,
So you're
the
talking about
concrete.
retaining young people based on their numbers, and you need to take that same approach to your superintendent. You can't be black and white with the littles and then say, oh, well, we're not really measuring that for the superintendent. And that's why I'm very emphatic about know what you want to measure it, and then lean into that. Because what we have now is we have an instrument that we don't think is adequate, and we depend on audit to revise it based on the parts that we say are inadequate, like the lack of linearity across the measures, like the older references to pandemic and other conditions or missing data conditions, like make the test what it needs to be, and then use it. We can't say that we're gonna have these really, really firm lines about attendance, about behavior, about retention, and then be like this ombre of gray when we're evaluating our chief executive officer. This is a C-suite position.
Agreed.
So we need to be very clear, and I think the superintendent has been very clear that she understands, that she understands that as well.
And I want that, that's why we're having this conversation. Right now, it's gray for me. I don't know who has the clicker, but to answer your question, Mr. Ringman.
Thank you.
One of
And-
the things that we have engaged in as a team, and there's a lot on this particular slide, but I'll invite you to look at your handout, is I thought it was important this year to look at the strategic plan and think about, what do I need to get accomplished this year? Right? And so here's kind of the frame that I used for evaluating that with the team. First, I asked the team for its input on what did they think was most important. We created one document that was literally a sheet of paper as long as this table at one point, when we printed it out. But then I went back and I looked through and I said, which of these things has the greatest reach? So, of all the things on the piece of paper, what are the things that I need to focus on this year that impact the greatest number of employees or kids? Because there are things that would just impact a few people, but there are other things that would impact every third grader across the district. So raising those up, and then what are the things on this sheet of paper that have direct alignment and impact to our current strategic plan KPIs? Because those have been adopted by the board, so they can't just be dismissed. And then what might be foundational, as you all know, to launching a new strategic plan? So that was the second filter I took things through. The third filter was this idea around capacity. So what do I currently feel like, not just myself, but in the team, that we have the time to do well, the expertise on the team to get accomplished, and the bandwidth to do in this school year? And then the last one is effort. So is the juice worth the squeeze, basically? If we focus on this thing, is the outcome going to get us, is it gonna move the district? So I refer to this as RICE, and that's kind of the criteria. To answer your question, Dr. Brinkman, that process still yielded quite a few things, as you can see, but then what I had Stacy Taylor do is go in and match this to current KPIs. So this document has been crosswalked with KPIs, which would elevate what KPIs do we feel like are the most important ones to focus on for the upcoming school year. I will be 100% transparent. We've got to do better work though around KPIs, because our KPIs often speak to what was a 2 or 3 year process. The evaluation is an annual process. So to your point, Dr. Hoskins Brown, it's the desire to be concrete, but then there's also like this ambiguity in what were you supposed to get accomplished in year 1 when a goal has actually been aspirationally set for year 5. So what I would like to do with the board, the second part of this conversation, is helping me kind of narrow the focus on what are the things you all think I should be doing. Because what I don't want to do is get to the end of the year and somebody say, well, I thought you were focused on this. Or get to the end of the year and somebody say, no, you're supposed to be focused on everything. And I've actually chosen an in-the-middle path. Again, this is not just important for me as the superintendent. I now have to cascade this work because I'm ultimately accountable, but the unfortunate thing about my job is that I'm not the doer of anything.
Right.
I'm dependent on everybody else to do. But if I can't communicate what I want them to do, then it's very difficult for me to then in turn evaluate them or my own performance. So today I was hoping that we would leave here with an opportunity to kind of narrow the focus around those topics. But Dr. Brinkman, that doesn't fully answer your question, but I hope you can understand kind of the idea around elevating the KPIs that are most important. And to you, Dr. Hoskins Brown, getting less gray and more black and white on what am I supposed to be doing this year to get us to our long-term gains. Gains is also a piece of this conversation.
Okay. Ms. Hall,
Okay.
Ms. Hall, and then Dr. Howard Hall.
Dr. Watts, something I like about your style is the immediacy of your attention to things that are staring us right in the face that need help in the immediate future. And the idea that we could embed in our process a way for us as board members to be able to register what is happening in the immediate future and evaluate that as we go. I don't need to wait till next June to see if problems that we see are imminent right now are dealt with and revised or whatever we need to do. So to the extent that this new calendar would help that, help us be clear. There's always going to be things that come up that we have no idea about. I had no idea that some of the problems that I'm facing, say, with kids at Johnson, were going to explode the way they have. So that can't wait until, you know,
That's now.
to be dealt with. So for that reason, I like the idea of changing the calendar because I think it will help us more in terms of meeting not only with the expected problems, but with those that come up that we were caught unawares.
When I hear you say that, it makes me align that with Board Member Campbell to have that mid-year check-in point would allow us to focus on a smaller segment of time, knowing that we are trying to get to the larger, but it shouldn't wait a whole year.
That's right.
We should have checkpoints along the way.
Dr. Howard Hall.
As I sit here and reflect on my first year as a school board member, year one, got sworn in January, and by April, superintendent evaluation. I only had 4 months to even sit in the seat. But one thing that was beneficial to me, and I know it was cumbersome and a lot of work, but there was a thick notebook that it was an artifact notebook. And I was able to look in that notebook to determine whether or not many of those goals were met. Because I wouldn't know whether or not the communication were with one-to-one communication with schools and with parents and with staff and all of that. But there was documentation within that notebook which the superintendent provided as artifacts, which was helpful for me. Because in many cases, we know that if we're measuring something, it's measurable. You can just look at the data and find out, okay, that goal was met. But what about the qualitative type things that's going on? We ask schools to all do a school improvement plan. And within that plan, they have to address the needs improvement. Find out the root cause of the problem. Why are we struggling? What's the problem? And then they go into parental involvement, the budget, and so forth. And those goals are measurable, and they're able to sit there and determine now what are our goals for this year? Are we going to improve in the area of reading the 4th grade by 2 points or whatever? So we need to have, I think that there should be goals set by the superintendent in your cabinet.
Each year.
Yeah, each year. What are the goals? Are you going to see growth in 3rd grade reading at least 2% or whatever, however you want to measure those different goals? Then you have something to measure when it's time to be evaluated. Did you meet those particular goals? Not saying that 100% of the 3rd graders are reading on grade level, but did we see growth? Did we see improvement within that grade level? So those, and again, I know I'm not asking you to have an artifact book, but many times a lot of these questions that are asked, how are we supposed to know if we don't see the documentation? How are we supposed to know that you met with your visits to the schools and the meetings that you have? We hear about them, but it's just good to have a reference that we can refer to ensure that those goals are being met.
Now, last year, I didn't put them in a notebook, but I linked them.
Right.
Is that?
Yeah, and that's fine too.
And if we do the electronic platform, there would be an opportunity to load them
Right.
into that process.
That'd be perfect, so we can have a reference to use.
Mr. Cashmar, then Dr. Howard, Dr. Hoskins Brown.
So, essential to have, 100%.
He's making noises.
Essential to have, I'm 100% supportive of your RICE approach. You need focus. Part of our discussion when we were talking about this process was, what are your goals for the year? And we as a board need training and commitment that once the board sets her goals, or the superintendent's goals, we don't evaluate on things that individually we might have wanted but didn't get, right? So, but we've sat in discussions where, well, or these 2 board members, or these 3 board members, we've been advocating for this, that didn't happen, so I'm disappointed. Well, was that ever set as a goal of the board? No. So part of the thought process was working through the district accountability plan and setting KPIs, but also setting goals at retreats. Beginning of the year, there was clear articulation of, here are the board and superintendent identified goals for the year that included KPIs from the district accountability plan. And we, as a board, are committed to not evaluating on things outside of what those agreed upon goals are. Second, our current evaluation system has long-term components, like we want to be above X in attendance, but then we we will say we're okay with 3% progress every year. And so there is that's in there already. We should continue to do that. In my mind, there needs to be essential for me is objective and subjective components to the evaluation. So objective must go to 15 community events a year. Okay, but then if the superintendent went to the 15 and sat in the back on her phone versus went to 3 and substantively engaged and entered into MOUs with these 2 organizations to accomplish goals for the district, what do I care about more? That you went to 15 and can check the box, or that you actually accomplished something that was related to a district goal? So there needs to the discussion earlier about it's not just a bright line, you check the box, you get a 5. It's what was the substantive accomplishment there, and there has to be a component where we can say, we see you, we're aligned with you on identifying the challenges and taking substantive steps to get there. So there has to be a subjective component to the evaluation process as well.
Okay, before, Dr. Hoskins Brown, before we go any further, one of the things I want to do during this board retreat, for those that are watching, those that are in the room, anytime we use these acronyms, let's define what they are. So we've been talking a lot about KPIs. So for those watching, KPIs are key performance indicators. And throughout this board retreat, anytime, please try to avoid using acronyms that only we understand, because we want our public to know everything that we're talking about. Dr. Hoskins Brown.
Thank you. I have a couple of comments. I want to go back to the recruitment calendar. This is not in order of importance. This is kind of in the order that my notes are written. The recruitment calendar is not important to me in doing the superintendent assessment, because I don't recall even prior to my joining the board where there was such an issue with a superintendent that we were left in a lurch at the beginning of a school year. I mean, even in cases where we knew we were moving to that we were transitioning away from one superintendent to another, we have historically chosen folks of sufficient character that they stayed for 6 to 9 to 12 months to get us out of the fiscal year. So I don't anticipate a scenario where we would be doing a review in July and all of a sudden, oh Lord, we got no superintendent and we've got to do something in July. I'm not opposed to the calendar, but that particular problem as recruitment calendar, to me, is not a driver, is not an issue. I want to point out some historical knowledge that we don't seem to have, and that is that KPIs in the past have been multi-year, and their values have been driven by incremental states of improvement, like over a 3 to 5 year term. So data and accountability can pull up their documents on how they chose KPIs, because we've had board members who've been really ardent about this number needs to be higher. Well, like, you can't make that number in 1 year. We're going to make that number, and Mr. Feliciano would explain, we're going to make that number in 3 years. So we've divided that increment. So I think we can recapture that knowledge and understand how those were set, and know that maybe that was a good way to set it for some, not for others, but KPIs are not 1 year numbers. They are a 1 year snapshot into a continuum of progress that we've set. The key considerations here for RICE, I'm looking at the 4 areas and seeing if they accommodate all the things that are priorities for me. The priority for me is fiscal stability, no shortfalls, no surprises, well-developed plans or a process to review them. I don't want to have to borrow some money when we didn't plan to borrow some money. I don't want to see that there's some major financial challenge that we haven't accommodated in our budget process, in our finance committee. We have a large budget, and we have responsible individuals. That's a priority. Academic advancement, as we have embodied in literacy and early learning, in using the right platform for the right student, all of those to me fall in academic advancement, and they fall very heavily here with reach and impact. One thing I'm not sure where I put here, but is very important to me, is executive leadership and human capital management.
It's on. So that's a cross-cutting. So if you look at the yellow across the bottom captures things that kind of embody or encase all of the work. So a part of that would be climate and culture, talent development, which is what you're speaking of, communication and engagement, and then the launching of a new strategic plan, because much of that work has to be done this year in order to have a plan next year.
So what's not there that falls under human capital management for me from the superintendent is who is contributing, where is development needed? This is at the higher levels and in the classrooms and in leadership. Where is succession planning evident? When do we need to consider invitations for people to exit? I'm seeing, this is not a very good analogy, but you talk about, you can't do it all, and you can't. So you need a very, very strong team that can support, lift, amplify your impact. I remember, this is not a good analogy, but it was my experience when I was a cheerleader. I was a flyer for a long time, and then I put on weight, and then guess what? I became a base.
I was always a base.
I was a base.
Never was considered to be a flyer.
And so with flyers, you can tell, if you're a flyer, and I also became a base because I kept getting dropped, and you get dropped enough, you tell bases, hey, y'all need to be in the weight room, like y'all need to work out. So I'm seeing your team, you're one of the flyers, and executive, your cabinet is your base. They need to be lifting weights. They need to be working out, so that RICE really isn't necessary. RICE makes me concerned because what it says to me is we're trying to right-size the job to current capacity. And what I see in that is not what the chair said when we opened, which was, let's dream big. So you told me, come in, dream big. You gave me bacon, you gave me, fruit, and said, all right, I'm gonna dream big. And then you give me a slide that says, let's think in this capacity. Yeah. So, your bases, I think, need to work out some more. If they're not, maybe you're misperceiving capacity. Maybe, I don't know, because I'm not in that role, but that I don't love. I don't like something that is shrinking the role of such an important community position. I'd rather see what needs to happen so that you feel fully capable, and we don't have to shrink so much of this because it's falling along many able shoulders. And the other thing, I know it's built into what you do, we get multiple text messages a day, disaster recovery. And our disasters are human, our disasters are environmental, our disasters are technological, and they're logistic. There are ACs that don't work. There are people who become injured or harmed. There are mortal losses. Like, not the disaster management, because I think sometimes
Prevention.
leadership gets into managing it, and that's like, you know, fixing the photocopier. Why are you fixing the photocopier? But it's disaster recovery. How do we recover from this major thing that's highly disruptive? And that's why I say to you, I don't need 3 text messages that say what's happening. I do want to know something's happening, you're on it, and if I can help you, let me know. But I don't need the briefs, because it makes me feel like when I'm getting briefed, there's something else that's not being seen, that's not being done. And I get concerned about that. So for me, disaster recovery is the top person, the CEO, making sure that the district is in position to recover from whatever this serious impasse is, not necessarily reporting or managing
That we're in the midst
the
of.
recovery. And so again, I think the bases should be working out, should be doing that. So I'm amenable to a revision of the process. I'm really vocal on this because as a person who works with data, I'm thinking, you know, are we measuring what we want to measure? Are we assessing what we want to assess? Or are we going to be back in another process where we have a sort of okay document that we're sort of okay with using to evaluate? But those are my values that I'm going to try and overlay on any structure that the board is considering. Those are the things that I want to know are happening
Yep.
across the district.
That was very helpful.
Hang on. Did you have something? Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Grabowski, I'm sorry.
I just want to thank
You're right
Dr.
here,
Hoskins
just to
Brown.
make
I think
sure.
what you just articulated is
Was clear.
very clear and really helpful. And I really like what you said about the rice. It's like, I see the need for the rice, but also like, let's do what we need to do to be able to do all the things we want to do.
As long as it's not quinoa. Okay.
I do think, going back to the idea of setting the annual goals, like, to me, I see the annual goals embedded in the steps to get to the multi-year KPIs. So for me, having those annual goals each year as the basis for your evaluation is a very clear way to show that we are still aligned with our strategic plan, but it breaks it into annual chunks that we can more easily evaluate. And I also think there's some things that we are never going to stop doing. We are never going to stop striving for improving academic achievement. You know, that's something we're always going to do. But there are other things that we can do that have a more finite time frame of, we're going to do whatever by, like, and I think we need some of that. I think we have so many lofty aspirational goals that we need to have, but we also need to make sure that we have opportunities for wins along the way. And some of those can be embedded. So for academic achievement, we implement, whatever criteria or whatever new curriculum or training or whatever else. So we should be able to see some progress within a year that helps to get us to, so that
The bigger
things are embedded within that bigger strategic
That
plan that show that we are making progress towards that more lofty goal.
So the
I'm not
goal-
nearly as articulate as Dr.
No,
Hoskins Brown.
that was perfect, and it did reinforce a lot of things that Dr. Hoskins Brown. So can I get consensus from everyone that smaller annual goals should be established and agreed upon and signed off on? Not just the KPIs in general, but a smaller annual goal should be, no?
Sorry. Well, no, I mean, I'm just the minority in that. I'm the one who said I didn't want an additional checklist for you to, an additional report. That's one other thing to create, one other thing to assess. So I just don't want to create another measure, another tool that we got to meet and talk about. I think that we ought to be able to build that into our existing processes. So to me, it's just about efficiency and saving time. It's not that I disagree with what might be others' need or desire to have that conversation. I just think that's one more set of conversations
So you don't, so what I hear you saying is that you don't want a goal-setting conference to have the discussion. You think that those incremental, because you said a one-year snapshot. That was one of the things that you
Yeah,
said.
you-
So
you
when
would
is that one-year snapshot discussed or agreed upon? Or you're saying we don't need the discussion?
I was saying, when you talked about KPIs, you described it as a one-year number for the KPI, and it didn't reflect multi-year
Greater.
progress.
Okay.
So I was not asking for a snapshot. I was saying that that's what that one number
Is.
represented. I do think I did like having a February pre-evaluation. I do think a feedback opportunity for the superintendent is important. What I don't want is to build a whole tent and a circus and horses
all
and
the
everything
other
all
things.
around it. Like, I don't want to build more structure.
I got it.
But I want something that will give the superintendent the feedback that is needed to move forward. I do think that it is unfair for a superintendent to go into evaluation process after 10 months and not know what they're facing. I just don't want to build a whole
I got
bunch of
it.
stuff around
That
it.
makes sense.
And it maybe, and I see both sides of it. I think of it kind of in terms of a work plan. Like, if you have a strategic plan, the way you get there is by creating an annual work plan.
That's
So what
this
is your annual work plan to be able to get to that point?
It's the
And-
DAS, right? It's
That is
supposed to
this.
be.
This to me is my annual work plan.
So we're creating new things instead of using what we have. And so why do we have accountability if we're going to keep creating other things and not use
Because the accountability for me is a number. This is an action
Those are the act-
or a task. This is the work that has to be done, not the measurement of the work. Like, I need to know how to operationalize the work to get to the accountability piece. So when I look at this, it's very clear for me to say, with this team, I need to make sure that we do these things by the end of the year. And the big bet is, if I do these things, it will get to the number on the accountability.
I think it
thing.
all needs to be an accountability. I think, not because I want to own it, because that's not it, but because when we're in accountability meeting, we need to be able to see the connectivity of all actions. It needs to all make sense. We need to be completely literate of this and the measures.
Okay.
And so if that's a mechanism we can use, that would be great. Otherwise, accountability used to meet monthly. Now it meets it was 6 months. Now we've got to 4 months. It's becoming irrelevant when it's the center of what we're talking about in terms of what we produce. The widget that we make is learned young people, but the committee that we're shrinking is the one where we reflect on it and hold ourselves accountable on how we do it. So I think that this ought to be part of the literacy of the accountability committee if we're going to be able to assess the KPIs and really be conversant. Otherwise, why are we meeting?
Okay, so, we're running behind. I'm gonna, who's the guy in Living Color who would always,
Fire Marshal Bill?
no, the guy who would always impersonate the president's, what the president really was saying? Yeah.
That's not a living code.
Again,
That's an anger translator.
for those who are listening online, please tell us what DAS is, DAS is. What does DAS stand for?
Oh, I think I said district accountability system.
System, okay. Everyone got that? District
Accountability.
accountability system. I'm confused sometimes. Ms. Hall?
Okay, well, one thing I want us to really promote the idea of us having a mini training for ourselves.
That was going to be a question I was going to ask Ms. Sadiger. If we would the, what's this called?
So one of them is McCrail, and they
Yeah,
do
okay,
embed
okay.
training in their process.
Would the McCrell Board Evaluation training qualify for GSBA?
My gut says probably not.
But what we ask, Will we ask?
Well, we will ask, but well,
It should.
so Dr. Watts and I had this conversation last
Yes,
night,
okay.
actually.
We actually
The
talked
challenge is it's North Carolina, so it's
Well,
another state.
Actually, this tool is from North Carolina, but McCrail is international.
So there's your angle, obviously. We focused on,
Yeah.
clearly it says North Carolina on the document, so.
Yes.
But superintendent evaluation is consistently seen in the menu of things that are offered from providers who are on the state list. We are certainly happy and able to engage them and raise up the McCrell template as a basis for training.
That would be good,
All right.
Yeah.
okay?
That wouldn't mean
Um,
that's the only piece of this that we're using though, right, for the evaluation?
No, no.
The other thing, back to my thoughts about the immediacy of change as needed as the superintendent's year goes along. The other day at the Teachers Senate, it was brought to our attention by our top media specialists, and I say that because they were there representing as Teachers of the Year and all, that we never thought to include them in our whole literacy framework.
Right.
And that really hit me. I said, how in the world did that happen? So that would be something, Dr. Watts, that I think we could immediately try.
So I actually
To
followed
address.
up on that immediately.
Okay.
The very
All
next
right.
day, reached out to Samantha King, who leads that group of employees. And at the beginning of the year, my understanding, and Ms. Taylor was with me during this conversation, is that she did share with them all the ways in which their roles contribute to our North Star. And those discussions and strategies and resources have been given to them. The gap is that it's not explicitly stated in the plan. But I think, Ms. Hall, you made a eloquent point that day that we won't be able to capture every single thing in a plan, or the plan will be as long as forever. I want people at the school, and this is not to diminish the role of our literacy or our library media technology specialists, but I want people at the school to feel empowered
That's
to
right.
see what the plan is and to figure out what their contribution is. And yes, everybody wants their role or their title put in a plan, and we've already talked about how we're gonna make that adjustment. It will be made, you'll see it tomorrow. But I don't want somebody's lack of a title to be a reason why they don't feel like they're a part of it. We're all a part of it. Every single one of us are a part of it. So the adjustment will be made. That has already been operationalized by Samantha King. We just need to put it in writing, I guess, to satisfy that request.
Okay, and Cherie Goldman is part of
Yes, she will
getting
be presenting
all of
tomorrow.
that. Oh,
But
okay.
Samantha King is over the library technology
Yeah.
media specialist, so she provides day-to-day leadership and guidance. And she had already shared with that group of employees, here are the things that you can do to contribute to the literacy plan.
Okay.
Their names were not spelled out in the plan, but the role in which they play had been shared and given.
And what I'm hoping is that those media specialists will help us to operationalize
Sure.
everything that we're
And I
trying
want
to
them
do
to be
down at
empowered
the
without
grassroots.
necessarily feeling like they have to be explicitly told.
That's right.
I can't explicitly tell everybody what
That's
to do
right.
every day.
Yeah.
I don't have the bandwidth
Yeah.
to do that.
Well, I think they know now that their value is.
Absolutely,
Noted.
absolutely.
So, okay, thank you.
I think I have what I need to, that
Okay,
passes.
okay. Dr. Watts says that she has what she needs to move forward. The only other question I have about this, and we'll move on, is, and I'm hoping that we are unanimous on this, switching to the Munis system. Does
Yes,
it-
yeah, for real.
Yeah, okay, all right, good.
Please. I don't know
Senator.
why we-
Thank you, sir. Yes, we have done some work on that. The team and I just met actually last week to talk a little further about pushing that ball down the road. And one of our test modules is the complexity of that framework in allowing multiple users to evaluate one individual. And I believe there's been progress to overcome that. We're also excited about it being a place to house artifacts and information that the board agrees upon for review in the evaluation process. So we're moving down that road to transition to Munis for your superintendent evaluation process. We did have the agenda on the screen earlier. We're a little bit over right now, subject to the board's purview, a 10-minute break, and then operations.
Okay.
Very good.
Thank you.
10-minute break. Break time.
Call to order.
Awesome. All right. Well, good morning. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak with you today. So we are going to be discussing how we can maximize efficiency and effectiveness in capital projects, maintenance, and operations of facilities. So let's start with our why. Dr. Watts asked that we ground everything in the student academic success. And so as we spoke about eSPLOST, or Education Special Purpose Local Option Sales Tax previously, we highlighted that the impact the facility has on a student academic success. We also highlighted previously that students can place value on themselves based on the building that they're in. So new buildings matter, but also the condition of the facility matters. So when I had the opportunity to walk our school at the start of 2025, I found that despite the dedication and hard work of our capital projects and maintenance teams, there were some clear opportunities to enhance efficiency, consistency, and collaboration. So I have some visual representation of what I saw.
And this is at the beginning of the school year?
This was at the beginning of the school year. So this was just before school started. So it is heartbreaking to think that this was acceptable. So for me, I decided we needed to have a mind shift change or a culture change to say this is not okay. No baby should be in the school that has these types of repairs. So a few things elevated. Our facility resources are stretched very thin. We have some quality standards that vary and are inconsistent across the district. And then we had some notable gaps and lack of coordination between our capital projects and our maintenance teams. So I pulled the teams together, all of my teams, to do a debrief session to say what went right, what did not go right, and what do you want to change as a team. So the teams brought forth some different ideas. So things that went well, we have a strong commitment of staff. We have a lot of creative problem solving. What didn't go right? We have siloed functions, unclear ownership, and reactionary response. And some areas that they suggested needed change included stronger school-level support for facilities, unified and consistent leadership, increased capacity to meet our demands, and improved facility supervision, ownership, and oversight. And you can see on the right-hand side, these were some examples of what the team wrote out is what they wanted to see change. So in moving forward of our pillars or our guiding principles of what should the new structure have, we should have a unified leadership. One leader for both maintenance and capital projects. We should have school-centered, site-based coordinators as our first line of oversight. We should have portfolio managers that bridge capital projects and maintenance. We should have an outsourced firm, project management firm that supports large projects and works to remove the on-site contracted team. And then transparency. We currently have two systems working in parallel. SchoolLead is our system that we use for our maintenance tickets, and eBuilder is our system that we use for our project management software. So the suggested path forward now adds an assistant chief position. It eliminates the executive director of maintenance and the executive director of capital projects and facilities, and it converts them to be executive director of capital projects and maintenance. And you'll notice there are two. One is for elementary, and K-8 and admin sites, and then one is for middle school, high school, and athletic complexes. Additionally, we're creating a position that is a senior director of technology, strategy, and innovation for capital projects and maintenance. We have a lot of wonderful technology pieces that we have utilized in capital projects, but unfortunately, the maintenance teams haven't always benefited from that. So this person would allow us to be very innovative and to utilize technology where possible. It also converts our previously known as head custodians into facility coordinators. And they would be divided based on their section. So we would have elementary facility coordinators, K-8 admin, and some floaters, high school, middle school athletic complex, and some floaters. The change here is that these facility coordinators would go through some training of how to handle the introductory maintenance. So when an HVAC is not working in a classroom, they would be directed to go use a temperature thermal air gun to check the temperature. And they would be able to say, this is working, this is not working. We wouldn't have to send out an HVAC technician to go assess, right? They would be able to use a pressure washer, and we will train everybody on how to do this. Certain minor level maintenance items, they would be able to accomplish. We would teach them how to use a screwdriver, we would teach them how to use a hammer, assuming that they don't know. Some people know, some people don't, but we would go through that comprehensive training. We would also have a position that would report to me that is kind of our project director for operations and our quality assurance. So unfortunately, I can't be in the buildings every day, although I'd love to be. This person is going to walk the buildings every week. And they're going to be the eyes and the ears for me so that we can work together as a team on what we need to address.
I have a question, two questions. The renamed head custodian to facilities coordinator with these new technical duties, is there a difference in their pay?
Yes, so HR is still assessing exactly what that would be, but there would be an likely increase in the pay.
And is it typical that an assistant chief would be the person that would walk facilities? It seems like that would not need to be a senior management position. That could be just a liaison position. Like, when I see assistant chief, I see like $3 signs if it's like a restaurant. Like, I'm seeing more dollar signs than if it is this person is the field supervisor. Assistant chief versus field supervisor means something different to me monetarily. So why does that person need to be, why do we need to have that kind of direct report as you described?
So, and I apologize if I was confused, I don't think I have a pointer. So the person that I anticipate will be walking the buildings on a weekly basis is the operation project director and quality assurance of facilities. Where's that person?
Okay. So that's Ms. Huntley, operations
Yes,
project.
yes. I don't know.
Okay.
You should have one.
Thank you, Lee. Okay, thank you. All right, so that's Ms. Huntley, got it. Okay, so then the next slide, you're telling me what the assistant chief does.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Now I've messed up the pointer, sorry. Okay,
Here we
so
go.
here we go. Our assistant chief is the single point of leadership for capital projects and maintenance. While I don't anticipate that they will be walking or in our buildings every day, I do empower my teams to be in the buildings because they need to oversee the projects. They need to make sure that things are moving in a positive direction. As a leader, it's important to get out and to make sure what we set as a strategy is what's moving forward. The outsourced project management firm will deliver the majority of our education special purpose local option sales tax or eSPLOS capital projects, and it will be integrated with transparent dashboards. The portfolio managers, which were formerly known as project managers, will oversee the facility coordinators. So this transitions the head custodians, who right now report to a principal, over to the operations team so that we have direct oversight of them. Our principals are wonderful, but they have a lot to oversee. Attendance, discipline, students, teachers, they don't have the opportunity to see the buildings the way that we can see the buildings. So the portfolio manager would supervise the facility coordinators across their assigned schools. They would be the liaison with the outsourced project management firm for large projects. So I'm gonna be the K-8 portfolio manager. I'm gonna learn all about K-8s. So I know when I'm rebuilding the K-8, what should go in it and what should not. Should the windows open in the bathroom? Not for a K-8. Should the windows open in a bathroom? Probably not for a high school, not for an elementary school, but maybe for an admin site, right? But if I'm a dedicated K-8 person, it's going to mirror the academic model, where we have Dr. Brown and we have Ms. Hurst, who know everything in and out about K-8s. They're going to be connected at the hip with Ms. Hurst, so we understand as we rebuild those facilities, build new facilities, or just the day-to-day, what is expected in those sites. So for they will serve as a liaison. They're going to serve as, on every project management meeting, they will be there to represent the school. So if the principal cannot attend, it is okay, because that project manager, portfolio manager knows inside and out what should be. They will coordinate small-scale projects. So if we have a tile that is broken, they can oversee the vendor replacing the tile. That's, one simple little tile is broken. If we're gonna replace the entire flooring, then we may call in the outsourced project management team to help. They will escalate needs to maintenance. So if they go in and they're working with their facility coordinator, which is the formal head custodian, identify that there is an HVAC issue. Something's going on. We've got a few rooms that aren't working. They will call the maintenance team. The portfolio manager will call the maintenance team. Then your facility coordinator is going to be the one that enters the ticket in school due, and they're going to be that first level of maintenance defense and oversight. So this allows for standardization of what is expected in the buildings. So some benefits to the district include strengthening our site level accountability. So we want to make sure that everybody understands what is expected and what is okay. And those first few pictures that I showed are not okay. We want to improve our work, yes, Dr. Howard.
Yes, I just have a little historical information I'd like to share. I remember there used to be a director of operations and a director of custodial services. The director of operations passed away, and those jobs were consolidated to the director of custodial services, which are now doing both particular jobs. I don't see that that particular job up there for director of custodial services in the chart.
Yes, so we still have it. I have a larger org chart. I say it's larger, it's not very large in print, but that can show.
So I guess my question is that a workload for the director of custodial services, being that those jobs were consolidated?
So I would have to go back and figure out what historically went to operations and what goes now. We do have a director of custodial operations and all those levels, as well as we have, I don't have a magnifying glass to read.
But mostly the custodians report to the principals now.
Mostly the custodians report to the principals. So
But you have a job, though, you said, of director of custodial services.
Tell her what that person does.
we do, so we have an individual that is responsible for that. The challenge is, she can go in, Mr. Sherman can go in and set the standard. But if she's not the boss, then at the end of the day, the custodian might be proctoring a test. They might be running bus duty. They might be doing other things that are not what the custodial director asks that they do, because they report to the principal. So the director of custodial services is out and regularly in the buildings, walking them, helping make sure all the custodians have consistent training and understanding expectations, but it's hard to be accountable when they don't report to that person.
Thank you. I have two questions. One, what you showed on roles and responsibilities with the assistant chief, the project management firm, portfolio managers and facilities coordinators here. Yeah, that one, yeah. So does the assignment of these duties as they're listed significantly take anything off the plate of principals. Like,
Yes.
does- it does?
Absolutely.
Okay, just so that frees up their time to do that. Okay, great, that's awesome. So that means I have 3 questions. The school dude, so the school dude work list, it goes from the facility coordinator up to the principal.
Currently, it goes from like maybe a secretary at the site to the principal and then up. Now we're taking the principal out of it.
So-
It's gonna be the facility coordinator, portfolio manager.
So that means the only person on site that can initiate a work request is gonna be the facility coordinator, and it could be something that the principal would not approve?
So the portfolio manager would have to work hand in hand with the principals.
So at some point, the portfolio manager, so this work request is gonna go up through the system, portfolio manager is gonna get it, and how do they know that there's not a solution or something that the principal is aware of? That, you know, how does that cross-referencing happen so that the principal is made aware and part of the decision-making?
So part of it's gonna be the initial training, right? So we have a lot of teachers that put in, or they make a request, they go up and the principal decides, is this gonna be a work order or not? I want my room painted bright pink. Principal's like, nope, but we also have to go in and say, okay, what's the standards that we're going to set for a work order? We have a policy that defines that. What level of coordination do the principals want to be involved in? And what level can we just set some general standards? So if you have an air conditioning problem, we can somehow alert the principal that, hey, a ticket was put in for this, but they don't have to approve it, right? That's something we can take off their plate. If it's gonna be a change, like we're gonna do a renovation or do just a small renovation, we're gonna go update the media center or the learning commons, they would be involved in that.
So have principals been talked to about this?
No, we have
Because
not.
I just don't, if they like it, I love it. But it seems like a significant, it's one thing to not make them the initiator of the work order. It's another thing to pull them out of the approval process. I would expect that there would be a box that they gotta click and say, yes, I approve this, or, you know, yes, I support this, or no, I don't support this. But to completely move them out of the work list for a building sounds,
Before you ask your other
Strange.
2 questions, can I,
oh, is it budget neutral? Okay, now,
well, that's nice too.
okay.
On the school, it sounds like everybody has access to this school dude, like a teacher or a paraprofessional
No.
could?
They do not have access. It is- it-
That's why you all a lot of times will get inquiries from
Yeah,
teachers.
so
because-
so I'm just thinking about how I put in an operations ticket at my state-run school. And I did one literally yesterday because my students came up to me and the 2 toilets in an area, one of them was leaking out the back, and I was like, here's how you turn off a toilet, we're gonna learn how to be an adult. So we learned how to turn off the water, and they're like, the one next door, when you flush it, this one tile, if you step on it, water's coming up. I'm like, well, that's not good either. This is how you turn off the one we learned in that other one, right? We're gonna turn, and I went immediately, and I'm able to put in a ticket, but I have drop-down boxes that say, this is, it needs immediate action, operations, where I would hope, maybe we don't want all staff to do that, but that gets it out of the school to the right people if whoever's putting it in says this is immediate action versus I want my room painted pink, non-immediate action, principal or whoever. I don't know what that system looks like. It's probably bigger than what school dude, you know, we could, school dudes at an S. But I see where you're going.
Yeah.
I like the ability when I find a problem to be able to put in, you know, we've got doors that are unlocked all the time. I'm like, well, that's high on the lot. So I don't know how that looks, but I definitely echo taking away all oversight. But is there a way that we have a system in the background that funnels it the right way so that principals don't have to deal with everything? Because if there's water leaking from the ceiling, whoever's doing it doesn't need to go to the principal. They can just boom right away.
But they may need to be aware because maybe somebody's writing a grant to do a particular thing. Maybe there's something else happening that's gonna affect that activity that the facility coordinator doesn't know about, but because the principal is the first line of contact for everything else at that school, they may know something that school council is doing. They may know something that a business partner is doing. There may be some other intelligence around the action that they need to weigh in, that if they were at least, if there was an acknowledgement in the work order, they could raise a flag and say, I have something to contribute to this. But to pull it completely out of the building seems like it may, I love it being decentralized. I love elevating the ability of the facility coordinators, because they already have a lot of responsibility, that they're given a lot of responsibility because they're needed. But I think that there's a need to have the principal have at least one touch.
So I definitely appreciate your feedback. We will work through Dr. Barnes and his team to poll the principals and find out, do they want it, do they not? I will tell you, School Dude has the ability to do urgency, emergency, kind of prioritize. The challenge is when you allow everybody to enter a ticket, then
You got a lot of tickets.
you got a lot of tickets, and some of them are not validated.
So they're not
Yeah.
multiple approvers?
So I believe there can be multiple approvers. What I'm speaking of is like if we allow every teacher to enter a ticket, that's where you get tickets for everything.
Oh, no, I don't think we're advocating for that. I think we're cool with the one person entering the ticket. It's just a ticket leaving the building without the principal knowing.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm an advocate for more people adding a ticket, because if I'm the first person that walks in and there's water flowing out the ceiling,
Well, and let me be clear, if there's
I
an
wanna put a ticket in.
emergency, that's a phone call. We don't ask if the building's on fire, if the roof's leaking, if there's, HVAC.
well, I'm glad y'all will take a telephone call, because
Yeah.
I'm not allowed to call. I will call and they'll be like, did you put in a ticket? I'm like, there is gallons of water coming,
Yeah.
did you put in a ticket?
No, we actually prefer the telephone call. We are gonna follow back up and make sure a ticket gets entered after, but the telephone allows us to move quickly. Yes, Dr. Hall.
Yes, I noticed that the assistant chief position is a vacancy. How many new positions are there with this new org chart?
That is the creation of a new position. The facility coordinator is merging a prior position, elevating it slightly, the head custodian. The portfolio manager is merging a prior position, project managers in capital projects.
So that is the only new
That's
position.
truly the
Assistant
only new
chief.
position on this.
But
Everything
there
else
would
is a
be
modified version
There
of
would be a
something
new
that already
cost with the
exists.
outsourced project manager.
There would be a new
That unfortunately, because we're just now deciding that we need that, was not baked into East Plus 5.
We did put $20 million for 5 years into East Plus.
We
It
were
was,
thinking
okay,
about
good,
this
good, yay,
for a while.
yay, okay.
Wait, I've got people on this side. that-
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, Ms. Grabowski, Ms. Campbell, Mr. Smith.
So, love the work. Congratulations. I think this is long overdue, and excited about merging capital and maintenance together, about more empowering our head custodians, because I've heard the whole thing about the pressure washers, like that they have them, but they have no idea how to use them, which is, so, congratulations, and I fully support the direction in which you're heading. And I don't want to get too much into the weeds, but do we need both School Dude and eBuilder?
So that is something that our new, well, I'm going the wrong way. The new Senior Director of Technology, Strategy, and Innovation would be determining. So
Okay.
she would be looking to say, do we need both? Because eBuilder does have the ability
I was like,
to.
eBuilder can do
It
everything
can
that they
do,
were just talking about.
we believe eBuilder can, but I want the team to bring forth that review and proposal.
Okay.
But it is something that I know they are going to be exploring.
It just seems that there would be a lot of benefit to one system
Yes.
for lots of different reasons.
Yes.
And eBuilder can do everything that they were just talking about wanting to have it do.
We agree.
Okay, and then the other question, did you look at all at, and I know this was something that I'd heard Mr. Catchmore mention that another district does, and I see the value of the, the school level, but did you look any at geographies of having, like, somebody handle all the schools on the islands and the central, like, just for efficiency's sake?
We did initially look at that model to say, how can we geographically base it off of? The the reason that we shifted is we felt that the academic model, where they have individuals who know their areas inside and out, would allow for our teams to better collaborate on the projects with the school leaders because they learn those pieces. And honestly, when I had the opportunity to walk through one of our swing sites this summer, that was very much elevated. And the example of windows that open
Yeah.
was an actual example. We had windows that opened
Yeah.
for a K-8. So, and the school site staff were just sitting there saying, woo, like,
Yeah.
what an opportunity to have our facility team better know what should go in a school of this level.
Okay, and then the assistant chief, is it fair to think of that because right now, you as a COO, you're over facilities, you're over transportation, you're over school like, you have lots of things, so this would allow, so this person would be hyper-focused on buildings, you would obviously still have the supervising, but it would also allow you to be able to be more engaged in those other areas that fall under your responsibility. Is that
Yes,
accurate?
ma'am, that is absolutely accurate. They would not be responsible for transportation or school nutrition.
Right.
Those would continue to report directly to me, but this person would be hyper-focused, as you mentioned, on the facility management.
Okay, great.
And is it true to say that this person also helps usher in the third-party project management team?
Right.
Because that's one of the lessons learned from the last time that this was attempted, is that it became very disconnected.
Right.
So someone's got to serve as the check and balance.
Absolutely. And I'm glad you mentioned, because that was my other question. I love the transparent dashboards that are up here. Can I assume that means it would be publicly transparent where we are? Like, what is the level of
So
transparency?
I would love
on
for
that?
it to be available on an intranet, if
Okay.
that was possible. I'll have to work with IT and see what we can do, but I would love for us to be as transparent as possible to say, these are our work orders, this is what we're addressing, not releasing information we shouldn't be releasing, but very clear. Right now, to follow up on your ticket, you have to log into School Dude, figure out where it
Yeah,
is, like, it's
right.
a complicated process.
Okay. Well, as we look at that outsourced project management firm, I think the dashboard and the way in which they're sharing information for the board and for the public is a really important criteria that we need to evaluate.
Absolutely, to give project updates and other relevant information.
Okay, Ms. Campbell?
Can we go back to the, yes, thank you, because it's hard to see on this.
Sorry.
No. Okay, so the third-party vendor, we don't have that decided yet, is that correct? And that's,
We do not have that decided yet, so that would be one of the pieces that I would be asking for board support on, is to do an RFP.
okay. And then, okay, so two
I'm sorry,
broader,
request for proposal.
yes.
Thank you.
Nice job.
Thank you very much.
So I have two questions, and you can answer them however you like. I don't know that it's quite as clear the first one. So when I think of West Chatham, it's going to be a K through 12, right? Which is a little different than kind of.
There will be a K-8 and then a high school.
Okay, so it would be divided then between, let's say, Mr. Jones and Mr. Carney. They wouldn't be one person for the site.
That is correct. There
Okay.
would be somebody who would be the K-8 individual, somebody who would be the high school and the athletic complex individual. So they would
I
have two different individuals to really take the portfolio management role, and then those would roll up to Mr. Carney and Mr. Jones.
Okay. And then who were you saying, I'm sorry, is going to be the third-party vendor? Who is going to be the check and balance for the?
That will be the assistant chief, will be the check and balance. So both
Okay.
Mr. Carney and Mr. Jones will be heavily involved on a regular basis with the third party as well as the portfolio managers. But this assistant chief allows us to continue to have that accountability and the oversight for this project management firm to make sure that they're doing exactly our direction and completing things as we would like.
Love that. Okay, so the other question that I had is, knowing that the city of Savannah just went more, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but to a CMR type model with an owner's rep, and it just sort of helped shift the risk, I guess would be a good way to say it. And so we're not getting, overly, how do I say this nicely? We don't have timeframes that extend on longer than maybe we expect, or costs that goes up excessively. Is that something that we've looked into? Is that what the expectation is going to be going forward? Do we have any idea?
So the construction management at risk, or is a procurement tool that
Oh, I'm
can-
sorry, I didn't clarify CMR.
can be
you.
utilized through procurement at times. And we have to leverage, is that the best tool? Because there's lots of pieces that go into that, the cost, the timeline, other things. But I do think that's something, as we work through the third-party vendor, we can evaluate and say, should that tool be utilized?
Okay, perfect. And we don't know yet, since West Chatham's so big and it's my district, that's something I was concerned about as well. So we don't know yet which model we're using, or has an RFP.
So you will see in the October board meeting, the RFP for design, but that's just the design professional. And when we utilize the design professional, we were going for the entire complex for the design professional. So
Okay.
when we figure out where do we want to put the new KA, where do we want to put the high school, the athletic complex, they are collectively working. But, and none of those funds would be spent until East Boston Education Special Purpose Local Option Sales Tax funds.
Thank you.
I'm fine.
That was very
Thank you.
impressive. Okay, thank you for indulging. I appreciate
That
that.
was good.
Okay, Mr. Smith?
Thank you tremendously for your presentation so far. I have a couple of questions I would like to ask. I would like to go backwards to the first slide where we opened up with the pictures of the start of 2025-2026 school year. You've leaned into this and you've stressed it, and I thank you for that, how that is unacceptable. My question to you is several-fold. One question would be this: would you say that this was an overlook of our employees, or would you say that it was a situation where no one was assigned or empowered to correct these issues? Does that make sense?
It does, yes, sir. So I would say that for some instances here, this was acceptable. Because some of these schools might be getting ready to go through a renovation. They were on the list for the next version of East Floss. And so they said, it's okay. We're gonna fix that in 5 years. But it's not okay, right? We need to make immediate actions to change this. So some of it also just relates to, besides the culture shift, to accountability. To say that this picture here, that is a ceiling tile getting ready to fall. And there was a student desk right under that.
Oh my gosh.
Right? That's not okay. We can remove that immediately. We can go in and remove this other one that is obviously soaked with water, getting ready to fall, and then we can work with maintenance to elevate that this is an urgent issue, right? Maintenance can respond. So the portfolio manager and the on-site facility manager now will be empowered to say, this is not our standard, and that if we need maintenance, we can call and make this an urgent matter that they will quickly address. This is in the restroom. This has obviously been there for years, but it's not only a safety hazard, like students can trip over this, but we can fix this. It may take a few months to get a vendor in and to replace that, but we can fix it. It doesn't have to wait till the next version of East Floss to go in and fix this matter.
Gotcha, I agree with that, and I thank you for that response. Can I ask you this follow-up question? Do you think, in my mind, it seems like our answer to it is that we're going to hire more people that would be able to catch these issues? Now, my question is that the best practice versus training what we already have to understand that that is unacceptable versus having to hire more people to tell our people that it's unacceptable? Does that make sense?
It does, yes, sir. And so in my model, what we're doing is we are re-diverting our staff that are currently employed through other mechanisms, like our current project managers, to serve as oversight, to help guide. We're also changing the head custodian role to now be a facility coordinator, training and empowering them to fix this entry-level piece. The hiring of the outside third party will be more on the project management side. So the architects, the engineering, these large renovations or building new buildings, that's where they will come in. But the The maintenance side is going to utilize our own staff by training them. I've sent a note to Dr. Lewis to say, can we utilize the CTAE staff and pay for them to train the maintenance staff? Like, how can we utilize our own team members and bring them to a level of knowledge that we can correct those issues as much as possible?
Gotcha. Dr. Hoskins Brown asked a question that I was going to ask, but I'm going to repeat the question for both of us. I'm not sure if you answered, is this budget neutral?
So that is a good question. So let me jump through the timeline, and then we'll get there if that's okay. So the timeline do have an ambitious timeline, but I would like to, of course, take this for discussion today with acknowledgement that this is the path that we want to go. I'm going to work with HR to post our associate chief role. Then we'll work on getting that request for proposal posted for the outsourced project management firm. In October, you will see at the 10-1 board meeting the appointment of executive directors or other positions that would require your approval. Then we will start the transition process. So we will the goal is to hire the associate chief by December, and the board to approve and award the request for proposal to the vendor, the outsourced project management firm, in December. I want to bring them on board in the January-February timeframe, and then I want to start to transition the project managers over to portfolio managers and the head custodians over to facility coordinators. So with March, April, and May, so that nobody is coming over at one time, and we are keeping up with the transition. This is an example of what we have spent in maintenance in these areas over the past few years. So you'll notice that our masonry and locksmith is a very low number. Last year, we spent about $82,000, but over the past few years, only about $255,000. The boiler preventative maintenance and repair has been about $585,000 over all the years, but $282,000 last year. Electrical is $51,000. Although it was up last year, it's still insignificant in the total amount. HVAC repair and preventative maintenance was $3.7 million last year. And plumbing was $132,000 last year and $338,000 the year before. So in last year, we spent $4.2 million in those categories.
Would you say it's because of more issues or just inflation?
So I would say that a lot of that is due to reactionary response. Some of it is preventative maintenance. We did a lot of preventative maintenance attempts in the HVAC side, so you'll see a huge jump there. But it is very reactionary. So for the annual financial implication, the estimated, when we're talking about general or other funds like 308, to do the targeted promotion and additional positions, we anticipate that'll be about $850,000. We'll still have to work through HR. They do a very detailed review of all job descriptions and say, what should this person be paid, any of the elevations. They review those very comprehensively. Then we want to reclassify the facility coordinators. So there is funds associated with that. That dollar amount is the comprehensive amount. So it is the salary adjustment, the benefits that are associated with that for over 60 people. Portfolio manager, that would be over on eSplost. So there is no change on the general or 308, 307 funds. And then I have been very conservative to estimate the reduction in emergency maintenance at $805,000. I believe that the majority of that can come from the plumbing and from the HVAC repair. So if we can just lessen that reactionary response, we can pay for this. So this year, my proposal is, if allowed, I would utilize our lapsed wages, so the funds we have in the budget currently that are not used because we have vacant positions, as well as eSplost for the contractor, the private project management third party. Then going forward, we would evaluate to say, do we have available funds within the budget that could be reallocated? So rather than pay for the HVAC or other pieces, we have the money to do this within the budget. So,
Are you almost at the end?
yes, sir.
Okay. Can we, I know, can we wait? Yeah.
Of course we can.
I will, will you finish, and then everyone, because she may answer your question with the next slide.
So the board action that is requested, recommendations will be provided at the appropriate board actions and future meetings of the board, where I am asking for your awareness of the organizational realignment and your feedback. Approval of the leadership roles, of direct appointments, position conversions, those all would be subject to the appropriate board actions or on the recommendation of the superintendent. So you would see those come along as applicable at the board meetings. And then support of procurement of the outsourced project management firm. Of course, that would be subject to the appropriate board actions and recommendation of the superintendent. So our goal in this is to establish a streamlined structure that enables timely response to needs. It increases our accountability across all sites. It connects daily maintenance with long-term capital planning. Basically, we want to eliminate those silos and have the team work collaboratively together and maximize the workforce to deliver the greatest benefit to the district.
All right, so, Dr. Hoskins-Brown, Dr. Brinkman, Ms. Hall, Dr. Howard.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. I have a couple more questions. Can we go back to the table where you had the HVAC expenses here? So, what amount of the HVAC repair and preventive maintenance here was East Bloss allocated money?
I will go back and confirm with the team, but I believe this is all Fund 100 and Fund 307, 308, so none of this is East Boston.
Okay.
Is my belief, but I'll confirm.
Okay, so we do have HVAC repair in East Bloss projects, but this is cost that is all general fund.
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. And then my other question is, what was the thinking about increasing positions in trades? Like when you showed the broken tile, you said it'd be a couple of months for us to get a firm in. And I know that trades are diminishing in number, like people are not pursuing trades. But have we looked at bringing in, like all of the restructuring was very supervisory. I'm gonna look over you while you're looking over them, while they're looking over them to make sure that we're all looking. But what about people can actually
Do the work.
who can do the work? Like,
Who can do the work? So, and I apologize, I did not elevate, and it's not on this chart. We have service managers that we're changing the position to add an HVAC service manager, a plumbing service manager. So these are supervisory positions in that you can supervise your technicians, but also hands-on. So if the HVAC breaks, and I don't have an available HVAC technician because they're all out, they can go repair it. They also, when they get to work every day, can have the leadership acumen to assess the work orders and distribute the team as needed. So that
Okay.
is some of them would be converting a lead into that role, and if there's not a lead, it would be adding
Okay,
a service
thank you.
manager position.
So I appreciate that, and I think that's very forward-looking. If there's a possibility to bring in some of these trades, it would be good to be able to do so that someone can be deployed. I know they're hard to find, but if it could happen, it'd be the difference between trying to get a contract done versus
Absolutely.
just deploying some talent. And then we're gonna use vacant position dollars for this. I really think we should stop using vacant position dollars for non-academic costs and then decrying low achievement. I really think that I would look for a strategy. Where's the recruitment strategy to fill the vacant academic positions? I'm not seeing that innovation, and that's not your role. So I'm saying that the money is available. I already complained about using vacant positions as a savings account. I complained earlier about that. What I'm connecting it to is tomorrow we're talking about academics. We don't have anything on how we're going to get more bodies, but we are allocating the money that we would pay the bodies with. And I know there's a shortage. I know we just can't make these professionals show up, but I think we are communicating our values by saying, oh, well, nobody applied. we just gonna take this money and use it somewhere else. I
Yeah.
would like to see us
So-
have a philosophy shift.
This actually connects back to the Big Rocks document. So if you go back to the Big Rocks document, under the second or third column, there is an intentional charge I have put on not only HR, but our operations team, that we will be looking to have a more robust recruiting strategy for certain areas. So we can't do all of them, but there are certain ones, and I can't see that far today
Provide
for some
robust
reason.
support to
The
divisions
ones
and
that I
schools.
listed though were transportation, facilities,
Special
and
education.
specified schools. Like this year, we would take a small group of, these are the most critical positions. Yes, we're gonna have a strategy for everybody, but these actually rise to the top. So that could be an employee group that we could put, to say that that is a group that rises to the top. But it is a priority, I want you to see
Okay,
that
thank
it
you.
is listed there.
I appreciate that. I think it's my responsibility to say something.
Yes, absolutely.
About it, so.
We've got to do a better job.
That was all my comments, thank you.
Dr. Raymond?
Thank you. I don't want any more telephone calls the week before schools are set to open, saying that we are not in a good shape. I would love for us to, if this gets passed by us, really lean into the facility coordinator. I like that idea. I believe our staff that have been at schools for a while as a head custodian, or individuals that are the tier below a head custodian, that to me, just hearing it sounds like something I would want to strive for. And if it really works out, leaning into it more on like trying to find those trades, like, do we have continuing education funding for those facility coordinators to go get a trade, so that they're the facility coordinator at this school, but they also have this certification, that they're on the list when everybody else with that certification is busy. We can grab that facility coordinator that has gone through the plumbing course, or an entry-level HVAC that could, so, I like that forward thinking. I love that we're not gonna have telephone calls where the upper echelon of staff are losing their mind because we have, as Reverend Smith pointed out, created a culture kind of like, well, it's gonna get fixed eventually, so I'm not gonna keep saying that. Or I have put in tickets years ago and nobody ever responds. If staff are listening, teachers are listening, community's listening, we're trying to get rid of that, well, we've always just allowed that to slide mentality across the district. And accountability for everything, and this is another accountability thing, bring the issues up. We won't give you access to school dudes, but we need to change that mental state. So lean into that facility coordinator, I love that. I think that person is gonna be excited to say, I am the facility, there's just, there's a little bit more ownership than head custodian.
And we've
Right.
actually trialed it, so the DEH complex, because of its size, we have so we are already trialing it to see, and then this would be emulating that in other schools.
And what I didn't deliberate on is it also takes the HVAC position, and it takes it from an entry-level HVAC, and we now have a HVAC 2, right? So you have something to work towards. So when you get that certification, you have, an opportunity for growth. Whereas now, it's a lead or other pieces. So we want to differentiate and add some growth opportunities for our staff, especially in the trades. Yes, Ms. Hoffman.
Okay, very quickly, I always tell new principals that the first thing I would ever do as a principal is become best friends with the custodians. That was always a smart move to make.
Yes.
However, I have heard a lot that a lot of our custodians don't seem to be trained the way they need to be at the basic level, like waxing over a dirty floor.
Yes.
Now, that's not even training. To me, that's, maybe something I would try to do when I was a little girl. My mother told me to just wax over it, But if we really plan for these facility coordinators to do their job, they have to really take some pride in their work
Yes.
and in the work of the people they're going to supervise. So we have to make sure that spirit to do that is there. Because we have some custodians who've been around you know, Sister Mayflower, and who kind of just, you know,
I love us.
they've kind of lost their
Their
eagerness.
Their ambition.
And if this is going to work, we're going to need that. So training at every level,
Yes.
to me, I know we can't make a pathway for custodians, but see, a pathway to become a facility coordinator who can do things like you were saying, learn how to be a plumber and a this and a that. See, that's something that our children might be interested in. So,
Absolutely.
okay, and the other thing, this is a question really for Sean and Dion, for Mr. Cashmore and Dr. Hoskins Brown. There was a reason that we decided to part ways with Parsons. And I can't remember the minutia of it, but it was important. We felt that the money we were spending, the millions we were spending on that outside source firm, we were not getting the bang for our buck. So we're getting ready to go back into that model, and I just wanted, if either of you could refresh me a little about what our main reason, because we were,
I'll tell you what my emotional memory is, and then maybe Sean can follow up with facts, because I don't really remember. I remember my impression was that we were paying a lot of money for individuals whose fidelity was to their company and not the district.
okay.
And so we, when we would push or challenge, it'd be like, it's what I said what I said type thing. And I think we really got exhausted with that for what we were paying for the contract. That's what I remember from our engagements in board meetings and interactions with the staff, was that there was an aloofness, at least for some people, and that's what I'm telling you what I remember. I remember there being an aloofness. I can answer to you, but I don't have to answer to you. My reports are as complete as I think they ought to be.
Yeah.
I think there was a level of aloofness and non-responsiveness that we eventually just tired of.
Yes.
That's my memory.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay.
And I don't
Mr.
know if you had
Huntington
that
was
memory.
like the best and the brightest of it, and we kept him because he came originally with that whole Parsons.
That is my understanding.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Cashman? Oh, well,
Oh,
I'm
Do you
No,
want
I'm
to speak to
asking
that?
Yeah.
You have any?
So I share that emotional memory. But
Thank
I'll-
you legally for saying that.
I'll add some facts too. I mean, those were facts and emotional memories as well. Part of my comment was going to dovetail it to Lee and Andrew and Brian. Like, our contract with the PM firm has to take into account our shared past experience with outsourcing. Part of it was also they were getting measured on schedules and outcomes. And so they were in a stressful position of having to make a quick decision without owner input just to keep things on track and get things done. And so we kind of, at the beginning, there was a lot of owner rep and owner oversight and fidelity to our design guidelines and comments of the board at CSE meetings. And then later, there wasn't. It was, we just need to get this done, sure, go ahead and make that decision. And then later, we'd have a meeting and say, who approved that? And it was a lot of this. Part of it was our structure. Part of it was who's in charge. It wasn't entirely clear. And then part of it gets into the budget issues of, in '07 and '08, so now I'm pontificating too much, but East Boston 1, we entirely outsourced program management because we could barely spell East Boston.
Yeah.
East Boston 2, we kind of did some outsourcing. East Boston 3, we're like, okay, the pendulum's going to go the other way because they weren't listening to the owners, which were us, so we brought it in-house. East Boston 4, it was still in-house, but now the economy's good. And in '07 and '08, we could hire any trade we wanted, any project manager we wanted, any architect we wanted, because private industry was lean, government work was where the money was. Economy gets good, we can't compete with private industry. And so then, now we have this hybrid, we're gonna have a bunch of 1099 consultants to help with program management, because otherwise we can't hire people directly because our pay scale is too rigid. So part of my comment was gonna be to the lawyers is our new program management contract needs to take into account KPIs, key program indicator, or performance indicators, sorry, that are you being responsive to the owner? Are you following the owner's design guidelines? Are you following owner direction? Not just, are you meeting the schedule? And then also, this is to Mr. Ray and the superintendent, our pay scale needs to have the flexibility to recognize market. And if we wanna bring in trades, if we wanna bring in HVAC people and electricians and plumbers to work for the district, or program managers, or facility coordinators, or portfolio managers, we need to make sure that we're not setting a scale so that we're paying them enough that they wanna stay when private industry is lean, but then they leave. We don't want a revolving door of heading out to private industry when the market gets good. We need to be competitive. And if you remember when Dr. Levette was here, part of what we did was authorize flexibility in deviating from our pay scale for certain key positions, program managers, but also nurses. There were a few other positions so that we could be competitive. And my personal view is we weren't aggressive enough there to try to recruit and retain people, because what we're paying for is what we want our facility coordinators to be, and our portfolio managers are people with long-term experience. So 10 years into the job, they know Johnson, they know Hodge, they know, this facility, and they know, and that's what we need to pay for. So we need to be flexible there as well. But to answer your question specifically, Parsons did a good job on delivering projects based on the metrics we gave them, which is schedule and cost. What they didn't, arguably, what they might not have focused on are owner input, following design guidelines. And so part of what the hybrid now that we're gonna do is we're gonna outsource program management, but there has to be strong owner oversight as well.
Okay. So Dr. Watts, that kind of hopefully will give you an idea so that when you identify persons to be interviewed, companies that we are looking into our past wounds and want to go forward. My last question to you, Ms. Davidson, is what is our level of use of robots in our school? Do we have robots mopping floors and that kind of thing?
So,
Are we there yet?
I have challenged the team to review where we could become more autonomous where possible. So we do have the use of some assistance. So it may be a robot that you still have to push, but no longer are you having to put the heavy work behind it. I asked the team to begin exploring beyond that. So we use at my house something called a Roomba. It's a robot vacuum. So at spaces like this that have a lot of carpet, how could we utilize that to not replace our custodians, but to help? We have a lot of vacant positions, and this will help. And it also allows the custodian to do other things, to clean the windows, to, work on every little piece that we would like them to do. So it's not a replacement, but I would like the team to continue to explore technology and how it can work with us and for us.
And for them to not be afraid of it, to
And not
use
be
it,
afraid.
and to learn it and embrace it,
Yes,
and
ma'am.
not have the robot over in a corner, because they're afraid of it.
Have you seen our robot?
That is something that the staff are often afraid of. I think it's
Yeah, they are.
a
They're
fear
afraid.
of
They tell me they're
replacement.
afraid.
It's a fear of you won't need me, or just it's new technology. But the goal is to make sure that they feel secure in their role, and then we give them the appropriate training so that we can utilize them together for advancement.
Okay, Dr. Howard Hall.
Well, before I ask my question, I had to go to Savannah Arts for technology to have the phone replaced. And I'm walking down the hall and I see this huge machine coming towards me, cleaning the floors. I said, oh, I don't see a person behind this machine, so I made sure I was moved out of its way. And I was just wondering what other schools have that technology, because I saw it in action at Savannah
Oh,
Arts.
good.
Jenkins has
Good.
it. I've seen
Jenkins
Yeah, I
has
know
it, okay.
Jenkins
The,
does.
is
I
it
wondered-
the big green?
The big green
Yes,
machine
but
that
yeah.
I was like, oh no, let me.
It's not, it won't run you over.
I didn't trust it. I didn't trust it.
It won't run you over. We have had to work with the staff to not ride it.
Or the kids
Or
going
the
down
chil-
on it.
I mean,
Okay, yeah, my question was, looking at the org chart and the position conversions, some employees will receive a salary increase because it's a promotion, while others, that no longer are in those positions, they will maintain their salaries for the remainder of the fiscal year, am I right?
That is correct. So the current executive directors would maintain their current salaries through this fiscal year, and they would be in place for 60 days for a transition. We would go ahead and ask for the executive directors to be appointed as of 10/1, so effective 10/2, to work through that transition. But to be fair to the employees, we are keeping their salary, and there is a spot for everyone. So if they would like, we have a spot for them as a portfolio manager.
So what does that budget look like compared, say, when next year, when they no longer maintain their current salaries? Do you have an idea of what that,
So I'll-
budget-wise, the breakdown?
I'd have to work with HR to see what that associate chief role would be, because it would be eliminating, not really eliminating, because it's repurposing those into these two roles right here and creating a new one, but the estimate that I have right now is about $850,000 expense. So that's going to be, how can I capitalize on vacant positions that have been sitting out here for a long time, or other pieces, and really diving in on what do we need with the teams. I'm saving some decision-making for the chiefs and for the new executive directors to help define what's needed. But I did work with all the teams, especially capital projects and maintenance, to sit down with them and say, what does your vision look like? So, and I took as many of those points as I could. Of course, everybody has different ideas, but as much as possible, I did incorporate as many of those into this vision. Our current outsourced project managers, the majority of those would go away. We would keep maybe an engagement person that helps on that side, and maybe an additional person that's been here long-standing to help make sure that the transition is successful.
Okay, Ms. Grabowski, then Mr. Catchmark.
Okay. Just quickly, on the facility coordinator, and I think this may be what Ms. Hall was getting to too, I've seen different levels of cleanliness at our schools, so I hope there will be some of that
Yes.
training
Yes.
included. Okay, awesome as well. One thing, I hope that this will not be a thing anymore, and hopefully it's not now, but I have heard reports of someone coming into a school for a work order, and, maybe there's something else that needs to be done, like, oh no, I can't do that because it's not on my work order. So hopefully that mentality is a culture shift that might be going away as well. The outsourcing, the outsourcing of East West, I'm really glad that we are doing that, because I know that we've all seen the challenges of having, our team trying to do everything. It sounds like, and I wasn't on the board, but it sounds like some of the challenges that we faced previously with the use of the eBelt, if we're using it correctly, a lot of that should be like, because it has so much tracking and the layers of approval that are required before you can literally even move to the next step. So hopefully that should help to alleviate some of what we saw previously, so those systems probably weren't in place then. And then the last comment I'll make is, I would encourage us, whether it's one of our executive directors or probably one of our portfolio managers, to have one person who has additional training in historic buildings. Because we have Massey, we have Ellis, we have Oatland, and we have Savannah Arts, which are all historic buildings that are of a different fabric, and understanding those buildings and those materials specifically, I think will save us in the long run.
I think that is going to be important, and training around sustainability.
Yes.
Green, those
Environment.
types of pieces are gonna be important too.
Absolutely.
And the good piece is, the majority of those buildings are admin buildings outside of Ellis. So Massey,
Savannah Arts.
Owen, and Savannah Arts. So that would, that could potentially lean right into distinction. So, but I appreciate that comment. We'll definitely look at that.
Mr. Kashmir?
Two quick comments on the budget issue. A lot of these changes are gonna happen mid-budget. And I anticipate savings based on, we get rid of the 1099 program management relationships. But we did budget money in East Block for administration, like we've done every East Block. So I'm optimistic it can be budget neutral. And then second, I appreciate that this was an inside-out process. Like, there was executive leadership overview and thought on what does this look like, but then you went into the department and said, how can, inside out, how can we be better? What's an ideal structure? And that, I think, goes along with your stated goal of empowering everyone in their roles, letting them be outside of their silos. But then I would also encourage you, 6 months in, 9 months in, a year in, how are we doing? Is what we anticipated would be happening, is it actually happening?
Okay.
What other changes do we need to make?
Absolutely. So we definitely will have intentional checkpoints. And those checkpoints will not only be meeting with the staff, but meeting with the school leadership, right? Because there can sometimes be blinders that we think we're doing a great job, and then you go and speak with the principal, and they're like, this is not working for me. So very intentional checkpoints will be planned.
Dr. Brinkman?
It doesn't need to be said, but if you're listening out there, outsourced project management firms, I hope you heard it loud and clear that yes, you will have timelines and data points to hit, but also that you are not just building a building and make sure bricks get laid down, but you're a part of our team, that the students should matter just as much for you as they do for us, and that would build a stronger, better relationship during your time as our project manager.
Okay. Anyone else? So before we go into lunch, we have the students from Woodville Tompkins that prepare a lunch here, and we'd like to bring them out to recognize them.
Thanks for feeding me.
It's good to come out.
Let's hear who they are.
Hi, everyone. I'm Chef Angel Palmer. This is Avery, Darius. We have Journey and Lucas.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. I want to say real quick, Lucas and Darius are our Culinary 2 pathway students, which means this is their last class. Today, they just took their Serve Safe Managers examination and they both passed.
That's great.
Great job.
Thank you, guys.
Congratulations.
All right.
You make
Thank
them make
you.
us lunch and take a test the same
That's a lot, that's a lot.
And I seen the alma mater.
Great job.
Good job.
I think we're supposed to talk about boundary alignment before lunch.
No, actually, we
Oh,
pulled.
we pulled
that.
it. Oh, yeah, I saw the email. I saw the email, but I also saw this still in my packet.
I'm teasing you.
So, and
Mr.
I
Ryder.
really like talking about boundaries.
Mr.
I'm
Hatter.
sure you do. You like talking about boundaries.
Yeah, and breaking them.
Give us instructions what we're doing next.
Yeah, so this is a giant pizza.
But we're having nachos.
No, the lunch is in the kitchen, so if everyone will kind of funnel out through the hallways and go in that way, then you can funnel back this way.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thanks to our board guests and all of our attendees today we're staying on time, Mr. Board President. And we are now moving into the second half of today's retreat. We do have a few guest presenters here. I will allow the superintendent to set the tone for our next presenters as I invite them to the podium this way. And we have friends from A&M here today, who are doing an assessment to share with you some work that they've been doing. Madam Superintendent?
Excellent, and thank you and welcome to our guests from Alvarez and Marcellus. They have been partners with us over the last 3 months as we have aspired to look at our financial management practices and how we can strengthen them. Pretty much the case for me wanting to have this deeper examination, because I think we're all aware that we do an annual audit. The annual audit really just scratches the surface and just letting us have a very high level knowledge of what is going on behind the scenes financially. This deeper dive for me came as a result of, as we look into a very unknown yet foreseeable future, we know that we have potentially decreased revenue with the onset of House Bill 281, which is a potential. We have continuing lower enrollment that will generate less revenue for the district. We are also at a time where there is uncertainty of federal sources of revenue. You all have been a part and you've seen over the last few months, you're getting this Title money or you're not getting that Title I money. So we are often uncertain about the source and the continuation of federal resources. We are also in a region that is growing. We want to stay competitive with salaries. You heard Board Member Cashmore talk about that. So as cost of living rises, we have to consider our employees and what we're financially able to do to stay competitive in marketing. And then we have the rising cost of goods and services, unknown state and local mandates that come down the pike. So there are a lot of competing things happening that we have to control for and be able to respond to. I wanted our team to be in a good financial position as it relates to their practices, procedures, and management, as well as the ability for us to be able to strengthen our financial forecasting. So with the support of Alvarez and Marsal, they have been able to come in, do a deep dive analysis to help us be in that better position, because ultimately we want to be good stewards of our taxpayer dollars. I want to make it clear that while this is a discussion around finances, and my team is very much aware of this, this is a district-wide area of focus. Finance, of course, our finance departments lead us, they guide us, they provide data, they provide the systems and the reports that we need, but we as an entire district need to become more fiscally responsible and attentive to how we are using money, others' taxpayers' dollars, in how we do business day to day. And so this is not just a financial deep dive. To me, this is a deep dive across our entire system. I am excited that A&M has been a part of the work. They are national experts. They have a deep experience in financial turnarounds, specifically in a K-12 setting. They do have relevant experience in the state of Georgia, but also internationally. And so with that said, I am happy to turn over the podium and the mic, and so they can walk us through their findings and, most importantly, their recommendations to move us forward.
Thank you, Dr. Watson. Thanks, members of the board. Just start with a quick introduction. My name is Mike Potter. I'm a senior director with Alvarez & Marsal Public Sector Services. We're a consulting practice within a large international consulting firm that focuses specifically on providing financial and business advisory services to the public sector. Sheena and myself focus primarily on local government and K-12 school districts. I've spent most of the last 10 years working with school districts nationwide on planning and implementing major changes to the way their financial operations work, seeking efficiency, improving accountability, and helping navigate changes like declining enrollment and changing funding models. So we're really happy to be here and excited to dig in with you.
And good afternoon, everyone. Mike's a bit taller than me. My name is Sheena Gordon-Roberts. Again, work with Mike at Alvarez & Marsal as a senior director in our state, local, and education practice. Like Mike, my work involves in a lot of the financial management and financial transformation engagements that A&M does. A little different from Mike, I do not only education, but also across state and local government as well. My background's in public finance and actually spent a few years in municipal government as a budget analyst. So throughout my career, I spent a lot of time in public finance, helping organizations at the municipal and state level sort of enhance their financial management practices. So we're excited to be here with you all today. So we want to give you a little bit of an overview of our approach and how we conducted this assessment. So we started out with sort of doing an independent evaluation of the finances of the district, looking at what your financial outlook was, where your reserves are, the budget as it stands now, budget to actual information, to really get a sense of what the financial picture was for the district. We then went and looked at the budget process. So what is the process that the district goes through, both at the department level as well as the school level, to build its budget and manage that budget throughout the course of the school year. The third piece of work that we did was looking at 3 select financial processes: payroll, accounts payable, and procurement. And in addition to myself and Mike and our team who sort of did a lot of the financial management work, we brought in experts in systems as well as some of our forensic accountants that work with A&M to take a look at those processes to give us feedback on sort of the sufficiency as well as opportunities to improve them. We took all of that information to develop a report. What we'll provide with you is we'll walk through our executive summary today, and give you a highlight of those preliminary observations, recommendations. We've had time to spend with the finance department as a part of this review, so thank them for their cooperation in terms of providing us with interviews and the data that we needed to complete our review, as well as validating those observations and recommendations in preparation of the final report. Any questions on our approach before I move into our observations? Anything else?
Yeah,
Sure.
just to add one thing, I think it's just really important to set the table for the way that what we did was different than what you think of for a financial audit. Our role here is to help the leadership team understand the opportunities for improvement and then chart a course towards improvement together. We're not looking at the processes to say, this happened in the past or that happened in the past, this mistake was made or that mistake was made. Our intent here really is just to understand, get a really broad, independent perspective on the way that financial planning, analysis, processes, et cetera, work here as a way to help the district make sure that in the future, as you move into a time when revenues may not be as certain, you have the right processes in place in order to make sure that expenditures align well with student needs and that the public can continue to trust the use of the resources through the process. So that's what we're here to do today. Just one last thing. The way that we've observed this process or these processes, it's important to know that this is a sort of assessment of the processes and procedures that were in place at the time that we conducted the assessment. The finance team is well aware of many of the observations we're going to share with you today, and they work and are working on many things to address them. Our assessment is simply of the way that they function today. And so there will be places where we can say, yes, we know that this is an understood challenge, but and that the team is working on it, and that they've probably already briefed Dr. Watts on the things they're working on in some of these areas. But our intent is to just give you a totally objective perspective of how they function during the assessment period, which was during the summer and fall this year. Thank you.
All right, so we'll start with our first focus area, which is financial outlook. One of the key findings in this area is that right now the district does not maintain financial forecast, which would give you a good picture of what the financial outlook of the district is. In most cases, particularly for a district of this size, we would like to see kind of a 5-year financial forecast that would show you, how your revenues are expected to trend in, but also what your expectations are for expenditures and how that aligns with your priorities and strategies as an organization. We took a look through the fund balances. While they are good and they're aligned with industry standards as well as what the policies are that are set forth from the board in terms of the fund balances. The one thing that we do note there is that it kind of ties into a little bit of the next two observations that are here. A lot of that growth in the fund balance is driven more by underspend, particularly as it relates to vacancies and some of the school level spending, not a strategic move to grow those fund balances. And so, while the fund balances are hefty and supportive and in line with what we want them to be, there's a bit of a disconnect in how we got to that point. The staffing costs, as with any school district, are one of the main drivers of costs here. A little bit different here, two elements. One, there's been a 4% increase in the total number of staff, and then a 21% increase in that average cost. That's been driven by sort of increasing staff compensation to bring it in line with market, to make working in the Savannah-Chatham County Public Schools more attractive relative to other options that people would have for employment in the area. The student-teacher ratio decreased by recent years. Dr. Watts talked a little bit about the declining enrollment. So, right, you're having some staff growth, but enrollment's going down. So that's where that sort of student-to-teacher ratio change comes in. The district has no bond debt. East Los makes it such that you don't have to raise debt to do a lot of the capital work that needs to be done. And we know that capital, the East Los funding, is for dedicated projects. So, in terms of the work that needs to be done for the physical plan of the district, there's funding that's there, and that's all for projects that are planned or currently underway. There is an opportunity to increase the interest revenue. And so for the cash that's on hand, a lot of times what we want to see is people in every state, has a policy in terms of how you can invest it, but making sure that you're investing it such that you're able to generate the maximum amount of interest revenue that you can ultimately funnel back into providing services to the children in the district. And Dr. Watts talked about, the financial sustainability piece as well, with that property tax exemption vote that's on the table. Should that pass, right, it increases the likelihood that there's more constraints on the ability to raise taxes from the tax base going forward. And so right now, the district is in a good position sort of financially. This is a way to be proactive. Getting a good indicator on what your financial outlook is allows you to pivot should you need to, control costs should you need to, as you maybe face constraints going forward. On the budget side, right now the way the budget process is structured, it really encourages spend because it's mostly incremental. There have been efforts underway to incorporate more zero-based budgeting approaches where you're looking at sort of what do I need and how that funding aligns with sort of priorities and the strategy of the district. But a lot of times what we're seeing now is people sort of looking at what they spent next year, maybe adding a growth factor, and that's how they're thinking about the budgeting, particularly at the school level. There isn't a unified school resourcing model, so understanding how that funding is spread across all the different schools and looking at budget to actuals in aggregate. So it's really hard to kind of get the whole picture of how the funding is moving and being monitored across schools throughout the fiscal year. The district generally underspends versus what's been budgeting. And so when we're looking at over the course of the year, funding moving between budget codes and between programs, because we're not thinking in the beginning of the year how much we'll actually need for the various programs throughout the year. We're using that underspend to kind of cover some of the uncertainty in how we plan to spend money throughout the course of the year, rather than being strategic at the outset and having a better idea of how that money should flow across the different programs throughout the year. The gaps in sort of some of that in controlling spend across 4 key areas where we saw. So the limited term funding, like ESSER, that every district, I think, across the country is facing, sort of programs that were started during ESSER, and as ESSER runs out, what do we do about it? How do we make sure that the things that we like, we're able to keep funding, and being intentional about making adjustments for that. Non-general funds funding, school nutrition was a big place for that as well. And in particular in this district, in a lot of districts, school nutrition is people don't lose a lot of money on school nutrition. In general, it's sort of it's at best zero, sort of as a wash. And so the amount of money that the district is actually paying, given the federal dollars that come in for school nutrition, is a bit of a flag for us. Supplemental pay, this is particularly for additional pay in addition to salaries for employees. Being able to track that and making sure that that's being effectively monitored and approved particularly across the various schools, and that there are processes for that. And then capital planning, because there's, the various sources that come into, funding capital projects, making sure that there's a comprehensive capital plan that acknowledges that and plans that out, is something that, we see that there's an opportunity to improve. The last couple here, weak position control and vacancy management. Given this year, I think the district has started to be more precise in terms of how they're tracking vacancies and accounting for that. But what we're seeing is that, based on the way the positions are budgeted across the various districts and programs, that's not always aligned with how people are hired, and we're not tracking sort of the amount of the vacancy savings relative to the percentage of vacancies that we're seeing at the district. You would expect to kind of see more of that, and so more savings related to the vacancies. And so I think the vacancy management processes that have been put in place should help to address that going forward. But historically, that has been an opportunity for improvement. And then the ROI, return on investment capabilities. There is work being done to better understand sort of the investments that you all are making in terms of programming and new initiatives that are in place is a great step in the right direction, but continuing to develop that so that you have a better sort of idea of what you're getting for the money that you're investing into various programs, and whether you're getting the impact that you're seeking in doing that is something that's important. And as you continue to work through those capabilities, you should be able to have a better idea of that. It ties a lot into the zero-based budgeting, because when you think about the budgeting from a programmatic perspective, you're really looking at, are the drivers of what I'm expecting to get from this actually working, and how do I need to either change resourcing or the programmatic elements to achieve that. And so that's kind of those are our observations on the financial outlook and budget process. Mike, anything to add before we open for questions?
Just really quickly to restate what we're seeing here sort of collectively, the district is not in a precarious financial position today. The fund balance that's there is what we would hope to see in a district this size. What is happening is the district has had a nice couple years of revenue growth that have been associated with increasing property values, federal funding, and that ability that this body has to set a millage rate permits the district to determine the revenue that they need to close a budget gap at the end of the budget. That's put you in a position where you have health reserves and you've been able to fund the operations that you want to fund. What we see in the future is that some of those things are going to get more challenging. We're not going to have the certainty around the continued growth of the tax base that we've had, so it'll be a potentially slightly higher barrier to meeting those revenues. The era of federal funds for K-12 education is certainly over, as we've known it the last 5 years, and things are changing around certainty of those things. And so because of those things combined, it's really important to make sure that we shore up the financial planning processes to be able to be in a place to continue thriving and serving students and putting students at the center of decision-making when we're in a more constrained budgetary environment.
Questions on the financial outlook or budget process?
Dr. Hoskins Brown.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, please tell me your names again.
Sure, I'm Sheena Gordon Roberts.
Okay.
I'm Michael Potter.
Okay, thank you. You said Potter?
Potter, like
Thank
Harry
you.
Potter.
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Gordon Roberts and Mr. Potter. I have 4 questions on your preliminary observations. The first one is, on the no long-term financial outlook planning tools, what are examples of those that we should consider? And I'll go back, but you may find that one of the questions answers another, so I'll tell you all 4 of them. So what are examples that we should consider for the financial outlook planning tools? The other observation, opportunity to increase interest revenue. That's very exciting. Please elaborate. Finance relies heavily on reprogramming funds to cover unanticipated costs. Y'all know I was going to ask about that. My question there is, in your professional opinion, what are the long-term consequences of that kind of practice for organizations like ours? And then the last one is weak position control and vacancy management. This appears to be true. Please tell me, how do you measure weak position control, and tell us what you saw about us that makes you say this.
Do you mind if I start?
Go ahead.
I think we'll take most of those separately, but to answer your first question about the long-term financial outlook, what we'd like to see in a district this size is to see a financial planning tool or model which integrates the use of fund balance, or the availability of fund balance, and forecasting of both revenues and expenditures. So for example, you might know that the agreements that you made in terms of providing salary increases mean you made this many grades, this many steps, that turns into this percentage growth in salary costs. You want to know how the revenue sources you have in different scenarios would compare to that in a 3 to 5 year model that lets you see, if we make this decision today, it means we'll have a $5 million surplus or a $10 million deficit in FY29 or FY30. And so right now, in part because of the way that you establish your budget and you set your revenues at the end of the process, that planning, those types of planning tools haven't been established because frankly they haven't been needed, right? If you can say, please, we're going to reduce the millage by, the rate by this much, and we're still going to yield more revenue, you don't have the need to be quite so careful about matching your expenses to that. But as you get to a time when there's going to be growing pressure on the local tax base in general and specific to the district with potential changes at the ballot box in November, we think it's really incumbent upon the district to plan, to be able to know that decisions that this body makes are framed within a multi-year viewpoint instead of just within the next year's budget process.
Right, but I like that, and I get it, and I accept it, and I think we should do it. My question is, do we just develop our own algorithm like we do to predict how many students we're going to have the next year based on rates that we have? Or is there a software or a platform that folks use that based on existing data, it creates the algorithm for you?
There are tools that can do this. Your ERP, Tyler Munis, has some planning capabilities,
Okay.
but in our experience, districts are more successful building tools that are in simpler financial modeling tools in Excel, that sort of
Okay.
thing, that can give you more adjustability.
Okay.
A lot of database type systems, it's hard to look at scenarios in, and so you can say what's our base case really well. It's really hard to look at the differences in scenarios that you might apply.
Okay, thank you. And then opportunities for interest revenue and long-term consequences of planning based on vacancies.
I can try to do those. So the opportunities for interest revenue is really just, you have a number of, you have a pool of funds that are necessary to maintain a reserve that the district needs to operate, right? That's a good financial planning practice. As you maintain those funds, more carefully monitoring the time of the year in which you need to draw on those funds can allow you to put more of them, it might be 20, it might be $30 million worth, into low risk interest, interest. And importantly, not just doing that, but the district has planned on really small levels of interest from that, and then ended up yielding more interest than they planned, which means that you have a revenue source, which is great because it helps you, of course, build a fund balance, but it also means you didn't plan to use that money for things that help students, right? So you want to have a plan for what that interest revenue looks like. As part of your forecasting, you can get a sense of when you're going to need it, and then model the expectations of what that revenue will look like, and then make a plan to use it in a way that helps kids. And so that's really just, it's definitely a good to great thing. We've seen school districts that sit with zero interest coming in. You guys are not doing that. There's good work being done to maximize this, but where you take that from operational to strategic is getting an idea what it's going to look like, planning on it, and then putting those funds to use in a way that aligns with the strategy of the district.
Got it, thank you.
And to your question on vacancy management, what what poor vacancy management looks like is a lot of positions sitting open for a very long time.
I mean, the consequences of, are there long-term consequences of organizations using vacancies as a slush fund saving account versus operating more closely to their true employment numbers?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things that I would highlight is because as those vacancies are open, they're fair game for hiring, right? So if you're starting to use those funds for other purposes, and then you want to start filling those positions, then you start to run into an issue where you either have to change those programs where you were, allocating those funds to be able to cover those positions, or you're out of balance in terms of the budget, right? Your expenditures are higher. And so if there are positions that exist that, we're not gonna fill them, there's not a need for them, our students don't require that level of staffing anymore, sort of going to do some of that cleanup, it doesn't necessarily mean that you sort of necessarily need to take the funding away, because the funding is tied to the head count, but it allows you to then go back and say, okay, we're gonna hold our head count to this amount, rather than leaving the door open for those positions to be hired against, and then you run into a place where you're sort of more constrained on the budget side because you don't have that sort of slush anymore. And then the other thing is, rather than sort of, having it as slush, it's something that you're intentional about how you're gonna use, and you're making that choice to say, you know what, we're gonna give up these positions to make these investments in our district. And, we don't need them, we don't need them from a statutory level, we haven't hired, no one sat in the seat for 3 years, so that's kind of one of the things.
Thank you.
Just to put it simply, the better you are at position and vacancy management, the more closely your spend mirrors your strategy, right? So if you are hoping to hire a few hundred people that you can never hire, that funding, if it gets spent, doesn't get spent aligned with the budget that you passed. It gets spent to make adjustments to that, right? Or maybe it doesn't get spent at all. And so the better we get at this, the better we are at putting dollars towards the things that the superintendent's strategy and this board's strategy know will help kids. And so at the end of the day, it's just about getting tighter on this so that you can spend the money deliberately and stick with what you plan to spend on.
So is weak position control just having vacancies? Like what measurement tells you that there's weak
So
control?
vacancy management and position control are close to each other. The difference between the two is vacancy management is having all those vacancies. Position control is the process by which positions being filled or created are authorized. And so what we can see that indicates to us that position control could improve is that as you went through the period of having pandemic relief funds through ESSER, many positions migrated from the temporary funding source to various positions that were open, that were permanently funded, and then basically came from commitments of the district to spend on positions that were not, positions that were not originally part of the general fund. And so you can, without tight control that requires you to look at that type of thing as a new hire with the same level of scrutiny, you can end up with positions being filled that maybe don't align with strategy. Sort of similar outcome, but what we see is kind of the ability to add positions or move people around positions without both HR and finance aligning on, yes, this collectively, we both agree this fits the superintendent's strategy and the board's strategy, can get you to a place where some of the positions don't align with maybe what you need. And so over time, it's important to monitor those, monitor where that's happening, but it's really important that there's no ambiguity about whether a position's approved or not. And so that can be tight.
Okay.
Thank you.
Dr. Bringman, then Ms. Hall.
I wanted to first thank you for your time and effort. I wanted to thank the superintendent and all district staff that worked on this, because it is happening in a providential time. We started that last bullet last year, ROI, and strategy's been said multiple times, and that leads to the strategy that leads to the budget. I love that you've used the word slush multiple times, because that's how we've worked for a while. Because we live somewhere where buildings keep getting built, homes keep getting purchased, and inflation keeps giving us a slush. And we've budgeted off of a known slush even when we were able to reduce the millage a little bit. This will create, and it's all in a great time, a lot of work that unfortunately I can't do, but a lot of staff are gonna have to do to strategize our budget moving forward. And then I think it will actually, I I like the idea that if the strategy's right, we as a team of 9 are gonna have to make a vote to increase the millage if we actually believe in that strategy, rather than for the longest period of time when we had a new strategy come to us, we're like, yeah, we can fund that because we got the slush. So there's gonna have to be more intentionality to the strategy, which is gonna drive us. It is gonna be hard, no doubt. It's gonna be hard, a lot harder for the district staff than it is for us board members, but we will have to, I think, have conversations around the intentionality of our strategy, which is good for us, rather than we always had an extra 30+ million to think about, which has been wonderful and is why we're where we're at. And why finance hasn't been a massive concern, because we've had funds. So hallelujah, we've had them, and thank you voters for East Wast. But I think now we as board members are all gonna have to, sit down with the district staff each year and really have those priorities and have the data that fills that right at the bottom, the ROI. So I thank the staff for already working on that. Thank you, Dr. Watts and the team, for bringing us here, because y'all are you're in the right meeting at the right time. Thank you.
Ms. Hall?
All right. The other day, we had a meeting with our top teachers across the district, and they had conducted a survey. And on that survey, they told us that the main things they wanted were reduced class size and more paras in most classrooms. So if we have these vacancies, and you keep saying, what can you do to help the children? Would using that vacancy money, that especially those ones who say, we're just not gonna hire a grant writer, we see that's not gonna happen, let's take that off of it. Would that kind of balance to use those funds to then hire more paras in terms of helping teachers, helping students? Because we have this declining enrollment. You keep saying our enrollment is going down, but the teachers aren't sounding like, because the enrollment is down, that their classes are any smaller. So it's not balancing out that, where the decrease is where the teachers show up with fewer kids in the class. So what would be your suggestion? Is that a good use of that money to?
Well, thank you so much for that question. I think you're thinking about the right things. What all of the recommendations that we'll make here will prioritize is putting the district in a stronger position to understand the trade-offs that the district is making between various investment priorities. And so I know the district has started to build the capacity to integrate return on investment, academic return on investment, into decision-making. And that will guide the district to making decisions that affect student outcomes, and will guide the district to challenge central office expenditures that maybe are not as close to student outcomes. It would be impossible to answer whether that will balance exactly what we think that the classrooms need, or to answer specifically how the availability of funding it will generate. But the idea here is to build a process that can integrate that kind of thinking of, like, what are we trading? When we, the example of a grant, of a grants position, when we hire that grant position, what are we doing to our pupil-to-teacher ratio as an alternative? Or what are we doing to how many paraprofessionals we can have, or how much we can spend on high-intensity tutoring or high-dosage tutoring? That's kind of the idea of growing your budgeting process to both be better than incremental and be sort of what we call like a modified zero-based budget, but also really critically to involve return on investment and an academic lens to what's the most important thing for our students that aligns with the board's strategy and superintendent strategy will help you get to that place where you know what those trade-offs are. And so you're making decisions that are informed. The district can make recommendations to you that are informed by, we think we can do less of this to do more of this because it aligns with our strategy and it means a lot for kids.
Okay. Mr. Smith, then Dr. Howard Hall. Oh. Oh, you're playing so well together.
We're only looking left today.
Dr. Howard Hall.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. From looking at this, I see gaps in planning and managing for controlling spend. I think about when you have down there supplemental pay. When I think about supplemental pay, that's extended day for teachers, if they're teaching after school, extended year, if they're teaching summer school, and in some cases, coaches also. So what is the discrepancy with that supplemental pay, or the gaps, that you can just talk about that a little bit?
We'll actually go into a little bit more detail on that when we talk about the payroll processes. If you're okay with us deferring and talking about that in more detail, because the two kind of integrate with each other, we're happy to. But the idea is that collectively, the district has a specific plan to use those funds for specific types of positions, so specific supports at schools, and then it monitors the execution of those to make sure that it aligns with that strategy. Very hard to do the way the systems are set up right now, and we can talk more about that.
Okay.
And just as a quick frame of reference, we have one more observation slide that looks like this and two more areas, and then we will get into recommendations and next steps.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Grabowski.
On the vacancy management, is it considered bad practice? Like, so if we have $500,000 in vacant positions, we're 6 months through the year, is it considered bad practice to take $250 of that and use it towards maybe an unexpected expense because we're halfway through the year, but then we reserve the second half to be able to, if we hire those positions? Does that make sense?
Yeah, like as a one.
It's like a one-time
I
kind of
mean,
thing.
it's not necessarily bad practice, right? I think, if the vacancies exist, the idea is that vacancies that aren't filled, that are funded, do create savings, right? And the extent to which you're, using that for, a one-time is probably, it's better than using it for something that's gonna be recurring, right? So if there's a need that exists there, particularly given that you guys have a pretty robust fund balance, it's not like you need to really save it. If there's a need there that is aligned with your strategy and makes sense in terms of all the other things that you're planning to do, then it makes sense. But, in the event that like these are positions that we need to fill, right? Focusing on getting those filled.
Of
is
course.
also important,
Yeah,
right?
that-
So it's kind of that trade-off of like, we do have this vacancy savings, what can we do with it that sort of continues to support the students? Especially in the cases where we know that we need to hire those positions, it just hasn't necessarily happened.
I think the important thing is that reprogramming should go through a similar process of verifying that it aligns with your strategy
Versus
as
just saying,
programming in
yeah.
the first place
Okay,
would. And
sure.
so some districts who are a little more proactive, and I know you all took more action this year on planning for a higher vacancy rate, which allows you to run more of that revenue actually through your budget process to plan the use of that. That helps a lot. The other thing that we've seen districts do that helps is you'll have sort of a set of strategies for underspend. And those strategies are gonna align specifically with what we know serves students. The challenge is it's just happening everywhere, and it's so many vacancies, it's happening everywhere. It's very easy just to kind of smooth things over and make it easy and not have to go through a lot of processes, and that stops us from having tough conversations about trade-offs.
Sure.
And so in the long run, that hurts you, right? Even if it's not a problem right in the moment that you do it, in the long run, it makes it hard to have those trade-off conversations.
Mr. Katzmer.
On a macro level, is there a recommended best practice for having contingency funds? We've been using the term slush funds and, but
Yeah.
at the end of the day, we don't want to budget to the penny because of inflation, et cetera, so.
Yeah, and I mean, I think your reserves are really, that is the purpose of the reserves that you all have, right? And the policy levels that the board has set forth and, in line with best practices. Outside of that, everything that you have kind of in advance, over and above your reserves, sort of your kind of, what we've kind of started talking about as a slush, it's not really cash that you need to keep on hand to sort of run things. Now, we talked about the amount of cash you need to sort of, to monitor operations, manage operations for the year, how you can be strategic with that and investing. But after your reserves, particularly given the amount that you guys have that is unreserved, that can be used if something, God forbid, catastrophic were to happen and you need to tap into that, you have that that's baked into your reserve. So you don't sort of need another level of that, given the financial health of the district.
And I,
Did-
sorry, go ahead.
I understand that, and I'm sitting here thinking, I kind of agree and I kind of don't, which is why we're having a discussion. But like and maybe I need to have a fundamental reset of what I think the purpose of our reserves are. I've always thought of our reserves as we're in an area where if an emergency happens, it's not that we have to spend $300,000 to replace an HVAC system. It's that a hurricane came through and we need to spend $120 million on cleanup and standing back up 60-plus school sites. And rather than as a backup fund, if we just got our transportation budget really wrong this year, we need to find another $2 million. So that's what I'm trying to balance out, and we may be getting ahead of your presentation.
Well, I think that's, a really great point. What we see districts do typically, districts that are disaster prone, is they'll have a reserve, a designated reserve specifically for disasters. Now, in most cases, in districts we've worked with in the past, most emergency response costs are reimbursable, but it's important to be able to execute quickly.
They were.
They were.
So in the case, that you have anticipated costs that are not reimbursable, there's no FEMA funding, there's no state program, then you want to have a reserve that's planned for that and that's designated specifically for that, so that you both have immediate cash availability should it be reimbursable, and that it doesn't inhibit your ability to operate as a district if it's not reimbursable. The idea would just be that you set a policy around what that plan is, and then you generate that reserve specific for that purpose, rather than using operating, slush to cover those sorts of things. It's totally reasonable also to, at times, have things happen that mean that your budget and your actuals mismatch unfavorably, right? So you could plan to spend $5 million less than you end up spending, and that can be part of the process of running the district through a situation like that. That's part of what your unassigned fund balance is, that board policy that dictates you have a 3-month operating budget. Part of that is to plan for those contingencies, but many districts choose to set up discrete funds specifically for emergencies if there's an anticipation that there's a high burden directly on the district.
Okay. Dr. Constance-Brown.
I just wanted to jump back in. I heard the answer to my question when you were speaking to, I think it was Ms. Grabowski. I asked, when finance relies heavily upon reprogramming funds, what are the long-term consequences? And what I heard you say was that it delays hard conversations about resource allocation or asset allocation. Hard/important/ difficult conversations about that.
Right, over time, your strategy gets further from your intent, the more you rely on those sorts of one-time fixes.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, continue.
So next, we're going to talk about two other focus areas. The first is financial processes. So we reviewed a couple financial processes that are really critical to managing risk in the district, and we'll provide a little bit more detail on payroll, accounts payable, and procurement. And then we're going to talk about some district and department-wide themes that are part of why some of these challenges continue. In the finance processes, the payroll processes of the district are highly manual. There are many adjustments that happen for extra duty pay, for starts, for terminations, and pay adjustments that happen without using a system of records. So emails are going around, phone calls are going around, et cetera. Now, there's no indication that there's anything necessarily wrong happening there, but what we do understand is that the sort of ad hoc nature or the manual nature of email being sent versus using the system of record, it removes some of the controls that make sure that there's traceability around the way a decision was made, and that those things can be sorted out and reconciled if there are those challenges. So most of that is driven by technology integration challenges, which sort of start from do you have appropriate documentation of the way the processes are supposed to work? Does everyone know what their roles are? Who's responsible for which pieces across HR and finance, especially when it comes to payroll? Really critically, one thing we noted here, and we brought some business systems experts from our team in to look at kind of the why of this, and having a limited ability to do business analysis, which means nobody's setting up the requirements for the system in advance of the system being designed. The district's been challenged at keeping business analysts and having a business analysis function that treats the finance team like a customer for the IT team and formalizes processes systems. And so there's a lot of disconnects between the way that those system processes get designed and what the district needs in order to, follow the finance processes that they need to. So that, overall, it becomes challenging when you don't know who is responsible for what pieces of developing those systems and prioritizing the system investments that we prioritize. And we attribute that mostly to a lack of that sort of business analyst function, which is common in private sector business and in public sector systems development. Accounts payable processes are generally well designed, and a lot of the accounts payable processes, they have automated controls, reporting, et cetera, to manage risk. There's a couple things at the end of the accounts payable process that introduce some potential risk, specifically procedures around check handling and a reliance on paper payments. So in 2025, you want to have 5% of your vendors being paid by paper check and 95 being paid by a verified source. And in the district, we kind of are in the process of transitioning, and there's a lot more paper checks going out than we'd recommend. And what happens with that is it's a manual processing burden for the team. It distracts the AP team from doing critical control work, and instead they're spending time on literally processing paper payments. It also presents risk of your vendors, theft against your vendors, theft against the district with paper checks flying around. So that can delay payments, it can make it challenging to do business for the district, and it can also present risk of fraud or theft that is not present with like a verified ACH onboarding program. The district has the ability to do that. They do onboard vendors, they are onboarding vendors, it just needs to be prioritized. Procurement processes, really, in the procurement process, the biggest challenge is that contract management across contracts that were let in different fiscal years is not managed through an integrated process, so we don't always know when a high priority contract is coming up to need to be renewed or be renewed. And so that can lead to some fumbles in terms of, do we have continued access to the vendors we need? The other thing with that procurement is the procurement team doesn't have a specific set of prioritization or standards around what the highest priority things are. And so they're sort of left in a position to guess at what the district thinks the highest priorities are to respond to. Things that are emergencies versus things that are coming from a department that typically has emergencies versus things that come from the leadership team. Balancing those priorities is really challenging, and there aren't specific metrics that say, hey, this type of purchase will take this long, that the procurement team can then hold themselves accountable to. So all of that tracking being a little bit disparate across systems and then not being integrated against performance metrics makes it hard for the procurement team to really serve the district the way the district needs to be served. And then moving on to the department-wide side of things, I think Dr. Watts said this well at the beginning of the conversation. Owning financial process improvement and financial process fidelity is something the whole district has to do, right? So the finance team has an important role in standing up processes and holding people accountable to those processes, but the entire district, leaders across the district, need to be accountable to the finance team, to the leadership team for financial processes. What we've seen in the district is passive financial leadership when it comes to, for example, principals not knowing how much of their budget they've spent. Some of these processes we've talked about having challenges that persist year after year after year. And we've also seen that in a sort of field, if you will, the owners of budget, they don't necessarily feel accountable to financial management the way that someone in a sort of similar budgeted role in a private sector entity might. So if a principal's running a $10 million budget, that's a huge responsibility that should be monitored as a priority. And they don't necessarily have the tools, and they're not asked the right questions to make sure that they are accountable for those things. The process systems integration challenges get into a little bit more detail here. Process documentation we talked about earlier, but really just getting all of the ownership documented really well, who owns what, getting that ERP system, Tyler Munis, that the board has invested in to a point where it's doing everything as advertised is a big lift. There's a lot to do to get to the point where all of the systems integrate well and there aren't manual workarounds. For example, there's some of the processes that could be handled like directly in the payroll process that could be handled through modules of Munis are being handled through workarounds right now. And it's important for the district to understand what those workarounds are and get away from using those workarounds and push to make the ERP system perform. And then the data analytics capabilities, just something to note, most organizations that are spending this much public money that have this big of a footprint have so much complexity in their operations. They have a data warehouse that helps put customers, like anyone in this room that works in the district, in a workshop basically be in a sandbox where it can make reports, do analysis, integrate finance and operations. The district doesn't really have those capabilities. So it makes it hard to drive accountability for financial results when you don't necessarily have the ability to set up reporting and that sort of thing through a comprehensive data warehouse. So with that, that's kind of
Yeah, the only thing that I would just add on that is tying in the ERP system, right? Tyler Munis is probably the leading financial ERP. It's used across a number of different state.
Please
local-
get closer to the
I'm
mic.
sorry. State and local and education agencies across the country. Many people are not using it optimally. It's a huge investment, and so the ability to activate the modules that you have that you need and you use them effectively will really help to sort of address a lot of these process risk issues that we've highlighted and the workarounds that exist when there is functionality that's in the system. It just needs to be properly configured and activated. So.
Thanks, Gina. We'd be happy to take questions here or move to recommendations and take questions after.
Ms. Grabowski?
So, up in the finance processes, are there districts that have gone to 100% ACH and not using your particular?
There are many situations which make 100% ACH very challenging.
Yeah.
I think you get to 95 or you get to 99, but 100% can be challenging, and some states have rules about, still maintaining the accessibility of paper checks for vendors. But many districts get towards that 90, 95%, many public entities do.
Okay.
It's almost like you operate telling the
Yeah,
vendor
to that.
sign up for
And-
the ACH,
Right.
and they have to opt into saying, oh, I need to.
It actually works the same in payroll, right? You want to have people opt in
Right,
to do the more manual process.
Right.
And you have to kind of build that into the way that you onboard people as well as vendors, so that when I sign up, the default is not me providing AP and address, it's me providing them ACH information and having a verification transaction.
And then on the Munis, typically with something like that, it's almost easier to do the workaround than to actually set up the system. So is that something where someone, and maybe I'm wrong on that, but is that something where like outside team could come in, help to get that set up, to get us to that point of using it more effectively?
I think
Or is
that,
it-
I think that there's a role for technology vendors or advisors to help with that. I think that the challenges that we've identified really relate to that business analyst role being
Okay.
well managed and staffed. And a lot of times, especially in places like this, it's hard to attract people for those roles at the salaries that public employers offer, and you can be more effective with engaging a vendor who has that expertise, who does 10 of these a year and can do it more efficiently, because then you don't always have those employees, in perpetuity. We're happy to move right on to recommendations.
Move.
All right, let's do it. All right, so I'm gonna try to do this quickly because I know we've been almost an hour already, but this is our recommendations across all of these areas. I want to highlight the ones that are in bold are the things that we think are highest immediate priority. We'll show you kind of the way that breaks down into a couple initiatives we'd recommend right after this. The key thing on the financial outlook is developing that integrated budget model that can help you navigate different scenarios, particularly if your revenues become more constrained. You want to get building that quickly. You want to know what it looks like before you make decisions on your budget next year, because you need to know what things look like a couple years from now. But you can also look for efficiency opportunities, formalize that investment approach to maximize your return on investment and plan those funds, and then monitor the reserves to make sure they're maintaining, which is, you guys are at a good place. You're in between relevant standards. You're not exceeding your board policy. You have more than 3 months of operating. Those are good things. You just want to keep monitoring that. From a budget process perspective, we'd recommend implementing a modified zero-based budgeting process by which every investment is reviewed, not to assume that anything continues except for classroom staffing and like direct student support, and challenge each of those through the budget process each year through that modified zero-based budget process, so that when the board receives a budget, it's been scrutinized to say, do we still need this each year? And we'd also recommend refining those personnel processes for vacancy management, supplemental pay, and position control. You can enhance governance and controls for budget compliance, and then also improve oversight of those enterprise funds. We think it's important that the district understands and looks into and digs into what's happening with the food service fund and applies the same level of scrutiny to that they do the general fund, because it's drawing on the general fund at times. On finance processes, integrating that contract management across platforms just so that you have a central space for all contract management, migrating all the information into the contract management system that you've invested in is going to be a high level of effort, but it's important to invest in. We also would recommend improving the accounts payable security and automation at the tail end of that process. We could see that work had been done to improve the processes and risks that we see in many districts, but just kind of finishing it out with that tail end of the process for payments. We'd also recommend really all processes be developed formal SOPs, but the payroll sub-processes that kind of have some unclear ownership between finance and HR, really important to know who's responsible, who's accountable, who's consulted, and who's informed in those matters. And then defining responsibilities within approval workflows. You know, who has the final decision on position control, who has the final decision on other processes around, you know, modifying payroll, that sort of thing. And then centralizing timekeeping and payroll processes to finalize munis deployment, just getting those things that are happening in kind of one-off processes into the system of record so that your user-based controls are all in effect and you have the reportability and the tracking. And then defining responsibilities, and then integrating contract management across platforms to improve transparency, have the contracts team know what the standards they're performing to are and perform to them. And then department-wide, it's really important that we don't look at this as like a finance team problem, right? This is a district-wide opportunity to improve. Every leader needs to be accountable for the way their financial decisions affect the district and the district's finances. So obviously it's important to strengthen the processes and do the things we're talking about here. It's important. In some cases, maybe there's training or opportunities to strengthen the team's capabilities, but it's also important to empower them to hold other leaders in the district accountable to complying with the budget and complying with financial processes. Improving the financial accountabilities to improve the financial accountability of leaders district-wide. We'd also recommend enhancing documentation of the financial processes, anything that enters the systems. You need to know who owns it, who's allowed to approve what. All of that needs to be on paper in a way that people can say, yes, I'm following the process. And then resolving those, strengthening the systems implementation or enhancements to resolve those critical systems gaps. You know, there's kind of a sprint of work to be done here to make Munis work for you better that needs to be done with a lot of planning and a lot of time and investment in making sure it succeeds and does what the district needs it to. And we would recommend that as a high priority to resolve those systems gaps. Do that by strengthening the team, supporting the team, and then also developing data analytics capabilities that help people drive consistency and accountability. So what we would just kind of hit on here really is like, this looks like a lot, right? This looks like even more, right? This is the priority action items. But really what it boils down to is really 4 things, right? Department and district-wide, you need to strengthen and empower the finance team, get the processes documented, and strengthen systems capabilities. That will affect every system we've talked about, every process we've talked about. It's important to do that to empower the rest of the things you need to do here. You need to build a financial outlook that will support the district in planning for future scenarios. Strengthen that budget process to better integrate that zero-based perspective of challenging everything, making sure everything aligns with ROI, and then integrating the contract management and establishing formal processes around the sort of end of the payroll process. These are the things we think need to be done as soon as possible that we recommend that this board and this district prioritize.
Thank you. Okay, I know we have comments. Ms. Hall.
Okay, this morning, we were talking about, I think Mr. Cashmore was saying to the superintendent, we need to make sure that we are providing resources to our finance and HR departments so that they can hire people at the market rate that will bring them to us and keep them with us. So are you saying now when Dr. Watts comes to us and say, I want to hire that she needs to be ready to show us how, we quickly say, is this budget neutral? But she needs this person. So she needs to convince us that adding this person is essential to the health of the district. That's what you're saying. Each time.
Well, I would just highlight that, the stability and strength of the individuals in finance roles gives the district a lot of leverage to do the things that it needs to, do it well, and hold the whole district accountable. And so we think it is a priority to make sure you have the best people, you keep the best people, you support them with training, and you know, it's really important to think about finance, not just in terms of, you could say, oh, well, if Dr. Watts were to come to you and say, let's add these 2 people to our systems and finance team so they coordinate and collaborate better, it's like, wow, that's a big increase on a relatively small department budget. But the reality is that's necessary for the whole district to function well, to have that insight as part of the process. So it's just important to think about some of those investments in the way that they enable the rest of the district to function.
Dr. Watts, you agree with that?
Yes, so that goes back to rice, and I know some of you didn't like the rice. But that is reach, right? It's the reach of a strategy. How could that one single strategy reach and influence and impact the broadest number of people? That's what comes to mind when I hear you say that. Like,
Yeah, absolutely.
And it also has to do with return on investment.
Right. And you will have no higher return on investment than getting return on investment right.
Exactly.
That's a good t-shirt.
But I struggle, but here's what I struggle with, and I would love to hear you all's insight on that. There is so much scrutiny about central office.
Right.
I'm afraid to hire anybody right now because somebody's gonna come back and say, you got too many people in central office. So I'm constantly trying to weigh this concept of, do I have the right number of bodies and maybe not the right
Allocation among them.
capacity on the team to do the work, or is it that we need more bodies?
I mean, if we think about some of your processes that we talked about right now.
Microphone.
Oh, sorry. And we talked about a lot of your processes. There's a lot of manual things that are happening, which takes more time and resources, right? When we think about the way your system is structured, like, people aren't necessarily using their time for the highest and best use because they have to do all these workarounds, all these manual processes.
So that takes me down a root cause analysis. Why? So is that because I am resisting doing something new on purpose? Is it because I'm afraid that if I fully implement this thing that is going to take the weight off of me, then I'm gonna be replaced? Like, when I first got to the district almost 2 years ago, I heard about Munis. 2 years later, we're still talking about Munis. Like, I don't understand why this is not moving at a more rapid. Is it resistance? Just resistance? Is it lack of understanding? Or is it lack of capacity in terms of, do we have the right people? I mean, do I have the person? Do I need to hire somebody that can help us do that? I'm trying to get to the root
Yeah.
cause.
Sure. I mean, as it comes to the systems, you're short of several people that you need to build into the systems while you have vacancies you're trying to hire for them. That's important to build that business analyst function and be able to do that well. I think the question about, what's the sort of disconnect between, the fixing the things versus working in kind of an ad hoc or put together process is kind of a concentrated cost, right? One individual is the person who's handling all of these manual payroll requests, but the solution requires a collective solution. So it can be hard to prioritize those things because what you have now is working. It's very normal to say like, hey.
Let's just keep it going.
Right, let's just keep it going. But what's happening is then your ability to do strategic financial planning work is totally inhibited by your need to do operational financial work, right? So taking a step back and looking at strengthening and empowering the team, part of that has to do with making sure that the systems are working and supported and documented well enough that people can do the job they actually signed up to do, rather than fixing hundreds of manual payment processes a month, or making all these pay adjustments individually. So there's benefit in getting your systems working to the point where they're giving people the time to focus on more strategic work. And we would, recommend prioritizing that in the near future so that you're not still struggling with Munis, 180 days from now or 360 days from now.
So if I could add that only a few years ago, we made the transition away from the green screen, Leafs. Staff will remember that. Right, yeah. So, and the board remembers this because we came to the board several years ago with a phased approach on that investment to what we called the BSR, Business System Replacement. So we've been going through that phase. It's been a phased approach. So I just contextually, I think it is important to know that there is some infancy in certain components of Munis that we still are also learning to maximize it to its full potential. And how can we do that in a way that leverage it to its maximum capability in a streamlined, faster
How
way?
long does it get to be an infant? Like, is there an end to infant? Like, does it get to be an infant for 18 months to 24 months?
4 years.
Yeah, so this is the, get to the Gemba, right? So,
Yes.
to the core component of that. But I just wanted to say that contextually for the group as a whole, that process was a phased approach.
But you're
The
text-
other part
you're
of my
text-explaining.
question was,
Yeah.
the other part of my question
don't need
was,
text-
When we get to it.
can I finish?
Yeah, okay, so
Okay.
Ms. Hall had a second part of her
Okay.
question.
Mr. Potter, I want to ask about bureaucracy in the midst of all this, because we have a gem of a person here, Mr. Nathaniel, who has worked through some craziness, but because a vendor was complaining that they weren't getting paid on time. So instead of one person being able to just authorize that payment, it looked like maybe 3 different people had to sign off on that same thing. Could that help us if we kind of cut through all the different signatures needed on something to get payments done?
So accounts payable, like many finance processes, is always a balance between expedition, right, and compliance, right? So you can expedite things only to a certain point without increasing the risk of waste, fraud, or abuse. You need to find the right sort of balance of those things. Right now, the challenge isn't that there's too many people reviewing things. It's not that the processes require too much. It's that the systems aren't fully integrated to facilitate that work in a way that makes it efficient. And we would be really cautious about pulling back from any controls related to accounts payable, for example, before knowing that the system is something we're really confident in. And I think in our conversation with the finance team, the systems team, we're not confident enough in the system to depend on it as our control system. Those controls help and they manage risk.
But now, if Roger is somebody who will see something and sign off on it as soon as he understands it and sees it to be clear, and then it has to come to my desk, and I put it over here and get to it when I can, that's breaking down, right there, that's bringing that vendor to want to call a board member because it's taking too long for them to get paid. So I understand, I don't want to be by myself and something goes wrong, and Ms. Grabowski says, Ms. Hall stole the money. But, I understand the need for control, and several eyes and ears. But to me, the bureaucracy seems, and not just in finance, but across our district, it seems that if you just have one person who's the bottleneck, then you're messing up,
And to be honest, we didn't look at every single, signing authority requirement, the way that it benchmarks to other organizations. What I can tell you is right now, the processes and systems that support it are very far from performing at their best. And so addressing simply those types of adjustments will not address the problem holistically. And a lot of the changes that we're talking about here are meant to address challenges sort of from a customer experience perspective while managing risk. And it's really important to make sure that you keep risk in mind when you try to be responsive to vendor requests. If your systems aren't in a place where you can be responsive to vendor requests, the answer is not to find a fix to that specific vendor's problem right now. The answer is to revisit the root cause. And in the case of like AP processes, people really shouldn't be waiting for paper checks and not knowing when they can follow back up, right? And that's, so like if the system works, everyone's onboarded on ACH, that can cut 2 to 3 weeks out of the tail end after the signature. Addressing the signature, I don't know exactly how the workflow works, off the top of my head, but these things can be automated too, right? You can log on, let's say you all have day jobs, families, hobbies, et cetera. You could, if there's a board approval required, you all can log on a Sunday morning and say, this is a board approval item, here's my expediting, my actioning this, and it's documented to be you that did it with a signature, electronic signature that said it was you. So those things can still be expedited in the system, and Munis can do these things. It's just not performing in that way right now.
Okay, okay. Dr. Bringman, then Dr. Hoskins Brown.
I'm gonna ask very pointed questions, and I don't want any district staff to feel like this is a question about them or their abilities. This is just me wanting to kind of know the lay of the land from an outsider's perspective so that we have a true understanding of where we're at, because we have to know where we're at so that we can move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you for the comedic point there. In your expert opinion, and maybe you can claim that you're not an expert, what do you think our percent usage of Munis is at on its abilities? And if you care not, if you want to plead the fifth, that's fine, but with what Munis can do, what percent are we leveraging what we bought?
Well, within the processes we observe, I think that there's many modules that are not being utilized. We didn't look at the whole of Munis. We don't even know all the things they're selling this year, right? So it could be that they could do a lot more than that.
Okay, then in comparison to districts our size, I'll try to get you to, good politician answer there. In comparison to sizes of districts our size, budgets our size, that use Munis, percent-wise, where, and we'll say one of them is at a 90 or 100%, where are we?
I guess one thing to start with is there's no A's in this game, like districts don't get the most out of their systems, and I wouldn't be able to put a specific number behind it, but I would say that you're just starting to use the capabilities.
Infancy. Okay, so no percentage, but we are in infancy. And then my second question that maybe you'll dodge as much, or maybe you'll hit this one out of the park. I'm rolling it. If you had to give us a budget process health scorecard, what is the doctor sitting down and saying our budget process health scorecard is?
On the scale of.
However you want to answer that, I don't know, you know? And maybe this is too pointed, and I'm putting you on the hot seat, but I'm just trying to get an idea. And I think the district wants to know, because this is how we move forward. Like, where are we? Yeah, am I on a vent? Am I in rehab? Like, no, I'm in healthcare. That's what.
Last right.
Yeah, like where are? Because like monetarily, we have money, so budget hasn't been a problem for the district to pay people, to have things, to move forward. But in our processes, which you're in, you know, like, what's that health card?
And that's a really important distinction, right? I can't tell you the number of places we get the call after the budget's become a problem, right? So it's very, circumstantial that the challenges in your budget process have not caused major problems in the district, but it is not a healthy budget process. There is a lot of work to be done to make the budget process work. Schools are a little bit ahead of departments, but both need quite a lot of work to make sure that they're aligning with strategies. There's been incremental changes, especially in the last year and a half, that are good steps. But right now, it's pretty nascent in terms of the ability to support the strategy. There's a lot of growth there. I would say the only thing I'd say is it's improving in that people are paying attention to these things and trying to get perspective on how we, further diagnose and understand and address the challenges. But I'd have a hard time giving it a really strong score because it's not, we're not forcing ourselves to scrutinize everything we spend. And until you're at a place where you can say why you're spending each thing you're spending on, it's not a healthy budget process.
Thank you.
Dr. Hoskins Brown.
Thank you. I appreciate that question and that response. I think it's something that we need to digest, need to take in. On the matter of Munis, and other issues, to me, any technology that we invest heavily in, whatever platform it is, when it's education software, we build in all this extra training. I'm really regretful that we keep hearing there's something missing in Munis, because when we put in the money to adopt Munis, we were like, this is it, this is gonna solve it. We should be treating our resolutions that bring these packages forward like my mother used to manage Christmas presents. If you got a boombox, you also got batteries. Like, you didn't wake up Christmas morning with electronic toys and no batteries. If you got skates, I did have a nice, I do have a nice mom. If you got skates, shoestrings, pom-poms, you got the headgear, you got everything. So when we buy this stuff, let's get it all. And if we don't have it, then there's some fault somewhere. I don't know where, but I'm with the superintendent. How long are we gonna be toddlers or infants and using this? And why are we finding out in this way? Like, this is not, this is good information about how we move and work. And the culprit should not be Munis, as expensive as it is and as long as we have had it. It ought to be something else, but to me, it shouldn't, our biggest problem shouldn't be underutilization of a highly sophisticated tool.
And I just want to understand why we're not, like, that's the piece I don't understand. Like, is it that we just don't want to use it? Is it resistance? Is it knowledge and training?
All of
Is
those
it
are
that it's
luxuries.
missing something, to your point? Like, what is keeping us from fully leveraging it?
Weak position control, and it is us managing human capital. It should not be optional to use the tool. It should not be an acceptable excuse that we couldn't do this because we don't know how to make the tool do it. So that's a human capital issue. That's not an audit or a process issue. That's something that can be managed differently outside the scope of this conversation.
But Dion, we have to offer that training to our, we have to say, this is something, you're in charge of this, get your people trained.
We trust seasoned professionals to bring recommendations for us.
Yeah.
If there's a need for training, put a resolution in for training.
Yeah.
Everything that is needed, bring it to us and let us vote on it. We always ask, tell me what you need and tell me what it
Yes.
costs.
Yeah.
So if you don't have it, it's not this board's fault.
Just really quickly, first of all, Dr. Hoskins Brown, I really appreciate the metaphor. I'm going to use it in future presentations of a blue box without batteries. I've been that kid. I think in this case, we are kind of missing the batteries. The batteries are program management and change management. So there's nothing wrong with the IT system that you bought, right? It's a matter of surrounding it with the supports that are necessary to make sure we make a plan. We know what we want it to do, right? And then we have a plan to execute on making it do those things in a way that aligns with our overall strategy. Having, knowing we're gonna buy Munis and get the stuff that Munis gives us is not a plan, right? You need to have program management around it that ensures that all of the work that the systems team puts into it, all of the work that the vendor puts into it, all the work the finance team puts into it results in those organizations and those pieces working well together. And there's a huge people and process piece to that seems to be where, the district is lagging. There's nothing wrong with where it's hosted or like what license you paid for. The challenge is that we just haven't configured it to get the things that we want out of it. And part of that just comes from not having really clear program management, having somebody getting up or multiple people getting up every day thinking about how you make the system perform and making sure that it's a district priority to make sure that the systems support the educators is really important.
I would say district-wide being like, it's not just finance that needs to own what happens, in Munis and using Munis with fidelity. And so that change management that's needed to sort of get everyone using Munis appropriately has to go beyond just the folks that are on Larry's direct team in the finance department. It has to go into the districts. It has to go, the schools and into the other departments to make sure that they are using Munis as well for their financial transactions and processes to support the whole ecosystem.
Okay, Ms. Campbell?
So I appreciate Dr. Watts doing this from the beginning. I really do. It just says a lot that you're willing to be this transparent and open to problems. Dr. Brinkman said that the budget, hasn't been a problem so far, and we're glad. We are very glad. But it has been a problem for taxpayers that we keep getting more and more and more. And I guess one thing that, when you mentioned the way to go forward and you said that we need some accountability, how do we do that when it sounds like there are silos across the district and people aren't cross-talking and communicating, and they're not using a system that would help do that? I mean, where do we start?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think, one is sort of setting what the standard should be. Right now, people are okay in getting by with doing whatever's been working, right? Like, I did it this way before, there's a system, I'm still gonna email my thing to, X or Y person. I'm not gonna do it that way. And it happens, it works, right? Like, sort of setting those controls in place, like, it's not gonna get approved outside of the system, right? Things like that, I think, help in terms of setting processes, documenting them, making sure that everyone is clear, this is how we're gonna operate going forward. Then you have a standard with which to judge people against. So we're all clear, we've assigned, we've affirmed that we agree that this is how we're gonna operate. When people start to operate outside of that, then we're like, okay, what's going on? We level set, we stack hands, this is what we said we were gonna do. And I think that sort of trying to start the accountability in a place where sort of the standard, may have been set, but maybe it's not fully understood, is a harder thing to do. Once you sort of hold everyone to like the standards, the processes, the documents, you've been trained on them, you've affirmed that you understand them and you will operate within them, and then you still don't, then you've got sort of a different conversation that you're able to have, as opposed to when now people are still using them as workarounds, right? Because if this doesn't work for me, or the system, or whatever the rationale is, addressing those issues, giving people sort of that base to work from, I think is a good way to start to be able to like really hold that accountability in a way that can be measured against something that's concrete.
I think one of the things too that I want to give Dr. Watts credit for, in light of how extensive this was, I'll say, is that you started doing some of this come millage rate time last year, when you ask every department to send a line item budget, and you wanted to, maybe it wasn't necessarily line item, but it was, show me where you were going to cut, and you made it transparent, at least for us. And we're on that track. I think that was amazing.
It was very, primitive.
Fair. But nevertheless,
So is
A
our usage of
spreadsheet
Bring it
that I
in, Dr. Watts,
created,
bring it in.
Right, very primitive, I just want to say that,
well,
not sophisticated.
I appreciate your candor, but I guess the thing that I do worry about, though, is that, I don't know where to start, quite honestly. I'm worried about a lot of things with this, but one thing that I do worry about is that Dr. Howard Hall mentioned this recently with Title I. And as someone who is, knows just about everything there is to know, particularly in our district, about how to manage that, she was concerned, just again, with this subset, but that maybe the funds weren't getting used, right, until the very end, or that they weren't getting allocated appropriately because maybe they weren't going in, or, how much hands-on did they have? And again, that's one subset of our district that I'm mentioning, but I do wonder if, when we show in the budget book that's very clearly outlined every year, each school and how much money they get, I'm a little concerned that maybe some of them aren't actually looking like they're getting as much money as they are, if we're just reallocating that money for vacant positions that don't get filled to somewhere else, to patchwork together some sort of Band-Aid to put over a bullet hole, instead of figuring out the structural issue that potentially was the problem. We're just always keeping the lights on without dealing with anything that could make this better, and we're just asking for more and growing our budget more. And so I think this was really, really good that we did this, and
Now what?
yeah,
That's where I
I'm
am
a
right
little
now.
bit at a
That's where I
loss
am right now.
for steps. So, yeah, that's all I got for now.
Yes, Ms. Hall.
One thing is, again, training, knowledge and training. I don't know that principals have to go through a budget training process when they go to a school. Do they actually know what to do and how to do this so that in April, they're not scampering, just spending money willy-nilly because they have this left and, you know, it looks bad. Why do I have all this money? Evidently, I didn't need it, but we know the kids there need it. So to me, that's training. Does every principal have training on managing their school budget? That's something we can vote on easily and get and have done. But the other thing is, I want us to be cognizant that there is a big turn away from public education, period, in this country. So when Dr. Watts says she's afraid to hire somebody because people are saying, oh, your central office is top-heavy. If you know that the positions you have at that central office are what you need to make us function well, I would say do not let that perception and that, you know, because whoever is saying it, you don't know what the motive is behind their saying it. So that doesn't need to impede us because somebody is saying that. We need public education to work because that's the only salvation for most of the people in America. So that's the other part of this, that we not be afraid to do what we need to do because we know it needs doing. So Dr. Watts, that's kind of to you.
Don't be afraid.
Mr. Kashmar.
Yeah. What I heard was, we need to realign functions to stop doing manual things and free people up to utilize the more advanced tools. We've gone from an abacus to, you know, a calculator
That's right.
to AI supported, you know, financial management systems. And everybody is struggling. Everybody struggles with technological advances. We just need to. I'm not hearing it's a we need to hire more or hire different. I'm hearing it's a take a snapshot of where you are in terms of your software skill set and capabilities, train from there, but also realign functions and eliminate the things that are exceptions to Munis, and kind of force people down that technological path.
The way that we would think about it is that you know, have kind of an independent assessment, had an independent assessment done, and what the district needs to do is focus on improving its financial management capacity so that it's prepared to navigate more financially trying times, whether that be from changes in the way the state funds or permits changes in the tax base, or from the changes in federal funds that overall shift away from funding public schools as well. If that continues, all of those things require you to have a stronger financial management capacity to plan and execute in a way that more closely aligns specifically with student needs. And so that is likely to mean that you know for sure that, you know, if the taxpayers are paying more than they did last year by an amount that, you know, is higher than you might expect, those dollars are actually spent on something we know and we can track all the way through to the return on investment. So a really mature organization has the ability to track those extra dollars. What are we spending on? Why is it increasing? Is this just the average, you know, the salary increase? What else is going on here? All of that becomes transparent through the budget. And then importantly, that you execute according to that budget so that the intent of the voters as carried through this board is carried out in the district. And you can say with confidence, the district is running efficiently, funding these priorities. And you just have a lot of building blocks that you need to get there. So we've laid out what we think next 90 days looks like, but this is a multi-year improvement effort. This is gonna take time to get to a place where you're really good. It's gonna take time to get there. And it's just important to note that you're in a good place to be doing this rather than being on the back foot when you have a deficit and no fund balance. And so as a district, we think that you should prioritize getting ahead of these things and building a plan to build that capacity over the course of the next 1.5 to 2 years, starting with these things in the next 90 days.
Ms. Grabowski?
Maybe this is oversimplifying, but I mean, it seems to me this is our work plan, the one column missing is responsible party. Right? Like, who's responsible for taking the lead on each of these, and then having accountability that goes with it to move it forward? I don't know.
That's a good idea.
Some of them are broad, but yes, I agree.
They are broad,
Yes.
but you at least have.
Some of them are 100
Yeah.
steps themselves, but yes, I
They
get
are,
you. Yeah.
but that's the responsible person to map out what those steps are and keep the train
That's a
moving.
good idea.
And really thoughtful, careful program management, project management, and
Good.
making sure these things happen.
Yeah.
That's right.
So is that element, is that an external, an internal, that program management element of it?
In our experience, usually a combination of the two. You need to have really strong champions inside of the district for things like this to work.
Right.
But you don't want to always have the capacity that you need in order to build
To
this,
get there.
right? So there is some, obviously there's a lot of technical expertise that you may need in a short sprint to solve these
Right.
systems problems
Right.
that you won't need on a recurring basis. So there's opportunities for outside support there. Building a budget model for the first time and building a budget process for the first time. Those are really heavy lifts. And you have people that are gonna have to also be flying the plane while it's being built. So it's important to find the right balance that works well for the district.
I mean, because it seems to me it'd be a worthwhile investment to have the additional resources needed to get us over this hurdle, or at least through this next 90-day critical action piece, so we can at least start. We can stabilize and then, continue to work at the other pieces.
So, go ahead.
Thank you. I just have a question about something that has not been mentioned. I'm not convinced it is appropriate. I just want to know. We look at our financials line by line every month, and based on what we have an ability to discern some of what's happening. This idea of tracking and looking at, where allocations have gone, seeing that there are vacancies or expenditures that are not gonna be made because of whatever issues. Does anybody do a midterm adjustment? I'm not advocating for it, because I know it would be a pain, but I'm asking, is that something, I'm looking at Larry over there, but he is over there. Is that a thing that is a positive part of this kind of, management and controls?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah,
Okay.
it's appropriate, it's common, it's necessary. Things change, your tax receipts could be changing, your revenue could be changing. You could need to reprogram, in a way that means you're spending less. You could need to reprogram to meet needs. I mean, during the COVID pandemic, things changed so fast that every district had to reprogram. And a lot of things locally can change quickly that can require reprogramming. The important thing is that it's done aligned to a strategy that is, focused on supporting kids, and it's done in a way that's transparent and visible to this body, that, you're aligned with. And putting all of that information into a process by which you make that adjustment that's very transparent, will help both, maintain and grow the trust of the taxpayer, and will also help maintain alignment with the strategy to make sure we're not making 100 little adjustments that aren't worth saying anything about, but then change where we're going. You make one big adjustment that's transparent. A lot of districts issue a revised budget in January or February. Most districts that I've worked with do that. They issue a revision, and that revision also can feed that financial model to say, what do we think our deficit or surplus is going to be, and make plans around that.
I think
Thank
what-
you.
what she was just bringing up, when we were talking about the vacancy savings, right, you get that money,
Right,
is it appropriate to
right.
do something different with it? And that kind of ties into this, right? You've got vacancy savings, you've got some, I've got
Please don't
some.
call it savings.
Yeah,
We need to think about.
Somebody took a loss because we didn't fill that position. But I appreciate what you're saying. That's the time, that's a temporal component of what she's saying can happen. And so I like the idea of this being a large part of an action plan, but I really want finance has heard all this and has not, been part of the conversation. I really want finance to take it home and sit with it, maybe with a brown beverage or something. And then I want finance to take it, finance committee, take it home, sit with it, and then have the finance committee and the finance team have a conversation about what they saw and what they would add, and, because I think that looking from the governance lens, there'll probably be some other things that, after committee members sleep on it, they may say, oh, that makes me think of this other thing. like I did the midterm adjustment.
October 6th.
October 6th.
All right, so,
Thank you.
thank you very much. We
Really,
it was wonderful. Thank you so
October
much.
8th.
We have, speaking of finance, Mr. Jackson has asked to speak, so, Mr. Jackson.
Just quickly, I want to thank Mike and Sheena.
Please come to the mic.
Just quickly, I want to thank Mike and Sheena for working with my team and the rest of their team. They've had a chance to listen to my staff vent. A lot of information they received, and they understand the roadblocks that we face sometimes. So they've been able to give us a lot of insight, some guidance to move toward in the future. A lot of the items that they're recommending, and we've already in the process of working on those. We started the process earlier this year. So their timing when they came in was great because they came in during the middle of some implementations of some software that we're working on to improve some of this stuff. So again, I appreciate that. We thank you very much. As far as Munis, like most software platforms, there's some good and bad with Munis. We probably used maybe 80% of what we were sold that Munis could do. There were some components that Munis we did not like, we weren't satisfied with. And not only us, when I say that, we implemented Munis during the pandemic. After the pandemic, we had a chance to go to some conferences, Tyler Munis conferences. But when you go into a room and you got 40 or 50 school districts there, and all of them say they stopped using a particular part of Munis for a particular reason, okay. It says a lot about their product. So there's some software packages that we picked up over the last year because of that we implemented. We started the process earlier this year. One is on the procurement side to do the contract management, to do the intake, have the workflow to follow requests for RFPs and bids. So that's in the process. We had some questions for them. How does that look in other districts? So that was very helpful. We should have that in place fully operational in a month or two. The other was we got some additional software to help us with the budgeting side of it, to do some forecasting that they talked about. So we had to get some additional software to do that. The information, we pull it from Munis, but we put it into a third-party software to help us with that. To create some dashboards that the administration and school staff can use to make it more user-friendly so they can understand it, because you all see some of our Munis reports. They can be a little intimidating. We also brought on a project manager, and that was probably a position that we needed more than anything to help us with these implementations, to help be that liaison between divisions, and to help us push some of these platforms down the road, get them into motion. I believe Mr. Robinson is going to do the same thing. He's looking at a project manager on his side of the house, so we can, the two divisions and other divisions can talk to each other and get more things implemented. So just wanted the board to know we're in the process. Just didn't start after they got here. We started at the beginning of the year, but their timing was good because during the middle of the implementations, we were able to ask questions. How does everybody else do it? How does it look in other districts outside? Yes, ma'am.
What type of feedback are we receiving from schools? I remember working with different principals during the time when I was program manager. Some principals were hands-on with the budget, and others depended totally on the administrative secretary, didn't have much to do with the budget. So it's seemingly the missing piece is also providing that support within those schools.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of problems lie there, as Ms. Campbell, referenced.
And that's true.
And we know what happens in September. The vacancy is vacant the whole year, and then we want to do a budget transfer to figure out a way to expend those funds. So we just really need, it's leadership. It's definitely about leadership from the top all the way to the schools.
Yeah, and it is, and honestly, nothing has changed in the last, I hate to say 30 plus years. But That's one reason our project manager has been helpful. She's been able to design some dashboards to make it, at least make it easier for the principals to look at information, to make decisions without trying to go into Munis completely, run reports. We're trying to make it more user-friendly so it would be right there in front of them. Yes, they have 1,000,001 things to do during the day. We're just trying to, save them some time, at least look at it 5 minutes every day, then move on. But we're trying to get it into a position to help them out.
We have built that into our principal supervision site visits through Dr. Barnes' team when his team goes out. One of the things that I have realized just in this process, though, is I don't know how well his team is trained on what to look for, what kind of questions to ask, what types of strategies. So again, I'm trying to backwards map all of this, but it is now built into site visit.
Good.
So when his team is out going to check on a variety of things happening, there should be some regular cadence of, and I'm looking over there, there should be a regular cadence of asking about the budget, but I don't know what they're asking. I don't know if, when they hear an answer, do they just accept the answer? I don't know what the push is in that conversation, so that's something I need to dig into, but the structure is there.
Especially again with Title I schools, because they all are assigned a Title I program manager.
Right.
The structure is
assist with
there,
that
but
budget
I don't know the quality and the fidelity of the structure.
Oh, Roger. Sean.
And I want to piggyback on Ms. Hall's point. That's an appropriate current check-in, but we should also be looking at root cause. So when we do leadership development and we have teachers who want to be APs who then want to be principals, they should be learning about budget and sports and everything that they don't learn about as a classroom teacher. I remember a comment Dr. Watts made earlier this year. I got to the district and, what I sold you guys on was my success with academics. I didn't know I'd have to, learn operations and transportation and food service and all the other parts of running a business, but that's what a principal does too. It's running the business of the school. It's not just what's going on in the classroom. And so it's just like why we keep being focused on, why we're still focused on early childhood, right? We should train our folks so that when they become a principal or an assistant principal, they've got these skill sets and they're also aligned and everybody uses the software the same way. We don't do workarounds because it's easier, or we don't want to learn something new. And so everyone's on the same page. Now that's aspirational, but we can fix the bus and also, train the future drivers at the same time.
And I believe that's it. Like I said, we're going to continue to implement the changes. We appreciate this meeting. We take all the plans, I take all the plans and turn it over to my finance directors. They're my soldiers. If you watch the show Scandal, they're my B613. They're going to fix it for you. Trust me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, guys, we're going to have a 10-minute break.
Can we invite them back, Mr. Ross, in about
Yeah.
6 months? See how-
We're going to have them before that.
Okay.
They're staying here, there's showers.
Hey, everyone, if I could have your attention very, very quickly. Does anyone own a grayish blue Telluride vehicle? All right. Lighten the mood a little bit. And our next song, I'll take that as a no, so that's good. All right, we'll move along. Thank you very much.
Alrighty, so as fate would have it, I stand between you and the end of the day, and I'm going to be Episcopalian in my approach. Okay?
The services ain't that short. I don't know where you're coming from.
And I'm also going to model for you what it means to be distraction-free for just a few moments. I know that you want to send a text or a call to let them know we're off schedule, but I'll model that for you. No, seriously, very quickly, we're going to try to move through this quickly because we know that really there is a decision marker for the board as we work to shape the revision of our current policy. Just some quick context. I think we've had some conversations around this on a few occasions around House Bill 340 that requires districts to adopt and revise policies governing the use of personal electronic devices. And it is applicable to grade bands K-8. And so this legislation ensures consistency across our schools and our districts. But the task that you have really is kind of straightforward in some ways, twofold in that making sure that the policy certainly reflects the requirements of House Bill 340 for K-8, but then also the second decision marker for the board is to determine whether we should extend similar provisions or restrictions to grade bands 9 through 12, maintain the limitations just for K-8 grade bands only, and or explore what we call a hybrid model, if you will. And so that's kind of the stage for that we wanted to set in the arc of our conversation today. I'll kind of move forward. I think these are slides that you've had an opportunity to review in advance and in previous conversations. So what I'd like to do very quickly, last year we had an opportunity to study what's happening at our schools in terms of existing practices and procedures, primarily at our high schools, but we also included in our review middle schools and K-8 schools. So for the sake of our conversation, what we'd like to do is just share some insight from our most recent data, which was the parent survey that was recently deployed to get their context and their considerations around what the district cell phone policy might look like, both in terms of management procedures and storage procedures, which is another piece of the policy language that we need to consider. So with that in mind, I'm going to invite our Director of Instructional Technology and Media Services, Ms. Samantha King, to kind of share with you very briefly what we've learned. By the way, the data that you have is just a snapshot in time. We'll share the most recent data with you at a later date. And then what we'll do is we'll move very quickly to the decision markers, where you'll have to make some decisions on whether to extend, maintain, or explore a hybrid alternative. Okay, with that in mind, Ms. King.
Good afternoon, everyone. So during this time, we reached out to schools and we engaged principals with a survey. We had several principals across several different grade bands to respond, and many of them already had established procedures in place about how they handle cell phones in their buildings. With that being said, our focus now, because we know that the House bill pretty much tells us what we're going to do for K-8, we're looking at what high school foresees and would like to see happen based on parent feedback that we've received over the last couple of weeks. Not really weeks, a week. But here we are. At this moment, we only had 1,014 parents respond. To date, at the closure of the survey, we had 1,341 parents respond. And their biggest concern with cell phones in school was, one, distracted learning, as well as coming in second place, social media, and then bullying and harassment. Our parents are pretty confident that they can reach their children should an emergency arise, that they can contact the school and they are able to reach their children. Some of the preferred methods was more of a partial restriction, so parents would like to see students be able to bring their phones on campus, however, not have access to them until the end of the day, because we recognize in high school we have lots of students who partake in extracurriculars, and parents have voiced that through this survey, with 52% of them preferring a partial restriction. So we know it kind of has to happen in K-8, but we did have a flip-flop in preference from our parent survey. So in grades K through 5, parents would like to see teachers collect devices and then return them at the end of the school day. But then in grades 6 through 12, parents would like to see the students maintain possession of their devices through the use of a magnetized locking pouch. And then when we got to 12th grade, we had an additional marker that we would gauge, and it was whether or not teachers should collect the devices and return them at the end of each class, return them at the end of the day, or students should use a locking pouch. And you'll notice we are kind of close in our first two areas where teachers would return them in between classes at the end of each class. And that would be because our students in high schools, they do not meet, they don't stay with the same teacher all day, nor do they typically go back to homeroom. And then the magnetized pouch would give students the ability to keep their phone on their person and manage that possession and take the burden off of the teacher completely. All right, so.
So, I will modify the arc of our conversation here because you have this. This simply reflects some sample policy language for you to consider. That is the work of the cell phone electronic device policy working group. But what I think is important for you to note is that the language can be inclusive of all grade bands. It can be direct in specifying and specific in naming all of the electronic devices that would be restricted beyond just a cell phone. So that's part of some considerations that you'll need to think about. And then, of course, as Ms. King just mentioned, it does provide some time-bound, although for K-8, it's pretty clear that it's from bell to bell or for the entire school day. But what does that language look like for grades 9, 12? So those are just some sample policy language options. Several school districts in Georgia have already adopted policies, and so this reflects some of that language and/or a combination of some of the policy and regulation language from other school districts here in Georgia. Two pieces for your consideration. You heard Ms. King talk about the parent feedback around the management procedure. We learned over the last couple years that several of our schools have exercised the authority already granted within the policy to say no cell phones. So without the funds for a magnetized pouch, they've utilized the lockbox cabinets or the open air organizers, I think is what we call them. And so just wanted to outline what the benefits of each of those are and the potential challenges for your consideration in terms of language. But these are all operational things that as a district and as schools, we need to be mindful of in revising our policy. The last piece that I think I wanted to lift up for your consideration before we move to the dialogue and decision is just the cost associated with those storage options. The magnetized pouch, and it can look a few different ways, but without going into all of the details, it is costly compared to what several schools have already adopted, which are the cell phone lockers and cabinets. And of course, as we shared in the previous slide, there are some benefits as well as some challenges to both of those options, but wanted to show sort of the cost implications. Again, as Mr. Hediger reminded me, again, one of those unfunded mandates. So just wanted to keep that top of mind as you moved into your dialogue and decisions. And so with that, I'm going to move you to the decision phase of this presentation. As I shared with you at the top of our time, 3 things for you to consider, and that is extending the policy to include grades 9 through 12, which would offer consistent expectations across schools, clear boundaries for students and staff. That will be some of the operational pieces that we have to build into the regulation and administrative guidance, and it requires high school enforcement procedures. If we maintain, or maintain just for K-8, again, allows flexibility at high schools. Many of them have already exercised that in some ways. It does avoid some immediate implementation changes, although implementation already has to occur with K-8, and then just the risk of inconsistent expectations. The final option for you to consider, at least in our mind, but there may be other options, is a hybrid alternative to develop modified expectations for grade bands 9 through 12. You may recall we shared with you the language of the policy and regulation can be very specific to devices. And so there's an opportunity to provide some differing language for grade bands 9 through 12 than K-8 to be less restrictive in terms of the devices. We can pilot some options in select schools, and or we can gather additional input. Although we've had an opportunity to engage our school leaders already and teachers, that's an opportunity for us to do that as well. So with that in mind, I'll kick it to the board for
Dr. Brinkman, Ms. Hall, Dr. Hoskins Brown.
Just go around.
Okay, I like it. You guys do what I want to do. Yes. Dr.
I am definitely gonna keep it simple school system and add some extra S's to the KISS, and just extend it. Just extend it. The K-8s are gonna grow up in it, so it will only be a couple years of growing pains at the high school. I don't know if we actually have liability. I have a lawyer next to me that might be whispering things, but I didn't think we could be held liable for many things because we're a school system, with the teachers' collection and stuff like that, but I'm willing to spend either of those amounts of money and just keep it simple. Boom. It's cell phone free, but that's Brinkman out.
Okay. Dr. Hoskins Brown.
So Deanna's kind of the same way. The teacher feedback, I see the school insight, the parent insight, and the school leader insight. The teacher interviews for high school said what?
So during those teacher interviews, the teacher said that they were able to better manage the class because they did not have to consistently tell students to put their phones away. Students were more engaged. They couldn't attribute it to performance, but as far as, you know, engagement, they said students were more engaged and there were less disruptions in their classrooms when phones were away.
Thank you. But did they have a preference for how they would manage, like in the case versus bags? Like, did we talk to teachers about that?
We did not. They just preferred that phones be away. So in some schools that we went in, the open air was a calculator pocket, and the kids would come in, they were assigned a number, and they just put their phones there. Some used the cows in the classroom, which are the computers on wheels, and some just said, keep it away, and as long as I don't see it.
Thank you. When we talked to Professional Senate, it was interesting when we asked how many were in favor of the policy, how many were, and then when we asked how many of those persons were high school teachers, it was very few. My concern about the policy is the impact it's going to have to enforce it. It's just going to be a pain to enforce if we do anything hybrid. If we do something hybrid, or if we leave it for one teacher, some teachers can and some can't. So I'm concerned about that, about the time we're gonna spend disciplining. I'm not interested in the investment for a child or a student to have a bag for them to carry all day just so they can feel good that they have this bag with their phone in it all day. It's not a worthwhile investment to me for $30 per person. And I also don't embrace the logistic heartburn that it would be to give parents the option, like, well, I want my child to have their phone, so I'll pay the $30. Like, I don't even think we need to manage that data. It's either one or the other. I like the idea of the classroom cases because it kind of equalizes all of it. Everybody put your phone up, everybody take your phone out. I was concerned about how it would take away from instructional time. The enforcement of this policy of whatever policy we have makes me think about when we had zero tolerance policy for weapons. And I remember that there were a lot of student review cases that came to the board for students who were going under severe disciplinary action because they had violated this policy. And there were a bunch of them. Some of them made a lot of sense. But I often refer to one that occurred when Mr. Kachmar and Mrs. Hall were present, and that was a elementary school kid who had a butter knife in their lunchbox to cut an apple. And because we had a zero tolerance policy, they had to go to alternative school. Like they had to go into the program. Because we had zero time. Look, I'm just saying, you know, it feels good when we make these rules, and then when we go to enforcing these rules, we're going to be looking at all these cases. So-and-so didn't put their phone up. Why not? Oh, well, their sibling was sick, and they really needed to know if the sibling was out of a coma. Like, there's going to be reasons that this is not going to be enforced the same way across the district, and it's going to eat a whole lot of time. That doesn't mean that I don't think that we shouldn't have them. I'm just saying get ready for the whole ride. Not the beginning of the ride. Get ready for the dips, get ready for the highs, because it's going to be all of it as these teachers take these phones away and put them in the cases. And so I think that we need to do it. I don't have a strong preference for how we do it. I just think it ought to be fair, it ought to be economical, and it ought to be across the board for everybody. Not some schools, not some students, but everybody.
Just to continue, to continue, I was actually taking notes. We need to have a clearly defined policy associated with consequences for violations. Clearly defined across the board, because what we need to do is maximize instruction and minimize disruptions. Now, again, when I went out to Savannah Arts to get the phone replaced, I saw a friend of mine. She, hey, come on to my classroom. Her kids were out, and I saw this pouch on her whiteboard. I said, what's that? Oh, that's my phone pouch. I said, tell me about it. She said, oh, they just come in, they know if their side numbers, they just put their phones in the pouches. School climate, school culture, no problem. I said, you don't have any problem? She said, no, they know when they come in, they just put the phones in the pouches. When I was reading, I took notes on this. She said, school admin may determine appropriate consequence. That's the caveat. They may determine the appropriate consequence. And that's to be 54 different consequences, depending on who the leader is. But I do believe that we should extend, because within those 4 years, everybody would be accustomed, because the 8th graders now, 9th graders, 9th graders now, 10th, 10th, 11th, 12th. So I would like to extend it, but we just need to define the policy. We definitely gonna have to make sure it's clearly defined across the whole district. Not Principal A, do nothing about it, and Principal B, you get a phone call because they kept the phone for a week or whatever the consequences may be. So we need to really be sure that it's clearly defined. That's it for me. Oh, and also, we're not in high school. I know in K-8, well, in high school, I think the pilots is from class to class. They can get their phone after each class and go to another class, and then they submit it. So we need to think about it. Are we want to have them submit phones at the beginning of the day and collect them at the end of the day, or class to class? So all those different things we need to consider.
Sketchmark.
I'm gonna be ornery and take a different position.
Surprise, surprise.
Yeah. Okay, so this board always says, we listen to our teachers and our parents. 91% of parents wanted something other than a total restriction. When we were at the Teacher Senate, I asked the question, how many people here, the Teacher Senate, think we should completely ban cell phones during the day in high school? 4 people raised their hand, and 2 of them did not teach in high school. One taught in elementary, the other taught in the K-8. So I'm just making that observation to a board that always talks about listening to what our public tells us. My other issue is, what problem are we trying to solve?
Answer the next question you asked.
Well, the other question I asked was, how many of you have kids in the system? And then how many of you who have kids in the system text them during the school day? 94% kept their hands up. So I want better classroom control, but not for my kid. Well, and I'm being a little facetious, but we all have moments that we think it's important that I need to be able to get a hold of my kid during the school day. And in high school in particular, are you picking up your sister at kindergarten? Mom, my shift got changed, I can't make it home. So-and-so called an extra practice, I have to go to tutorial. Like, I mean, we can rationalize why we need communication, but my point is 91% of parents did not want a total ban. 2 of the teacher senate, I guess they were high school, I didn't know what schools they were in. But my more fundamental issue is high school, we're trying to teach people accountability and responsibility. And what we're really saying is we have existing rules right now, right? Teachers and APs and principals can enforce discipline against kids who don't put their phone away. What we're hearing is there's a glut of opportunities to that, and it's so overwhelming that I just give up, or I don't get backed up as a teacher when I send them down to the principal's office. So I do agree that we need a consistent policy across the district, consistent, more bright line rules, and maybe some more skin in the game from caregivers. So you take the phone and it goes to the office and the parent has to come get it, or the grandparent has to come get it. And then level 2, level 3, it's suspension and then you're out of the school. I mean, you want to get real serious, get serious, and have real consequences. But we're teaching, high school is where we teach kids responsibility. You can drive a car at 15, they can drive to school at 16, they can vote at 18, they can go shoot a gun, they can join the military, but we're not gonna let you have your phone, because, we don't want to enforce the consequences. So I do think we should teach responsibility and couple that with accountability and consistent rules across the district. We can make them more bright line, make them simple. Consequence 1, consequence 2, consequence 3. But one of the other concerns I had on the survey was there was a key question that was missing in the survey. The survey said, do you want a total restriction, do you want teacher discretion, or the middle ground was a partial restriction, allow on campus, but you can only use before school or after school. What some schools are doing is you can use it at lunch. You can use it if you have a non-instructional break, if you're in study hall or peer facilitation, or in between classes or in recess. I don't know, I guess high school doesn't have recess, but I would either maintain, but I would explore a hybrid where we have consistent rules across the district for high school, simplified consequences, bright line consequences, but kids have to have responsibility. I don't want kids graduating from Savannah Chatham and then they go join the military or their first job, and they don't know how to use their phone responsibly during the workday. So the other issue I have is I don't want to put this on teachers. I don't want to make teachers have to collect it at the beginning of every class, make sure everybody puts the phone in the cubby, make sure you get your phone and you don't take somebody else's phone, or make sure kids put the darn phone away. If we see it, I take it. Consequence 2 is you're suspended. Consequence 3, you're out of the school. But I'd like to burden teachers as little as possible with whatever system we adopt.
I'm gonna go into this hall.
Okay. It would be interesting if Mr. Moss told us tomorrow that we all had to give up our phones and we get them at 4 o'clock when we leave.
Sounds good.
It would be a fun experiment.
Almost did it.
But anyway, I have my husband's grandchildren are at Jenkins High, and for the first week of school, I mean, their mother was calling, blowing up my phone. And guess what? Now, the children are used to going in the classroom, putting their phone in the open air organizer and picking it up, because it doesn't make sense. If I have Spanish 1 that morning, I'm not going to see that Spanish teacher again. I sure don't need to have any all day anything, but they don't, now that it's a routine and everybody has to do it, the consistency is there. I'm telling you, that's the way to go. Everybody has to do the same thing, but we have to get them ready for the real world. So bring that phone in the class, put it in the organizer, pick it up after class, go about your way, and keep the consequences routine across the whole district. That's the answer to me.
Mrs. Campbell?
So I agree with Ms. Hall and slightly disagree with Mr. Kashmar because what I hear and what I heard that day as well at Professional Senate was that a lot of teachers want us to remove the responsibility from them, but maybe not in the way that some of us are thinking about it. Like, they don't want the responsibility of taking a child's phone because the teacher before had a lot more authority just by sheer force of will or, personality or whatever. And then they feel like they're not as empowered to take a phone, and there's so much incivility that's going on right now that they would just rather defer to, I'm gonna let them sit quietly with their hoodie on or their earphones on or a cell phone that I know they have because I'm not willing to give up class time and what will ensue if I address the behavior. So I would rather just make it consistent and, like Dr. Hoskins Brown said, let's not make a hybrid that ends up complicating things and giving people too many choices. I agree that kids should have choice and start exemplifying responsibility. But I think that really the lack of consistency across schools is like the teacher by teacher discretion is sometimes failing, and not because of teachers necessarily. It's just, everyone doesn't feel like they're at the same spot with the students. So I'm all for the cabinets if it works out, putting it on a teacher in the beginning of the day, putting them somewhere. I've heard a lot about the pouches in other districts that have incorporated these, and it's hard to track down parents and say, you owe me $30 or whatever it is dollars for the pouch. If they cut into it, particularly in middle school when behavior problems begin to spike in some situations. But whatever we go with, let's just do it across the board would be my argument. So.
Okay, Ms. Grabowski?
Pouches sound like a whole lot of trouble. I don't know a lot about them, they just sound like a whole lot of trouble, and they're expensive.
Yeah.
So I'm not a super fan, so that's an easy one. One thing I think about is someone who is diabetic and monitors their blood sugar on a phone. Are there alternatives available for something like that?
There are the
Okay.
pouches. We actually visited Liberty County about a week ago. They use the pouches over there,
Okay.
and they have pouches that are not magnetized. They're Velcro, and they're issued by the school nurse,
Okay.
so that everyone is not automatically a diabetic and needs a easily accessible pouch.
Right.
But yes, they do have that.
Okay, I figured there had to be some sort of.
There is.
And as far as like communication, I know it's old school, but all of our students have email. I know they're not supposed to be emailing each other, but if a parent needs to get in touch with a kid, like I think you send an email to your kid, whatever, it changes, so I'm not super worried about that. On the high school level,
How are they gonna access their email?
Don't they get
Their
Chromebooks?
school
They have
computer.
Chromebooks.
And iPads?
They all have Chromebooks or iPads.
They can't stare at that the whole time either.
I mean, I'm
Okay,
waiting for
whatever,
us to come
sorry.
back
Well,
around.
yeah.
I'm waiting for us to come back around.
Yeah.
I'm coming back around for rebuttal.
Yes, guys, wait,
Okay.
wait and let everyone tell their reason, and then we can come back and address.
Or maybe there's another like way to be able to communicate direct, because as a parent, it is much easier for me to text my child than to bug the teacher to say, can you give a message to my child? So I would love for us to find some communication, something in between. I think there's, whether it's Signal or there's some solution out there. On the high school level, I am undecided. I hear Mr. Catchmore when you talk about responsibility, and they can drive a car, but they can't have a cell phone. They can have a cell phone outside the school building. Like, our job is to educate them, and we know that from a societal standpoint, our kids don't know how to communicate, they don't know how to resolve issues, they don't know they don't have the basic skills that we grew up with, because even during a break, they go to that's their chance to socialize, is during the breaks. And so to me, there is value in doing the bell-to-bell, even at high school, because that's when they can actually build relationships and have the conversations as high school students. And I think the responsibility they can learn in other ways. So that's where I am.
So, I am for extending through high school. I'm going to say something that's gonna reveal just how old I am. Stop it. Stop it. And you don't even know what a rotary phone is. So,
The Gould Elementary that I went to had one in office, and I learned in kindergarten how to use it.
so if our parents needed to get in touch with us, they would call the school secretary would write a note. That note would get to the student. Someone else is gonna pick you up from school. We can't start out K-8 and then all of a sudden, you're in ninth grade, oh, it's a wild, wild west. So, and just for some clarification, at the last GSB conference, they had, and I think it's Marietta City Schools, one of the school systems did a presentation on their cell phone policy. And they have already extended through high school. And what they did was violations were not handled by the teacher. Anytime a kid was disobedient, it became an administration offense. So teachers weren't handling it all. It's just like, either you're gonna abide by this or you know that you're going to the office. There's just no questions about it. So there are ways to get around that. I think, yes, there are some cost questions and how we do that. That's some things that I think we need to work through. The other thing is, we are all data people and we're all, what's happened to other districts when they've done this. Every report that I've read, the results have been kids are talking to each other again. Kids are acting during, because right now, if we do well, you can get your cell phone back at the end of class, well, that doesn't mean I'm gonna talk to my friends. That means I'm gonna get on the phone. And you can have it during lunchtime. That doesn't mean I'm going to talk to friends at lunch. I'm going to get on my phone. And on the security side, in between classes, I can plan that fight. And I'm not generalizing. I can plan that fight. At lunchtime, I can plan that fight. So, and yes, I do want our kids to learn responsibility. I'm all for that. But I'll tell you, experientially, with the Children's Choir, we did not allow children to take their phones on trips. At all. Well, number one, we did a lot of international travel. The reason we didn't do that is, we told the parents, number one, you don't want to get that phone bill from Ireland. But number two, we want the kids to be present at all time and to get to know each other. We got back from one of the trips, and this mother said, she goes, my daughter didn't complain at all, and she's gotten to know everybody. During their time at school, we need them to be 100% present. Not only just in class, but in getting to know people. There are kids that are going through high schools right now. They haven't gotten to know anybody and we have some societal problems as a result of that. So I'm glad we're having this discussion, and we're going to go back around for if anyone has anything else. So we're going to go this way this time. I got to be fair.
I did have one comment that I meant to make. And this was a couple of years ago, but it was a parent of a high school student who had disciplined her own child and taken away her child's cell phone.
Mm-hmm.
But then the next day at school, he didn't have his cell phone, but everyone else around him had their cell phones.
Mm-hmm.
And the teacher had finished the lesson early and just kind of was like, okay, and she just said, okay, everybody get out your phone. And it made it very hard for her, what she was trying to do with her child be effective because of the surrounding environment. So that's just an anecdotal story. I just talked, I don't really have anything else to say, but I do have some questions about the data, which I'll follow up with you about later on, because I'd be interested to see how some of these questions break down between high school parents versus younger parents. And then, I guess I'll just ask you now. The other question I had was on the question of the K through 5, did we give them an option of no phone at school at all? Because why do we need K through 5 bringing phones to school at all?
Mostly because they ride the school bus, so they have to take, most of them who have them in the lower grades, to communicate with their parents.
Okay, so a lot of them have it for that reason.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all I got.
Okay, Mrs. Campbell? Okay, Mrs. Hall?
The state is gonna tell us by January or February what we're gonna do. You watch.
I love it.
But for now, like I said, at Jenkins High School, you hand your phone, you put your phone in the shoe bag. I think the regular shoe bags. I don't think it's anything sophisticated.
It's a calculator.
Oh.
That's an open air holder?
Yeah, yeah. Okay. So you
Could also
put
be
this
used for
thing in,
shoes.
you get it at the end of class, and you have it during lunch, until the state tells us what we're gonna do.
All right. Mrs. Campbell
I'm
did
sorry,
have
I told a
something.
story. I just thought of something else I forgot to say. One thing I like about having the cell phone policy be, I care less, I guess. I care about the content of the rule, but I care more maybe about the consequence of the rule. That be something that is streamlined and put across the whole district. And here's why. So I know that sometimes consequence is, let's say this, infraction is subjective, right? So when we speak of incivility, to one parent, incivility may look one way, and to another, it may look different. And so teachers maybe feel a little hamstrung on, well, do I address this in this way? Okay, I feel like with cell phone policy, you have it or you do not when you're supposed to. So whether we do full-on high school, gone or present, either way, to me, it's one of these things like a uniform violation, right? Where we start teaching students that we actually mean what we say, that our policies have teeth, that when we provide you structure and boundaries and something different than what you get at home potentially, right? This is a good culture here. We're inculcating you in something that is gonna keep you safe. And one clear way that we can do that is by swiftly handling cell phone violations, and it's easy and it's not subjective, right? So that's another argument
Okay.
for it. Okay, good now.
Ms. Catchmark?
He rests on his laurels.
I mean, it's 8-1 or 7-2 on extend, so let's just, motion to adjourn.
Okay, well, I got Howard Hall.
You tried that.
I've already said it, just a
Okay.
clearly defined policy.
There we go. Hang on, Dr. Hoskins Brown wants to speak first there.
I behaved all day. I was only supposed to behave until 3.
So I have a couple of reactions. One, I agree with Connie. They're going to tell us what we need to do. So I haven't really focused on whether we're going to do it. It's kind of like, how are we going to do whatever we're going to do? So I agree with her on that. On the uniform policy reference, the thing that, with Ms. Campbell, that is shared with me is that uniform policy is still not uniformly enforced.
Agreed, that's why I was saying
Yeah.
cell phones are a lot
Color
less.
codes,
Yeah.
school
So, yeah.
colors.
So I had to Google to figure out when we allowed cell phones, because cell phones were not allowed when I first got on the board. We voted to approve cell phones in 2012. We had the same discussion then that we're having now, except at that time there was a voice among teachers who said, I'm wasting so much time fighting with these phones, just let us have the phones and we'll manage it. We'll use them for instruction, and okay, now it's 2025, we know how that went. With the cell phone, how you allow the cell phone to exist within the school day or not within the school day is directly related to what you are trying to do. If you're trying to maintain the integrity of instructional time, then locking it up and, between classes makes sense, and, that makes sense. If you're trying to support mental health or reduce online bullying, having it available at other times during the day may not necessarily do that. So it's kind of, I talk with my students about oyster restoration. What kind of oyster reef, what kind of oyster material you use to build your reef is directly related to what you're trying to do. Are you trying to eat the oysters? Are you just trying to keep the bank from washing away? What are you trying to do? And based on what you're trying to do, there's a certain material that you would use to build a restored oyster reef. This policy should be informed by exactly what we're trying to accomplish. Do we have, in conversations and talking about the impact of cell phones, we've talked about bullying, fighting, recording stuff that we don't necessarily think that they should be recording, planning, plotting, that sort of thing, cheating, being distracted. What is it we're trying to do? Is it just preserving instructional time, or is it preserving overall climate? If it's overall climate, then that's a much more deductive policy. That means lock it up at the beginning of the day, get it before you go home. If you want these other options, those are going to have to be managed, and that's a little bit problematic. Again, I support having a policy. I'm just looking at, oh my gosh, what is this going to mean in terms of management? The last thing I want to say is about us as a board making integrated decisions. So half the day before now, we gave principals about 30 minutes more back per day by taking them out of the work order process. We're going to take them out of that. We're not going to have them do that. Someone else is going to do it. We're going to save them time. And now we've added an hour and a half of foolishness management that they're going to have to do by having a parent come up and reclaim the phone. And I do remember that from my early years on the board, where phones would get confiscated and parents had to come to the office to get a phone. And you've seen nothing like an angry parent who had to take off work, get a ride to that school to come to the poor little sad volunteer working the front desk and say, I need my child's phone back, and I don't know why y'all took it, and blah, 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 blah. I mean, that's a whole other thing. So again, we're making a decision on one side that's going to impact the principal on the other side, and we need to be much more integrated about what we think the school day should be for our school leaders and set them up for success.
Okay, Dr. Bremen?
Closing comments.
Should I stand up?
I'll hit some points here on responsibility. I actually believe that my son, now that he no longer has his phone during the day at school, has become more responsible, because he knows the second he gets that thing, he better turn it on. He better see if mom or dad said something. And then he needs to hop on the CAT app and see if the 6 bus is actually showing up. If not, he knows he needs to walk to Oglethorpe to hit the 14, and he needs to text that he's going to the 14 to get to Walmart. He's learned a heck of a lot of responsibility on how do I get home the way I want to get home? Or did my parents say, hey, we're actually going to come by and get you? Because there have been times that we've texted that and he didn't turn it on, and he's on the 6 line, and we're going to have some fun, and he's at home, and then he has to walk from the school with his band stuff. So he learned some responsibility really quickly. This is a drug. This is a drug. Research shows that doom scrolling releases chemicals in your brain that you want hits of, that you want to go back to. And I take away phones from 24 and 25-year-olds in doctoral program, because I'll talk about how there's only a few things that drive me nuts in a class. One of them's you being on your phone doing something that isn't school related, and it's real easy to see Instagram, and I'll take your phone. And that's sad, but it's a drug. So we don't let kids take drugs. So we're not keeping them from learning responsibility. They need to learn that it's a drug. We're a week or two of parents losing their mind and kids losing their mind, and I think a week or two of added administration time is at the beginning, because you're getting pulled away from the drug and you're in withdrawal.
Well, like I said, the state will.
So I hope that maybe the state will hear you, prophetess. But if not, I fully agree with just taking it away and having a set policy on what the consequences are. But see y'all tomorrow morning.
All right.
Mr. Butler, where would that place be where you take a phone at 7:30 and keep it until 2:30? Where it wouldn't be someone's classroom?
It's hard in high
You
school.
gotta do the pouch.
So where would it be?
That would
You
most
have
likely
your
be the pouch option.
And they go outside, and they got the little things.
$577,000? Oh, no, my vote is no.
Homeroom doesn't
They
go,
don't have
homeroom, high school doesn't go to homeroom every day, But even if we did that, it wouldn't be 577,000 if we
Oh, I
just
think
looked
that's
at
what
high
the
school.
main office get a phone
Yeah.
into the day. Oh, that was for everybody in the whole system?
That was all 612.
Can I ask a silly question? So how does the pouch work with, like, is there a special, like, just,
There's a magnet.
Yes.
So there's a little pin on
Right.
the inside. You click it closed and it cannot open until it's tapped on a magnet.
is it a special magnet?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a very strong magnet.
Okay.
A very strong.
Because I can just see kids walking around with
they'll-
these special magnets now. I like, that's the thing.
They will, and then you'll have administrative consequences
Right.
for them doing that, because then they're, I guess, breaking technology. I don't know. Then we can have an argument about that later, when the
Yep.
state tells us what we have to do.
Yeah, they'll order it off Temu.
So, so the way that I think it's Marietta's, I think it's Marietta.
It's Marietta City
Okay,
Schools, yes.
Marietta school system, the kids do keep their phones. They are in the pouch. The teacher has the magnet.
Right.
And that is the only way they can be open at the end of the day.
Until their buddy gets a magnet. is my point. But anyways, there's other.
They can buy them, let them, and then you figure out they're doing it,
Yeah,
and that's a higher level offense.
there you go.
That we have to administer.
Yeah, a couple times until they start figuring out.
This has been a very good.
All right.
We don't let them know that open school.
Yes, hey,
Thank you.
thank you very much. Okay, guys, okay, guys, we're gonna try it tomorrow.
Try what?
When we come in tomorrow, I'd like everyone to turn their phones off, including me.
Oh, this is gonna be so good.
Yes, yes.
Y'all gonna start itching.
We get to
Yes.
keep them, but just
Do
turn
you
them
get to keep them?
Everybody,
Everybody.
like the
Everybody.
universal.
Everybody with a bunch of R's.
Everybody.
Everybody.
No, and you can send me the. That's gonna be so
Oh,
good.
gosh. So, okay.
Our lawyer said no.
Our lawyer says no.
That's a First Amendment violation.
Okay. So, guys, do you want to, okay, so,
Nice try, Roger.
I'll try. Okay, thank you, everyone, today. I've learned so much. Number one, I gotta go out and get that book that Dr. Howard Hall talked about this morning.
Your
I
horse
thought you
get
were
off.
gonna get it for all of us.
Oh, yeah, some,
Yeah.
yes,
Yes, thank
order
you
for
for all
everyone,
of us.
okay,
Like
perfect.
$7, $8.
And number two, thank you everyone for all of your comments today. I think today has been very productive. And we look forward to tomorrow. And staff, thank you so much for taking the time to come over here and listen. And I hope you've learned something, and we appreciate it. With that, go home.
You can leave everything in here.
Yes, you can leave everything in here.